Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach? OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we put it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with Digi. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. But fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach? OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate.
I think I'm cute, I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver, their knees get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like those on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to another special edition of the Pocket Locker podcast. One sec, let's fix that audio level there. Lord knows I didn't need this to pop up. What are you talking about? Please go away. Y'all, Stream Deck just put some bullshit up on my screen, and I literally can't close it. Like, is this for real? It popped this thing up on my screen with the... Go away right now before I kill you. Y'all, when something pisses me off technically, like, I get in murder mode. Like, straight fucking murder mode. Just totally unacceptable design choice right there. Oh my God. Look, all I want to do is change the fucking sound level. Open my fucking Steam Deck. I don't have time for this shit. Sounds. HBK, turn that down. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the move. Perfect. All right, here we go. All right, folks, let's get into this show. It is your boy, AK Pocket Locker 86, AKA David Blackman, AKA the host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Speaking of airplane mode, folks, you know, the other day I was in here and I had to help Uncle Bobby set up his Patreon and his YouTube monetization. And while I am not eligible for YouTube monetization, I said it is time that we start our own Patreon. That is right. The Cult of the Flying Man is officially accepting your monthly subscriptions to the building fund, the weed fund, and the tuition fund. You can help put a doorknob on this church. You see here, you go to patreon.com/pocketlocker86. The link is in the description. You got to let us know you're 18 or older. Look at that. Look at that beautiful Patreon page. Look at that. You select the membership level for $5 a month. You get the Patreon-only Discord channel, patron-only movie night, 2 of those a month, and a patron-only Ask Me Anything featured episode. Pretty much Uncle Bobby's Patreon is set up pretty much the same way. You know, we both wanted to start with pretty much the same thing. $5 a month, special Discord channel.
special Ask Me Anything. I'll have that as my featured episode up on my front page. Like, I'll replace the Gustick Gibbon video every month with the Ask Me Anything episode. That's what I mean by featured episode. But for $15 a month, you join the flight crew. I'm going to send you a personalized, private thank you video. I'm going to start using a custom end screen with producer credits. And so everybody in that $15 a month support level will have a producer credit at the end of all the streams. You'll have a guaranteed entry to all Gather special events, which we will be keeping on a calendar on the website. You'll always have a personalized cubicle and tent in Gather. There's also going to be an invite-only YouTube stream every month, an invite-only game night, and then the other 3 benefits included at the $5 level. The patron-only Discord channel, the 2 movie nights, and the featured Ask Me Anything episode. So go ahead, perverts. Join the flight crew. Links are in the description. Appreciate everybody's support. Obviously, no pressure, but if you are so inclined to support the channel, you can now do so through Patreon. I want to thank Uncle Bobby for getting with me and getting our Patreon set up together. It was kind of fun. And yeah, you know, people can't support us this way if we don't have them set up. And I know a lot of you are regular Patreon supporters. You got Patreon bills and all that. So we're super happy to get help Uncle Bobby get his set up, and then went ahead and set up ours. So yeah, I also joined Uncle Bobby's Patreon. So hopefully, I helped him create a template, like a description template for his YouTube videos. Hopefully he'll use that, and then you guys can check that out. The next couple Gin and Truth videos. Go ahead and show Uncle Bobby some support, and join Uncle Bobby's Patreon with me. All right. Let's go ahead and get into our communion so we can go ahead and get into our program. Tortilla said, I can't wait to see you sponsored by Manscaped. Yeah, we were talking about that. I want Manscaped athletic greens. I want all the David Blackman sponsorships. What else does he like to do? That fancy wallet. Purple is always that mattress, the mattress company. Yeah, hook us up. Come on, liberal sponsors. Sponsor us libtards out here, trying to make the world a better, more sustainable place. All right, y'all, let's get into this communion. If I could ever figure out which one of these 4 or 5 vessels over here contains the right substance. Oh, my goodness. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's that good communion whiskey. Oh, Sour Patch Kids energy drink. Are you still drinking coffee? Are you still drinking coffee? You haven't switched over to these badass Go Sour Patch Kid and Warheads energy drinks? Oh my goodness, this is how you get fueled up. This is how you get that gamer fuel. Matter of fact, I need to be sponsored by all the shit I use every day. Ghost, Behringer, Yamaha, Puma, obnoxious ass fuckface famous dogs. Is there a sponsorship I could get for having an obnoxious ass fuckface famous dog? Some dog food, some of these marrow treats or something. You know what I mean? Hey, canine carryouts, hit a brother up. You know what I'm saying? There's lots of product placement opportunities. Come on, Raw. God damn it. If people want to be pro-science, you need to be pro-science funding. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, if y'all worried that the government is controlling all the science funding, come on, businesses, hit us up. Hit us up. You could sponsor some evolution research your damn self. then you can know it's corrupt. Then you can assure that the research comes out the way you want it to. I'm kidding, y'all. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our communion song. We're gonna keep it very cheers. You know, it's Friday. We want everybody to link up with the gang. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows. Oh, whoops, wrong song.
Dublin, and he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song, actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, look forward to this. Foy Vance, take it away.
Where's the marrow? Oh, there, over there.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Has everybody in the chat actually had like bone marrow at like a fancy restaurant as like an appetizer? Don't fuck around. When they cook that marrow right and they season it right with the garlic and the herbs and all of that, and then they serve it to you with the crusty bread, that shit is fire. Marrow is not just for dogs, y'all. Bone marrow is, woo, it's good eating.
Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the countered by its tail.
Now, if you got the type of fucked up child that hangs the cat up by its tail, let me just say things could be worse. You could have the kind of fucked up cat that hangs your child up by its tail. Then you'd really be having a bad day.
Didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same.
Put your lighters in there, y'all.
You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl.
Is that the fiance that didn't show up?
Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Foy Vance. Most common word coming in by text, Foy, is goosebumps. Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across the whole series. If you want to see Foy Vance's cheeky grin when he sang the line, "When you find your girlfriend is a guy," you can go on the website. We'll have.
All right, gang. Let's get into it. Oh my lord, do we really have to? Let's just be clear, y'all. I just got to keep it real with you. We're playing hero support for Lina. We're interested in how Lina's conversation went with Doug. At this point, I see Doug as a right winger with who's an atheist, has a decent sized following, and I think it's more the way I think of it. It's like we support Lina, and we're happy that Lina's getting out there, and so we want to support those type of appearances. But it's almost like when I did the Hovind debate, right? Like, y'all are like, yeah, let's get into it. We're here for this. But wait. Pump the brakes. We got to make sure it's real clear. We're here to support Jay. We're not here for Ken Hovind. So yeah, it's kind of got that feel to it. To be honest with you, like I don't want to fuck with Doug no more. And I also got to be honest, I'm really sick of the esteem this man is given in this community. In light of the way I see him in The Balance, most of his content, most of his shows, most of his stuff, like I'm not gonna sit there and act like I wasn't a big fan or like I didn't like some of what he did, but because of the way people treat him, because of the way people are treat him with kid gloves, afraid to upset him, walk on eggshells around him, I'm not here to give him the esteem that everybody else does. So I want to state off the record, off rip, for the record, I don't think Doug is brilliant. I don't think Doug is a fucking genius. I don't even want to sit here and hear anybody sit up here and try to tell me like, oh, but he's no, I really don't think he's that smart. I think smart people make smart choices, and I think this person consistently has made not enough smart choices that I'm not going to sit here and say they're a fucking low IQ moron, but I definitely don't think they're brilliant. I'm not here for that. I don't think this is a person who acts in good faith. Quite frankly, I don't think Doug's a good person. I wouldn't have such a genuine, serious disdain for Doug if it wasn't for the fact that I actually genuinely don't think he's a good person. Think he's a fucking asshole. It really reminds me of what Uncle Bobby says when talking about sexual assault. Everybody knows someone who's been the victim of sexual assault, but nobody knows anybody who's committed it, right? Everybody knows a victim of rape. Nobody knows a rapist. So it's one of them same type situations where everybody knows there's fucking assholes in the world and that there's bad actors and people who are just outright pieces of shit who are probably not worth our time. Other than maybe the fact that they have a platform that can allow us to engage with the other side meaningfully or, have a discussion that's important to us with the other side in a meaningful way. Or even if those conversations are not meaningful with the other side, they're meaningful to us, right? It's meaningful to us to sort of, see how Lina handled these things and, discuss that, provide support and feedback on that tip, because we're all, again, in the bigger picture, engaged in the same struggle, engaged in the same fight. So we're all here to learn from each other in terms of how we deal with these things. But I just want to let people know right up front, I'm wholly unimpressed by Doug. Just don't even, I just think he's just at this point just a content creator on the other side. There's not much more to say about him. But let's go ahead and get into it and try to have some fun with it. All right, so let's see what we got here.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, we're in the are you in the gather? We're in the church here in the gather. If you guys want to come up, Lina, if you want, you can come up here. There's spotlight tiles underneath all of these chairs in the pulpit. I mean, you're a mod, so you can come up here. Yeah, it's fine. All right, and then this way, if anybody else comes in, they can pull up on that tile and ask questions. Let me also change my screen here. All right, I'll put this over here so I can see gather. the chat so I can see the chat together. All right, there we go. I'm getting it together. All right, here we go. Yeah, Lina, thanks for taking the time to join us today. And yeah, we're in the Church of the Flying Man in Gather. If you guys want to come hang out with us and gather. And that'll be the way pretty much to, get your voice on the podcast without having to call into the cafe.
Hey, Lina. Can you hear me? I think I can hear you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. Do you want to show your face or no?
Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I don't have makeup on yet.
Oh, well, either do
Am
I.
I lagging a bit?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think we've got like a 5-second delay.
Okay, what false things did I spread?
Oh, I mean, the list is pretty long at this point, but before we get into that, I wanted to just set some groundwork, I guess. So just say thanks for letting me on.
Yep.
Thanks for what you do. I appreciate your channel. I wasn't a fan when I was deconverting, but I found you recently, and I love your content, at least most of it. Like, I love your shorts, the stuff you do with Jesus.
Oh,
like
my
the thought
shorts.
experiments, they're awesome.
The short videos, not my underwear. You've seen?
Yeah, the YouTube shorts.
Have you seen mine on eBay? They're selling like hotcakes.
So obviously we're different on this. This is really interesting. This is a flip. I feel like when I met Lina, maybe I was a Doug fan and you weren't. Now it's completely reversed. I'm not at all a Doug fan. And matter of fact, I don't even think his Christian stuff is worth it. And I actually think we're headed down a dangerous path with people like this. I don't think we need voices like this in our community. I think the counter-apologetics YouTube market is saturated with counter-apologists. And I think almost every single one of them gives us everything we need and more in terms of counteracting religion. And almost none of them give us the harmful, hateful bullshit that Doug does politically. So I'm going to try to let some of this play out, and I'm not here to, shit all over the Pinecreek fans, but let's just be very clear. I am not at all a Pinecreek fan. I no longer feel this way about Doug. And this isn't a criticism of people who are Doug fans. It's just for those who haven't been keeping up or may not know what's going on here or are a little bit surprised because you haven't been keeping score of all of this. I am not a Doug fan anymore. I don't like Doug at all. I don't like his content. And quite frankly, I think he should go kick rocks. And I think our community would be way better off without him. The cult of the Flying Man is in far better hands with people like me, James, Lina. Like, we got this thing. We really don't need Doug out here anymore.
I haven't. I'll have to check it out. Is it like a design?
No, I'm kidding.
Is it a pattern on? Does it say like...
has the Flying Man in the front.
You gotta put something funny on it. Yeah, some sort of Jesus joke. I don't know.
Well, welcome. I'm glad that you liked some of my stuff. Now, what did I say?
Yeah, and I really wanted to
false?
talk to you. I really want to talk to you because you're like the biggest atheist right-wing content creator that I know of. And I encourage anyone in the chat to let me know if there's anyone else. None. I don't know of any other. And that's why I'm so excited to talk to you, because as an atheist, I feel like I'm not going to have to deal with all of the sort of dishonest cognitive dissonance and just compartmentalization.
We have to be gentle on the theists. They're not all dishonest.
I think they are. I think they're dishonest to themselves. I think that they're dishonest when they claim things as facts that they can't demonstrate.
See, this is the
facts.
problem.
I think they don't understand that that's dishonest in some regards.
Let's start here then, because this is good, because I think the way you view some theists is the way you view my politics, in that if someone is mistaken, they're dishonest in your view.
No, you're dishonest because you didn't know to begin with. And you didn't have good reason to know to begin with. It's like saying to me, Jay, it's going to rain tomorrow, okay? And then tomorrow comes, it's sunny as shit, and it didn't rain. Now, if I go to you and I say, why did you tell me it was going to rain tomorrow? I packed the jacket. I went out with an umbrella. I really prepared for this rain. You say, well, actually, I listened to the weather report, and the weatherman said, you know, based upon the pressures in the area and the cloud coverage, there was a, you know, greater than 60% chance of rain, and I'm sorry it didn't happen, but I really did think it was going to rain. Okay, cool. That person's not a liar. Why? Because they actually had what most of us would consider reasonable evidence to support their inference that it was going to rain. They actually were giving me information that they got based on empirical observations, and that is a probabilistic situation. Just because all of the conditions are such that it is likely to rain doesn't mean it always does. Everybody gets that. Now, if I say to you, why did you tell me it was going to rain? It didn't rain. And you tell me, oh, because you felt it in your fucking heart, you lied to me. If you said it's, oh, because if you just made it up, if you just wanted it to rain, or you were hoping it was going to rain, or you hadn't done your rain dance in a while, so you were really sure, you know, the Sky Lord was going to make it rain because you're then you lied. Because you told me something and you just didn't have good enough reason to support your belief to begin with. And I think that's the difference that Lina is getting at. And let's see how Doug can twist it. And this is what pisses me off about people like Doug is I don't think he's anywhere near the same boat. I actually have much more sympathy for Christian right-wingers than I do for Doug. Because they're on some whole shit that they can't see through. Whereas, let's just roll save. I'll never get through it if I gotta fucking acknowledge all of
it. It depends.
That pisses me off.
Right? Because if they're saying, hey, this is what I think, but I'm not sure, then that's fair game, right? But if they're saying that this is true and I'm going to base all of my
someone can be highly
platform on it.
Someone can be highly confidently mistaken, right?
Right, but if you don't have the reason, if you can't back up why you're convinced the way you are, and many of them can and openly admit that they can't and that it's a matter of faith,
I agree with
then
you.
Then that's dishonest.
You and I would agree that we don't think their reasons are sufficient for their belief, but they think it is. And again, that's not a...
Shit, sorry.
Cats are on how to interpret the data. Right.
Sorry,
you can. Again, that's not a...
Sorry,
and many of them can and openly admit that they can't and that it's a matter of faith.
I agree with
then
you.
That's dishonest.
You and I would agree that
I'm gonna have to sit here and smoke weed.
We don't think their reasons are sufficient for their belief, but they think it is. And again, that's not a...
Like if you did bad science and you came with the wrong...
Here's a question. Aaron Ra is on Doug's show right now, and he says, he looks Doug in the face, and Aaron Ra says, faith is the most dishonest position possible. I feel like this is where people who do this contrarian, I'm just going to contrarian whoever the fuck is in front of me shit kind of irritates me, because I think if Doug were talking to a Christian, he'd be trying to get the Christian to understand why faith is a dishonest position. Isn't this what the fuck he does? Isn't this what the fucking flying man is all about? Right? We go through the flying man, and what does the Christian do? The Christian admits that if they had the same evidence that they had for the Bible, then it would be unreasonable to support the flying man. Which is what? Is that them there? No, it's Doug's way of basically calling out people and saying, you are not being consistent. If you had this evidence that you have over here for this claim over here, you would not advocate it, yet you continue to advocate it. That's exactly what the fuck Lina is saying. You know that this is not enough reason to go around claiming you believe something. On top of that, it damn sure ain't enough reason to go around telling other people they should believe it. And it, for fuck's sake, is damn sure not a reason to go around telling other people they should live under government policies determined by it. But all of a sudden, this shit is sit there and spit to you plain as fucking day. All I'm saying is, yes, they're being dishonest because they don't have sister. He knows this shit is right. He knows he agrees with this shit. Oh, but let me sit here and stroke my chin and Joe Rogan this bitch. Fuck out of here.
Conclusions.
Right.
Sorry,
yeah,
Gary.
no, you can have a scientist who.
Oh, okay. Cool, Jerome. You can define words differently. Your definition sucks. If you can't show it, you don't know it. Running around, how many Christians will literally tell you this? I know that I know that I know that I know that I know. All we're saying is, bro, you don't know. Boom, lie. Come on, let's not overcomplicate this.
Who can actually make mistakes.
Maybe I can help Jerome
how
real
to
quick.
interpret the data.
Because maybe he doesn't understand the ethical framework.
But that doesn't
it's
make
really
the
about the
scientist
consequences.
Lina, sorry, is that you now or you tape? This is so hard. Lina, are you there?
That's me now. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, okay.
I'm probably lagging now too.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Jerome, it's about the consequences, right? It doesn't matter if they're being, like, if they think they're being honest. It doesn't matter their intentions. What matters is their outcome. Yeah, I'm on the call. I'm listening back. I want to better myself, critique how I did and learn. So yeah, like we should consider this dishonesty. We should see it as a form of lying, not as bad perhaps as just straight up being intentionally deceitful. But the outcome is identical to it being intentionally deceitful. So I don't really care when it comes to how we need to address it.
And I think it goes one step further. I think if you know your reasons are not good enough reasons in a different situation, then you are in fact lying, right? Because in order for me to say somebody is, because I'm with you, Lina, right? The effect is you're deceiving people, right? That's what we're identifying. Now, we can have a whole big conversation about what your intents were and all of that, but the effect is you are, in fact, deceiving people. Now, I could hit you with a situation where, like the weather example I gave, where I'm not going to come back to the person and hit them with the, oh, well, you should have known better. But if it's just, you know, the magical wishful thinking person, I am going to say, well, you should have known better. And I am going to be pissed at that person. And I'm not willing to take that person out on good faith anymore. Because again, they wouldn't use that somewhere else and say it was okay. You know, they wouldn't think it was okay if they were going into an important meeting and they asked, oh, can you tell me what the boss said, you know, in the last meeting? I kind of forgot my notes or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then I just made some shit up, right? And then they looked like a jackass in a work meeting. And they said, and I came to them and they said, oh, well, that isn't what the boss said. I said, oh, well, that's what I wished he said. If he'd have said that, it would give me hope, meaning, and purpose. Right. In other words, if it's not okay to go off that type of information in any other area of life, if it would be considered lying and do that anywhere else, then I'm sorry, it's still lying. And this is again, to me, special pleading. We're basically just saying we have to change the definition of lying for religion. No, I'm not willing to do that. Now, here's where I'm willing to grant people pressure. It may be such that there's more social pressure to lie because of religion, and you know we can wax about, you know, whether or not people should in fact be dealing with that extra social pressure and how they respond to it, and but yeah, I just think it's flat out dishonest. All right, let's keep going.
Correct.
Y'all had a lot of conversation.
Right. And I'm not saying that that's dishonesty. What is dishonesty, or like the scientific community comes around. Correct.
Okay, the legs gain longer.
You're right. It does not make the scientists. It's awesome. I'm sorry. There's considerable lag.
Yeah, so refresh.
Yeah.
Refresh.
Jerome, I get that they think they have the right weather report, but the problem is they didn't go to an actual weather report.
You can just let it play. It's going to be a bit of...
Top left
lag issues.
Of your screen.
Yeah.
And you'll come right back in. Let's see if that's better.
Better?
I don't think it's...
Jerome, they may think that they have the right weather report.
I don't think it's going to work because of the lag. But before you go, can you...
And I think they know that. Or at least a lot of them.
False. Today.
Exactly. And all you got to do to prove it is put a Muslim in the room. Put a different Christian in the room. And you know what I mean? And I don't know. I think some people in our community just lean to that side, and that's their way of showing it. But me, I don't.
That we should... Oh, today?
Or anytime.
I put in the chat. Somewhere I said like that was objectively false. I just put it in the chat.
Okay.
I think it was your point about like climate change, like how there is not how like man-made climate change is not having any effects.
I never said that.
You said if all like of human influence on the climate just went away overnight, essentially. I think that was what you're trying to get at.
Yes, I said that if we were all to die tomorrow, including cows that give off methane.
Right. So all of human-made climate change, all of human-caused climate change.
No, I didn't even say that.
You're saying
the point of what I was saying was, and maybe this will clear it up, is that there's something called climate inertia, because it's a huge system and it's not going to just turn around on a dime. And so my point was that even if we were to emit 0 hydrocarbons forever, starting tomorrow, the climate would still warm. Now, for how long, nobody knows for sure. But some studies I've read is like hundreds of years. So that tells you that, sure, if you're looking like thousands of years down the road, that what we do today might have an impact, but it's so tiny compared to what's already been done.
Guys, I don't even know how Lina could get through this. This is infuriatingly stupid. Number one, nobody fucking talk to me about how smart Doug is. I'm sorry. Like, if you talk to me about smart Doug is, I'm just telling you, you're going to piss me off. I'm not saying you're not entitled to your opinion. I just think that opinion fucking sucks, and it makes me angry when I hear it. And it also makes me think you don't respect intelligence enough. Because I think if you really respect intelligence, let's reserve our praise of people of great intelligence to the people who deserve it. I also hate people like Doug because Doug is more Sal than Rebecca. And what I mean by that is he's not just a fucking idiot. He's an idiot who won't shut up about how smart he is and his scientific background and his scientific education and his scientific worldview. And then he spits some anti-science fucking nonsense, which totally just happens to be conveniently the exact ignorance. His form of ignorance is right on script of the right-wing nuttery playbook. Oh, we've already fucked it up too bad, so why change now? Well, we've already fucked the earth up so much that even if we stopped fucking it up right now, shit would still keep getting worse. So why even try to make it better? I mean, because our impact is that more. Do you ever think that if our impact is that, how does that even make sense? Because if our impact was marginal, then the accumulation of said impact wouldn't be. In other words, the critical mass he's arguing is a result of our impact. So how can our impact be so marginal if our impact is already overwhelming? If we stop emitting, this is what I'm talking about. The number one person who doesn't think through Doug's thought experiments is Doug. If we stopped emitting carbons, whatever the fuck's blase flavonoids right the fuck now, and shit would still keep getting worse for hundreds of years as a result of all the bad shit that we've done, it means that our impact is so overwhelming to the system that stopping it wouldn't even reverse the cumulative effect of what we've done in the past. So how then is our impact marginal? Doesn't even make any sense. Now, what I feel going through my body and brain right now is the realization that I'm really probably maybe not going to be as useful as I hoped or thought at one point in conversations with these people. That might be for the rest of y'all. Y'all might be the missionaries of progress from now on. Because
and honestly, I have a lot of respect for that, because it's good to know when you just you're not cut out for handling the bullshit.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just not.
Someone's got to clean up the bullshit.
Yeah.
If you don't want to clean up the bullshit, that's not any.
I'm just not.
Skin off your care.
So they talked about. I think Uncle Bobby talked about this in sort of shifting voting demographics when I think it may have been him. But we're thinking about, let's say, or maybe I heard somewhere, but let's just say like there's a shift towards younger voters, right? And in the old shift, right, the old guard, right, is, let's just say, very anti-LGBT, right? They're against gay marriage. They're against, trans in the bathrooms, whatever, right? They're against boys and girls sports. Every fucking point on it, they're on some bullshit, right? And then the time started to change. And, mostly it went towards soft acceptance, right? The bullshit conservative paradigm, which deserved to go fuck itself and sit on a pencil and rotate from day one, was still the dominant paradigm. It's just, most of us, it reminds me of this movie. So we're watching this movie last night. Joel streamed it in Gather. See, that's why you got to get in Gather. And Gather, everybody's the star. So if I'm streaming some bullshit movies with MyronBot and people want to watch something else, they go to another private room and fucking watch something else. And wouldn't you know it, I might be like, that shit looks pretty good. I'm going to check that out with y'all. Leave MyronBot's ass where he is. So we're watching this movie about Guantanamo Bay, right? And they're torturing the prisoner. And, their job is to basically make this person's life hell, but make sure they don't kill themselves. So eventually, the lead protagonist, female, is just struggling with her role there because she just can't deal with this shit, and it's robbing her of her humanity to have to systematically dehumanize someone, right? But the thing is, it's like, that is a perfect example of when the dominant paradigm is still controlling, because it's wrong. And they have these beautiful conversations, like where I guess the prisoner is basically saying, "Oh yeah, you give me, you feed me, or you let me out of my cage or whatever, but you never had the right to rule over my life like this anyway. And I'm not even living. You're controlling my life. This is your life. This is the life you want." Right? But the thing is, she's the oddball. And she's stressed the fuck out. She's going through a traumatic experience. Because she's forced to traumatize somebody else, and everybody else around it is just acting like the shit is all good. And that's what the fuck happened to us with LGBT issues. It went to a point where we were all still there watching their dehumanization, knowing they can't get married, knowing they didn't have the same rights, knowing they still getting made fun of, knowing they getting picked on, knowing they're literally getting assaulted and beat up. Motherfuckers my age, you know somebody LGBT that got their ass whooped because of it. And you're lucky if you don't know somebody who was fucking killed or dragged behind a fucking truck because of it. But you definitely know stories of people who were. So did we have some fucking LGBT revolution? No. Most of us just quietly and passively did what we could do to make the lives of the LGBT fam that we knew and have in our own lives more comfortable, to support them, to let them know they were 100% good to go with us. And, you know, anytime we could stick up for them or speak up for them, you know, more and more of us started to, right? But it was a long way away from even what it is now. And over time, it just shifted to, okay, well, now we all want to have a fucking conversation. So then we went through the conversation fucking period, where now all of a sudden we're sitting around talking about the LGBT and, you know, having these open dialogues, and everybody wants to state their opinions, and the Christians are coming around and they're stating why, you know, they think it's so important to protect their religious freedom, and God defined marriage, and God says a man and a woman, and, you know, they don't want you know, 45-year-old men in wigs in the mall bathroom at the Auntie Anne's with their little girls and all of this bullshit, right? And even now, what? We're still having the fucking conversation. And I hate to say this, if you're in a position of privilege, like, you know, you're not a poor person and you're white, you got that white privilege. Let me tell you something. Other people's shit is always a fucking conversation to you. So something I was thinking about the other day that pissed me off. If you're in a position of privilege, LGBT is a fucking conversation. As a man, misogyny and feminism, that's a fucking conversation to me. Right? I want to say the right things. I want to fucking do the right. I want to have the right opinions. I want to, right? To women, to non-male persons, it's a fucking everyday threat to their reality. Every time they step out that fucking door, they are worried about what people with penises might actually do to them. People with penises are a threat to their sexual autonomy, a threat to their fucking career progress, a perpetual threat to their safety, a perpetual source of humiliation, a perpetual source of dehumanization. But to me, since I have a dick, it's a fucking conversation. That's how privilege fucking operates. So if you're white, when we quote unquote talk about race, to you, fucking conversation. To us, everyday threat to our fucking lives. And so what the conversation has become is, let's talk about the new electorate. The new electorate is filled with young people, even younger than millennials. And while millennials are trying to have a conversation, Gen Z and younger is like, why the fuck are we having this conversation? And the older I get, you know, they say you get older, you get conservative. Yeah, I think like everything else, that's some conservative bullshit. It's a fucking lie. If you give a fuck about other people, you grow more compassionate as you get older. So it just, I'm becoming more on the side of, no, we're just not even going to have this conversation anymore. And if you say the wrong shit to me, I just think you deserve to get your ass whooped, or for there to be fucking consequences until your ass gets on script. I no longer give a fuck about the understanding of privileged people. I really don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Because all I hear is privileged people saying, well, it doesn't make sense to me. And until it makes sense to me, and until I'm on board with it, we can't do it. The world cannot change. There cannot be progress until I'm convinced that we really need change. And I'm like, you know what? Dr. Bundy no longer gives any fucks what anybody else gives a shit or thinks. I don't care. So I'm more becoming a fundamentalist fucking progressive. Why are we having these fucking conversations? And I'm just at a point where I want to be in community and grow and do what we got to do for the people who know what time it is. And the rest of these fuck faces, we need to just bring the heel. Because to them, it's always going to be a conversation. And they're always going to, you know, sit there with their fucking stroking their chins, smoking their cigars, philosophizing about why the rest of us just haven't quite been able to meet their bar of convincing them yet. And I don't know how y'all do it.
Yeah, see, I think this is actually a great example.
That's Lina. Sorry, I was cutting her off. Cutting them off.
And doing this sort of narrative construction that you do, where you don't actually say any of the things that you just said to me now when you present your little statements.
So it's not that I
right, and so the way that a right wing person interprets what you said is that man-made climate change is negligent, right? That if we weren't around, if we weren't doing the sorts of oil drilling that we're doing or oil usage that we're using, that we wouldn't have the sorts of detrimental effects that we're facing.
No, I see.
Right, so you make a technically true statement,
right,
which doesn't specify how warm or how long.
Okay, Lina,
it completely sidetracks the entire relevant conversation.
Lina, I asked you for an example.
Man-made climate change.
I know there's a lag, but I asked you for an example of something that I said that was false, and then now you just admit it's technically true.
No, it was false. Right? No, it was. If you say warming and just take it as a general, the climate is warming, then it's true. But if you take it in any technical sense with regard to man-made climate change, then it's false. Right? Because we would not be warming from man-made climate change at that point, we'd be cooling. So you have to be specific in your wording to say whether it's true or not. It's true in a general regard, it's false in the specific regard that matters when we're talking about the political issues that's controversial.
Okay, when you say
so this is the way that you manipulate the conversation, because you know what the real issue is. You know that the issue is about policies regarding.
Go ahead.
I didn't put it very succinctly.
Sorry, I was looking at some of YouTube Punk's comments. I feel like that's always true, and it is. It's like reminds me of relationships where it's like it's good to reflect on the relationship and think about what you could have done better, but you've got to stop when you realize the other person fucked up too, and they put you in a lot of those positions. And so I sort of meant what I said earlier, and to bring it back around, it's like I said it for a reason. I don't think Doug's a good faith actor. Right? So your criticism of yourself in these situations, to me, has to be limited to like 10 or 15% at most, right? Because I'm only going to take so much useful going forward about my conversations with most people, because most people, I think, are good faith actors. So, you know what I mean? It's like you can't be too hard on yourself because you're dealing with somebody who's trying to trip you up. Right? So then when you're like, I didn't say that the best. Well, yeah, that's because the person you're talking to isn't trying to like genuinely understand you, be reasonable, or be like an actually decent human being in this conversation. They're like, oh, hey, Lina, I'm so glad you came on to talk to me. Right? And that's what I'm saying. That's what I think we need to stop doing too. We need to stop doing this thing. You called because you disagree with Doug, which you're probably mostly interested in calling and talking to about disagreeing, because your community's kind of pissed off at Doug right now. Right? And Doug's whole channel exists to take people like you and throw them all the way under the bus. which is why I think we need to stop with these love fest type conversations, because it puts us on this kind of weird footing, because it frames a conversation all nice and productive and constructively, and then it makes you think, oh, I've got to do my best in these conversations, and I've got to bring my best rhetorical, how to win friends and influence people tactics out, because I want to make the world better and build bridges of love and understanding. It's like, no, this person is here to fucking sabotage you. Sabotaging people like you is what they're all about. So you got to remember that first. It's like part of the reason your offense didn't work was because the other team was playing fucking defense.
How much does climate change matter to you?
But giving the fact of the environment and just the natural ecosystem fluctuating in temperature completely sidetracked.
I want to answer that question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This is like the most important political topic there is. Nothing else in politics really matters except for solving the biggest problems that face humanity, right? And this is like the biggest. And he's gonna relate it to Christians at some point. I don't know if we already passed that or not. But I think that speaks to just how much Doug is an apologist and just how problematic what he does is, and the kind of content that he makes, how dangerous it is because you're comparing the most important crisis that we're facing, that's a scientific fact, and the pretty much history-long tradition of declaring the end times. And it's just, it speaks to the dishonesty of faith and religion that I was trying to talk about. It speaks to the apathy that he just imbues and his community imbues. I was just looking at that you had up earlier of like the live chat, and how like the one comment's like, oh, okay, so it's gonna warm, and so there's not really anything to do about it. And it's like, no, that's not the attitude that any of us should be having. The attitude we should all be having is this is a
existential crisis
that we need to immediately address.
Absolutely. But see, it's wrapped into their true selfishness, conservatives. Hey.
Right. So he's going to sit there and say, you think I'm murdering people? And the truth is, I can't put a number on it. No one can say, but like, yeah, I think he does have some blood on his hands for contributing to the right-wing media and contributing to climate change apathy in general and non-progressive ways to address it. And obscures the relevant data.
Ugh, you said so.
Right, because there is relevant data. There is man-made climate change. It is having a negative
effect. Lina, you need to talk in shorter sentences because we have a lag, okay? So you can't ramble on for a long time because it's not going to work.
All right, I'm just going to let it roll. Let's just say that bothered me. I think there's good reason it bothered me beyond me just being a bulldog who wants to choke people out for disrespecting Lina in public. But we're just going to keep it going for time. Oh, man.
Go ahead. There's nothing, you've admitted there's nothing I said that was false. It's more that I'm presenting a narrative that I think says that climate change doesn't matter. That's what you're concerned about.
No, it is false. No, because of your careless language. And even if it's this. Yes.
And this is where he goes to. I want to say something that's, he likes to say something that is a fact, right? In this case, it's the we could stop now and the climate would keep warming, right? Which he knows exactly where that goes, right? And then he wants to play, well, I'm just asking questions, or in this case, Doug's thing is more, I'm just stating facts. And then when you directly cut him off, you head him off at the pass, Doug, I know exactly where that goes. And let's, for the benefit of your fucking audience and your silly ass fucking game, Doug, Lina, like the rest of us, clearly draws out for you where this goes and what the problems are. What does he do? Hard U-turn, K-turn, or whatever the fuck twisted game we get to turn us around here, and goes, well, no. I was just saying something that's true. So are you saying that there are just certain truths that shouldn't be shared? Are there just certain things that are just they're just so bad? They're just behind the veil of something. Pinecreek persecution complex.
The dishonesty, right? This is
totally
the problem.
Dishonest.
You can't make these kind of statements where it's technically true in the broad sense that's not relevant.
Again, I'll ask you, what did I say that is false?
You said that the planet would continue to warm.
And you think that's false?
Man,
with
I certainly
respect
don't
to
know that
man-made
it's true.
climate change, yes.
So you think, okay, now this is a falsifiable thing.
Lena, are you typing?
And I admit I could be wrong about this.
But
if I brought up a scientific article right now and showed you that if there was no humans, if we all died tomorrow, that the climate would still warm up, would you change your mind on that? And say, Doug, what you said is actually true?
Yeah, but you want to know why I know that's not going to happen?
No.
Because all of the science experts are pushing to cause climate change. So why would they be trying to reduce human-caused climate change?
I don't think we're understanding each other.
If it's negligent.
No, let me rephrase. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Can you repeat back to me what I'm saying?
Doug, you said our effect is negligible. It isn't fucking negligible. It's the whole fucking problem. And again, I don't really give a fuck what one paper or according to what you read, I don't give a shit. And neither should anybody. What do we care about? The consensus of science opinion. Go ahead, Lena. Sorry.
Well, there's this angle in climate apathy that's like, oh, well, yeah, okay, it's a thing, and we, like, fucked the planet. But it's too late, and, like, even if we stop drilling and doing everything, like, we've already set off, the warming that's going to happen.
It's quote unquote too late, and it basically says, I don't think we'll bring human-induced Armageddon in my lifetime, so it's a problem for humans, not me, is what I hear in that attitude. And
yeah, it's just like this kind of tempting fate, let's see how far we can push the ecosystem before it irreversibly collapses. And I'm just trying to not God like that. I'm trying to be conservative.
Doug has earned his place back in word wrestling entertainment. I deleted the Doug character I had because I just didn't even want to look at him, but I'm going to have to recreate him in the game just so I can vicariously. Y'all know what it is. I need to whoop Doug's ass in one form or another. Oh my goodness, this is so difficult.
You're saying the planet's gonna warm regardless.
And
all of the scientists are right, and all of the scientists are saying yes, but the warming that we're doing is significant and matters and needs to be addressed. And you bringing up your true statement. And this actually ties right back to the thing that Jay was saying, right? It's not about the facts. It's about how you say it, the context, the narrative.
Okay, but Jay,
it's not about the facts. It's about the hype.
Lina, ask me, Doug, do you believe that if we keep putting hydrocarbons in the air that things will get worse? Ask me.
That's not the relevant question, but sure.
Well, that's what you just said, that you're making it sound like it's no big deal. Yes, the more hydrocarbons you put in, it's a greenhouse gas, the more heat it will retain. I admit this.
Well, the
So again, why are we
support
having this conversation?
progressive climate action?
See, now we've gone from the facts, if something is true or not true, technically true or just not fully expound.
Okay, let me give you guys an example. Let me try. I want to be careful here, just for sensitivity reasons. If you decide that you would like to go on a diet and start exercising, you will find that you still have trouble controlling your urges to eat. As a matter of fact, you will find that as you start to work out and go to the gym regularly, that not only will you still be over whatever your desired, BMI or weight or physical ability is, everything will be super hard. What might feel, like a medium strenuous activity for me to put in a pretty good, let's say jogger's pace for 30 minutes on an elliptical or a stationary bike, you might not even be able to do that. You might be tapped out after 5 slow minutes. Now, does anybody think it is worth your time to go on a fucking stream and decide to have a conversation where, hey, did you guys know that technically speaking, when you first start to diet and exercise, it's going to be a long time before you actually can get within your desired, weight range and physical activity level. And some people may never even get there, ever. And you're still going to be stashing cookies for months to come. Mm-hmm. Did you go to the Olive Garden this weekend? Did you have that pasta? Did you have that? And those breadsticks? Right? So let's have a stream about whether or not you should even diet at all. Right? This is what he's arguing. This is how stupid his argument is. And everybody would recognize how stupid that argument is. But why do people keep wanting to tell me how smart Doug is? He's literally telling us if we stopped fucking over the planet every single fucking day, shit would still be getting worse for a while. Yeah, that just means we fucked it up real bad. So this is like the COVID shit, right? Flatten the curve. Remember flatten the curve, Doug? What was flatten the curve about? Right? It was about we can't make the shit go away, but let's stop the fucking exponential growth in people dying. Right? Because if we flatten the curve, what is flattening the curve? It means saving fucking lives, you piece of shit. So if we could fucking flatten the curve on climate change, I don't know, save some fucking lives and entire ecosystems, buy ourselves a couple extra centuries for our fucking descendants to figure out the fucking blase and the glavinoids with the technological revolutions that we need to do to get up off this bitch. So that maybe the futures of the futures of the futures actually have more futures than they would otherwise. But all of a sudden, this scientific ass motherfucker doesn't understand the notion of trajectories and shit. Go ahead, Lina. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's not just that the coasts are going to be underwater. It's the societal collapse that the whole thing's going to cause, right? It's not just coastal problems. It's not just problems with ecosystems dying. It's going to be the fascism that comes with massive migration movements that we're already starting to see. It's going to be like late stage capitalism, going to be increasing disparity between the rich and the poor. Like if we can't tackle this massive crisis in relation to all the other problems that we're facing. It's just it could be the end of civilization. That is the apocalypse scenario, and I don't think I'm being religious in any sense.
But they're all about that shit. Because the Bible promises them it's coming. And I never forget that shit, which is why I kind of ignore the right wing on this shit anyway. Because I never forget that their whole vision is about the apocalypse. I think they want it. And in the end, they get to tell us, ha ha, I told you so. Wouldn't it be the spectacle of all spectacles if it actually did happen in their lifetimes? Again, because as long as it's a fucking conversation, right? Right? It's an interesting conversation, right? When you pull up at the water cooler. Hey, Lina, did you hear about that fucking wildfire in California? Wasn't that shit crazy? Yeah, I heard it was done by some Jewish space lasers. That's a fun-ass conversation, isn't it? Oh, man, you hear about that war in Ukraine? Oh, man, that's got to suck. Can you imagine? You're just chilling at home one day, and then they start shelling your fucking child's third elementary school. Yeah, man, that's some fucking wild shit, man. That's like some Call of Duty shit in real life. Right? When you're in that position of privilege, everything's a fucking conversation. It ain't a fucking conversation to these people who are really going through this. It won't be a conversation to our descendants.
That's what this is.
That's all this is for them.
That's why I like Doug. That's why I said that I liked his content at the start, is because what I enjoyed about Doug was laughing at the people getting caught up and whatever. So it's, yeah, I think my whole perspective is kind of shifted on Doug.
Yeah, I mean, for me though, I just think I don't care anymore. I'm just over it, and I don't find them entertaining. Right, like. I'm a person who can pretty much only tolerate Joe Rogan when he's calling UFC events. Issues. Yeah, we do, and so I just want them out. I just want them out the way. They're enemies.
We have to do that somehow.
Yeah, we got to take our enemies out. That's what I'm saying. So for me, again, I'm gonna stick with nonviolent revolution. Delete your fucking channel. Right? Like, I don't see...
Yeah, but he's not going to do that.
Yeah, no. But you know what else he's not going to do? Become a more reasonable person. So...
Yeah, I think that's the thing we have to suss out.
He's an enemy. No, I don't... There's no sussing this out. I think for me, Doug is target practice. This is what you're doing. You got yourself... This is a scrimmage, Lina. You've been practicing... You've been working on your jump shot in the gym. You've been scrimmaging against your team. No, now we're gonna go live. We're gonna throw you in against the other team. But under no circumstances are they anything other than fuckfaces who are trying to, defeat you. Like this just is what it is. Again, I'm very animal scientist on this. People are animals, and even progressive and liberals, I think, forget that. And we just don't live in that nice, friendly world where we're going to be able to win everybody over to our side. Every once in a while, when people coming over the hill with the torches, they do, in fact, intend to do us harm, and convincing them is not possible. It's going to be us or them. It's time to roll.
We're going from
the facts.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Oh, wait.
That was in hypothesis.
Yeah, I got it.
Or not the hypothesis. We're going from the facts to the evidence, from the evidence to the theory, and from our theories to applicable politics.
Lina, to answer your question, I'm not alarmist. So I would not support, because you use the word progressive, in that
I'm all about the tribalism, y'all. I love Fett and Mully's comment. Dangerous tribalism gets us nothing good. Too late for that, bro. You think I give a fuck? I'm not. You got to go somewhere else with that. I'm not one of them fucking soft ass lefties and come up in here and talking to me about how dangerous tribalism is. Like I said, did you hear? Pay attention to the example. I said when they come over the hill with torches and they intend to do us harm, it's us versus them, and it's time to fucking roll. That's what this situation is. Tribalism just is. And y'all need to stop shitting on over tribalism because you sound stupid and simple-minded. Sorry, Jay's just in the mood today. I got Doug in front of me. I'm good. I ain't going mince words today, y'all. Fenton Mully. Well, I have to be honest. Fenton Mully really sounds like a fucking idiot to me, but because I know they're a fucking right wing total tard. But this is the shit. It's always blame us for the tribalism when we're the tribe being attacked. No, take it to the people who are coming over the hill with the torches. Go ahead.
Yeah, if someone says that progressive climate change policies is alarmism, they're coming over the hill with torches, in my opinion. Like they are actively contributing to the death of the planet.
I'll take it further than that. They've been over the hill. They started out at the fucking perimeter. They've been burning their way to the center of the fucking village. It's time to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say with this stuff, and it's the same thing that we're going to get into with the transgender issues, and what I call the trans genocide that the right is waging. And all my talking points, I mean, it's mostly like stuff that I hear from Vosh and the other left wing content creators. I agree with it all from my like worldview and perspective, having deconverted. But like I don't think I'm being an alarmist in any regards to any of this stuff. I just think left-wing politics is this unpopular in America.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's like character assassination. We know exactly what is going on, and then it's like they want to guilt trip us into the passivity necessary so that we won't oppose them. But that's what it is, right? It's what do the Republicans want to do? Filibuster everything, gerrymander, take your voting rights, take your reproductive rights, coup if they don't win, claim the elections were stolen. They just are the enemies of social progress on every issue, right? And then what happens as soon as you get in power? Why aren't you reaching across the aisle? Whoa, why is everyone so divided? Nah. When you had control, when y'all had control of the game, when y'all had the strongest cards, we saw how you played your hand. When we get the strongest cards, you're fucked.
Automatically makes me think about certain things. So I would not support progressive things to combat climate change. Now, is that factually false or true? It's not. It's an opinion, right? It's a value statement.
Correct. Yeah, and I would say it's a bad narrative. It's not good. We need to.
And that's your opinion.
Climate change. So.
And I could say that certain progressive tactics or things done to fight global warming or climate change is also bad.
Okay.
So then we just agree to disagree.
So do you see how you? Okay. Do you see how you?
Just so.
I was trying to let him dumb down. Can we address what happened though? Because you.
Sure.
I just wanted him to double down on his nonsense. I wanted to, and then he went into some ridiculousness. This is going to be good.
All right, roll the tape. Yeah,
roll the tape. Provided a technically true statement that was, in my opinion, deliberately deceptive.
In what way is it deceptive?
The planet's going to keep warming because. Again, it's
I stated a fact.
A dismissal of the relevant facts with respect to policy, with respect to
I guess I got frustrated.
The larger theories about climate action.
See, there's a person in the live stream.
The fact that the planet's going to warm, regardless of human.
We already talked about this.
Action is irrelevant to climate action. It's irrelevant to the entire
important conversation about climate action.
I want to give an analogy.
It's not an important fact.
I want to give an analogy why I think you and
Just like the Democrats.
Hang on, this is pause the tape. This is also why he's accused of the Mott Bailey, because again, let's just say the mundane is the if we stop now, things still get worse. Which I got to be honest with you, Doug has a shitty reputation with me. I don't believe shit that comes out his mouth, especially his opinions, until I see it, because it takes some. I don't want to take credit for this, but it takes work to be this wrong on everything. So it means you're deep in your playbook. So people who are in their bag they're never going to play you square, and you're an idiot to think they would. So I totally think, since we now know Doug is really an apologist, that Doug going to do what apologists do, which is cherry pick literature, cite sources out of context. I highly doubt if we read this paper even where the person says, or wherever fact he gets, right, wherever he gets this fact from, right, which again, I highly question it, right, because it'd be the same thing. Like, it might be one, like, for instance, there's so much that could be wrong with it. It could show that it does still get worse for a while, but then it starts to, you see the longer term effect too, right, and he's probably just ignoring that. Or, like, what would be the actual conclusions of the researchers who did the experiment if you read the paper? Would it be what Doug is saying? Absolutely fucking not. If it even, you know what I mean? And so all of this to me is questionable, because here's the other thing we know about people like this type of fuckface, and this is how easy they are to deal with. This is why they're so easy to deal with most of the time. Because if they have the goods, they show them to you. You know what I mean? The type of ego that you're dealing with on the other side, you think they'd be able to prove positive on air, pull some shit up in front of your face and shut you up right now, and they just don't do it? Fuck out of here. See, like, he's so used to people just, giving him that Doug authority. If he says he's got a good source, or according to what he's seen, or according to what he's read, people just give it to him. And that's a fine conversational tactic. I personally can't stand a conversation with people that are going to sit here and play a pissing match with citations and pulling up papers and, giving us a bibliography for everything they say. So it is a necessary thing that has to happen, just to have a free-flowing, conversation. But again, what are their tactics? To take advantage of all the social graces necessary in everyday life. So of course they abuse the situation.
Lina, you have to keep it short.
Whatever it was.
You have to keep it short, okay? I'm going to give a quick analogy.
Sorry, I was just referencing another example.
I want to give a quick analogy of where I think you're coming from and why we're not seeing eye to eye. And that is, my wife sometimes wants me not only to agree with her, but to emote with her, to feel with her, to understand her, right? It's a very human thing.
Yeah, it's a great attitude,
and I
Harley's
think that's
Quinn.
What you're doing right now. You're
I don't
saying,
even trust the
Doug,
author.
What you're saying is true.
I just want to pause the tape right there, because that's a point near and dear to my heart, Harley's Quinn. I actually always teach my students that their BS meter should be on when they read papers, and it's one of the things I really try to disillusion my students of in my class. Which is why it was so funny. You guys, people really liked it when, the Gustick Gibbon video that people saw, where I was arguing with LPP, and I said to him, I don't give a fuck what other evolutionary biologists say, because it's my job to tell other evolutionary biologists that they're wrong. I meant that, and we all mean that. It's why you get a PhD in a field, so that you learn, what it really takes to do work in that field. So you get in that field and you contribute some new ideas, so that your ideas can help, clear the air, or point to further work that needs to be done. We all hope that, we're all the field of ideas. But anyway, like, it's really important to the way we make our living that we're incredibly critical of what we read. And so it's a really great point to bring up, because it actually says the situation is deeper than even what I'm saying. It truly is more than just saying a person can't just say to you, that they've got sources or that they've read something or that they got it from some scientific paper, because you'd have no idea what the fuck that means. It also means even if they pull it up and flash it in front of you and show you, and again, that might be all they need to do they can do for convenience. I'm not saying that you should bring this up because you would reasonably be an asshole. Like if you have no reason to think I misrepresent sources and you and I are having a conversation, right? It's unreasonable for you to like sit there and be like, well, I'm not going to accept anything you say until I read through every single paper you mention. Like that's not okay. But you just have to know how to, have your conversations, but keep those type of contingencies and realities in mind. And when it is critical information, especially something like this, where somebody's making quite a controversial thing here, right? Why do we say that? Because again, we know what the scientific consensus is. The scientific consensus is almost uniformly like radical, all hands on deck. We really need a comprehensive, all sectors of society, first world nations through fifth world nations, global north, south, east, and west effort to address the existential threat facing all of us in the very real documentary version of Don't Look Up, which is our current realities. And so, yeah, all of our Rudolph the motherfucking red-nosed reindeer fucking noses should be fucking bam, 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 alert going off when some fucking right-wing supertard starts to tell us, no, I read this scientific thing and it suggested that us, even just radically going to zero emissions tomorrow would have a marginal impact on the trajectory of climate change, so why bother? But again, he didn't say that part. But he did, right? And that's the issue. He did say that. He said our impact would be marginal. And that's the problematic claim. But what does Doug defend? The rather plain claim that if we stop now, things would still continue to get worse. That is the textbook Mott and Bailey. A technique Doug gets called out for over and over and over again. What do we call people who just ignore what the fuck is really going on just so they can use their same technique over and over and over again to defend points that are bullshit to begin with? Ding, ding, ding. Fuckface apologist.
I think I agree with you about your statement. However, you're not emoting. You're not giving us the sense that you care about something as much as I do. Am I wrong?
No, it's that you're providing facts that are, like I said, intentionally obscuring the real issue. You're intentionally providing facts that don't address climate change with regards to our involvement, our efforts to save human lives. Because even if you were right,
yeah, Sean, what's your what's your thing on Discord?
Climate change really mattered. Like there was no human.
Sorry, where did I get you? I gotta have you on Discord, right, Sean? Because I sent you the other one, or did we send it to you in Gather? That's weird. But yes, shoot me a message on Discord and I'll send you the link and password to the church.
Made climate change.
I never said
we
that.
We still need to address the climate. Right, I know, but that's kind of the narrative that you're.
We still need to address
technically what? True fact falls in with. This is the dog whistling.
Sean, if you send me an email real quick, there's an email I'll send you. It actually has all of the links and passwords to the gathers. We have a bunch of them. It's just that the cafe is the only one that we use for the public that doesn't have a link and password, and then the rest of them are members only. So we sent you the first one, which is the ranch, and I'll send you the rest of them. I just didn't want to overwhelm you with a bunch of links.
It's still an issue we need to address. We still need to address climate change, right? The fact that the
why
coastal regions are going to be underwater, and that the vast majority of the third world population is going to be at threat of extinction is like the greatest humanitarian crisis the planet's ever faced.
Let's say the world doesn't agree with you, and the world just keeps going like it has been. The last 20 years will look like the next 20 years, or in the next 40 years, and so forth. How long do you think we got left?
Mm-hmm. Well, according to MIT's latest prediction, we've got like 40 years.
40 years, and then what happens?
But I don't necessarily trust their predictions. I don't have a date on it. I'm not a climate expert.
What do your intuitions say?
If you listen to the expert consensus, which is far better than my intuitions, they'll tell you that this is the most severe humanitarian crisis in human history.
But how long do we have left, in your opinion? Like, if we don't do anything.
There's different models. Do you want me to pull up like the latest? We can Google it right now.
Well, if you don't have an answer, you don't
know. Crisis estimate.
Like, this is also disingenuous. So here's another thing that is a tactic. It's just this unreasonable expectation of information from your interlocutor. So one way Doug does this all the time is quote me. Show me the exact day in stream. First he'll try to start with well, if it wasn't today or whatever, right? Y'all all have seen that. Well, did I say that today? So that's one out for whatever bullshit.
He did that. I don't know if you missed it. He
did. I saw it. And then another one, if you make it through that filter, is well, can you show me the stream where I said that? Like, it's like a timestamp, right? So then you're going, well, Doug, I've heard you say this or that, and then it's like he doesn't have to acknowledge or deal with what he said if you can't prove to him, that he actually said it. And again, is there some reasonableness to, like, somebody calls on me and says, yo, Jay, you said, like, you love the KKK and you're all about, whacking off to, elephant dung. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm going to need a little bit of evidence that I actually said that, right? Of course. But it's wholly unreasonable when you do this all the time with things everybody knows and has heard you say, which things that are clearly reflective of your stances and opinions that have been reflected consistently and, the number of ways that you go about saying things. And so it's unreasonable to ask a consumer of you. It's like you meet an author and you're like, oh, I really love the way you wrote this passage. You're like, oh, well, if you can't, what? Well, if you can't point to me what chapter and page that was. You're like, well, I read it one time. Fuck. Come on. It's just totally ridiculous, right? And this is another thing, right? Which is funny because, again, they show you their hand. It's so funny because I think Doug's probably really good at poker. I know Doug's good at. I believe that because people say Doug's really good at poker. Now I gotta judge that on a curve, right? Because I think people suck off Doug in ways that are unreasonable. So I'm sure it's a little flowered. But I respect the man's game, and I'm sure that's he plays that game well. But he ain't got much of a poker face when it comes to his content. And so it's sometimes the way you choose to go about these things that reveals your hand. Perfect example of this is when you start asking somebody for chapter and verse from your streams, it's not you denying that thing or what you feel, right? If somebody says to me, "Oh, Jay, yeah, I heard the stream where you said, you love KKK, et cetera," I'm gonna be like, "No, I didn't say that." Right, just flat out like, "No, I didn't say that." And obvious, and they're like, "No, well, no, you did," blah blah blah. I'm like, "Whoa, well, I'm sorry if I misspoke, or maybe you heard a clip that somebody made out of context, or maybe I used that, like in this case, as an example, and then somebody clipped it without, the context to understand that it was an example. But let me state right here, right now, unequivocally, anybody that isn't anti-racism is part of the problem and can all the way go fuck themselves, right? And if you even, are any sort of white supremacist organization, I'm happy to say today, tomorrow, and twice on Sunday that you can go fuck yourself always and forever, right? Because that is how you demonstrate your allyship and being on the correct side of history. Now, when somebody hits you with something problematic you say or did, and you're like, well, pictures or it didn't happen, right? Like, we're like, I noticed you didn't just flat out deny or clarify that you do, in fact, you know what I'm saying, that you are, in fact, And so, again, here's why I don't deal with the fuck faces like this. Because what I hear in all of this is just a total missed opportunity to be a fucking ally. And I can no longer just ignore. It's like James Apperson says about when you got somebody racist in your community and, or somebody problematic in your community, and everybody, you got certain friends who cut them off, like we cut them off, and you got certain people who still ride with them, and it's like, okay, so I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker. And it's the same type of thing here, where I noticed what you didn't do for people. Let me talk about it like this. Let's take our channel as an example, right? Why didn't Doug ever just casually mention or promote things going on my channel, or a hot program, or my One Black Friends channel? Certainly even like Derek, like, why? And again, like, everybody had their preference in terms of other people promoting themselves on your show, self-promotion, blah, 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 blah. This isn't about any of that. It's about, if you call people friends on air, why would you not do a thing it seems obvious for friends to do for friends? So it isn't that people, like, think you're obligated to do that. They just think it's weird. Right? So
I don't want to talk about Nathan too much. I'm wondering if that's where he's at with the whole thing. I don't know, because he says he's conservative according to UK politics, which in my mind is like pretty far liberal. But I don't know.
He needs to be more Jimmy Kimmel, less Adam Carolla. Yeah, he gets pissed about it, right? And again, to me, it's not even about like, give me a sec here, gang, because I'm actually, you know what? Yeah, well, let me just say this, and then I got to get to it. Sean, I'm actually sending you an email, bro. I just had to, pull up off screen for a sec. So give me a sec, but let me wrap on this real quick, and then I'll play the tape. It's not that I feel somebody's obligated to do that. You just notice who does and you notice who doesn't. And you think about it in somebody's like Doug's situation, it really actually makes a difference. Like, for instance, you guys see how much the Paula helped Uncle Bobby appearance, right? Uncle Bobby has just been grinding all the way up to like 700 plus people, right? He went on Apologia, his subs, he got over monetization and his subs doubled, damn near overnight. One show. So think about how much help, like I had the same thing happen with Gustick Gibbon. Like I got so many subs off the Gustick Gibbon show. And the funny thing is, she didn't even mention the channel because she didn't know the channel name at the time. Said she felt bad about it. It would have been a game changer if she actually on the video said, go subscribe to Pocket Locker 86. Makes that much of a difference. And somebody like Doug, I'm sure, is quite aware of that. And if you mention you got black friends and I'm the first name out your mouth, but you never do anything to help me out or even just pop up on the show to say what's up until after we have a falling out, that's not a good look.
Do you have a clip of that? I want a clip of that.
Oh, I'm sure there's a clip of it somewhere. I don't remember. Yeah, it's somewhere. It's the same. We did a hot program that day.
If someone
it's
could
on
do
a Sunday.
something.
It's on the hot program channel, so it's easy to find on the hot program channel. Boom, that should help somebody. It was only like 1 or 2 Sundays ago, so it wasn't last Sunday. It's probably the Sunday before last. So if not even me, the second name out your mouth was on one black friend. Why not do it for him? And then with all of these other things, right? It's like, I'll give you guys another perfect example. When he made a stream that day, it was funny because we were shitting on him on the stream, and then he made a stream about us shitting on him the day before. It was great. But while he was making that stream, I heard a little clip of it or something later. I haven't watched the whole that thing, but I did see a little part of it. He played all offended that I spoke about, the fact that he's clearly identified the fact that his wife doesn't really identify as African American like a lot of people, like black people in America do, and he basically tried to act like that was some kind of low blow, right? Now, this is the type of right-wing fuckery I mean, where you play victim of your own design. What on earth, y'all? Can anybody, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm actually keeping my cool, but this is the type of insulting shit that when a white person does some shit that, race and all that shit is just a conversation to them, it makes you actually want to slap a motherfucker in their face. For real. Because, see, I'm a real black person with all the rights and entitlement that do not come with that, right? And the life experience to show for it. So why on earth would I speak out and say that somebody else, brown skin, that lives in my same country, somehow has some kind of identity that is like not like us in the sense of being like the rest of the black people? Why would I say that? Is it because I just felt it in my heart of hearts? Is it because I telepathically reminisced on all of the early years of her not growing up in the United States and marrying Doug, and I just reflected on all of those times? Like, why on earth would I say that about a person I don't fucking know? What is that? Just like a random insult that I do? I have fucking you're not really black Tourette's or some shit? Where once in a while I see a dark or hear about a dark-skinned person and I just spontaneously deny their blackness? No. And nobody thinks that's reasonable. The only fucking reason that I could even have a thought like that anybody could have a thought like that or say some shit like that is because Doug opened his monkey ass mouth up and made it very clear that that was exactly the situation when it suited him. When he wanted to do what he normally does, which is throw people of color all the way under the bus to make a little point, he loves to talk about how, well, his wife isn't really like, she didn't really grow up in America and she doesn't really identify as African American with that culture and she's blah, 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 blah. How would I know that y'all have had that conversation unless you fucking told it on your motherfucking YouTube channel, you motherfucking disingenuous fuckface? Oh, I'm going to put my business all up out in the streets. And then when somebody mentions it as an example of how you going to, I can't be racist because my wife is chocolate, which is a problematic stance to begin with. And some shit real ones know way better than to say in public. Matter of fact, black people don't even say that shit. Somebody go roll to my black ass right the fuck now and say, Jay, you're being racist. And I'm like, oh, am I really? Like, could you tell me how? It's not like a fucking crime. It's not like they're telling me like I don't deserve to exist and I've they're just saying you probably just said something problematic. You may or may not even agree, but certainly possible. So why not hear a motherfucker out? What sense would that be like to be like, well, I'm black. Did you know all of my family members are black? Did you know I have black friends? I have had black lovers. I have voted for black people. Would you know? How could I be racist? What the fuck would that have to do with anything anyway? That's the most irrelevant fucking argument to a conversation about race that there could ever be. Which is why most people who are having the relevant conversations don't say that shit because, again, it's not just a conversation to them. So when the shit comes up, they don't say irrelevant shit to like squeeze their way out of their problematic behavior. So what people who say those things are actually doing is some shit that's very racially problematic to begin with. They're basically using their relationship with a black person as a shield to not be held accountable to their behavior that's problematic to that race. Which, here's the circle of life, and it shames us all, is dehumanizing to that fucking race. Do you see the connection now? You used your relationship with a brown-skinned person who you make very clear doesn't identify as a black person anyway. Use that as a shield to be like, I can't be held accountable to that shit, right? Then got offended when other people brought that up, which is itself some shit you should not do to people of color. Now, somebody tell me how much of a genius this man is, please. Because I'm really not seeing it.
I don't have an answer.
Okay.
But I am curious.
Wow. Imagine not knowing how much longer humanity has left. That's why I told you tactic. Unreasonable expectation. I mean, literally. Hey, Lina, while you're at it, I'd love to really hear you out on your opinions, but do you have a cure for cancer? Like, can you tell me how much longer the COVID pandemic is going to last? Because if not, I don't even know if I should even, take you that seriously. I mean, what kind of uninformed person, that doesn't have their facts together? ridiculous. All right, let me send this email out real quick.
Well, they're trying to get to net zero by 2050. I'm not.
No, my question
sure
is, let's say the whole world was to ignore the climate crisis, and we just start all driving Ford F-150s, burning diesel and gas, and all the vegans.
Here we go.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I found one. The Emissions Gap Report 2022 finds that the world must cut emissions by 45% to avoid global catastrophe. This is
by what year? Oh no, 40%.
In the chat.
40%, but then, if they don't cut it by 40%, it just says global catastrophe. Does it give a date?
Well, there's not one date. It's not like the end times.
Like, are we talking in the next 100 years?
I don't know how
because
long.
This is.
And again, why is this
falsifiable, right? This is what I love. When I talk to religious people, I ask them for markers that would change their mind. So if, let's say, we do not cut emissions by 40%, let's say we only cut it by 5%. And if this report says, well, then by the year, I don't know, 2100, 50% of the population will die. That's a great marker. But the problem is I'm going to be dead by then from old age. I wish it was sooner.
Man, I wish you didn't show your hand quite so easily, Doug. Again, boom, there it is. Is there any doubt? Did I not say this is what it's all about for people like them? It's beyond the scope of their existence, their personal lives, which we all know is all that matters. So without something that can really motivate them, without you really giving them that hook that they can really do something about this in their lifetime so that they can feel good about the payoff of whatever sacrifices you're asking them to make, which is hardly anything other than stop voting like a fucking tart. Again, here's the privilege part. I just don't know if I can get on board with any of this progress stuff because I just haven't been convinced that this is what it just nobody cares anymore. I'm totally with I'm just with I want to call it consequence culture. Let's term it that, consequence culture, where you just don't get to be a fucktard without people calling you out on it and then treating you like you're a fucktard. Let me do this. All right, Sean, I sent the email out to you. You can put them all in when you get a chance, and then you only have to put them in once, really. But for right now, you can just come to the one that says Church of the Flying Man, and we're in there, and there's a. Hang on, let me close my email. There is a. There's a tile right here. You can come stand here, and that'll put you on the stream. All right, I'm gonna let this play for a minute. Be right back.
So I could tell everybody I was right. When we're not. How old are you?
I mean, I'm 24.
24. When I was
24.
I wrote a paper on global warming when I was 19 as first year freshman college student. And you know what? There was people like you talking in 1989. It's year 2022.
Yeah, isn't that when the climate science first came out?
Yeah, it was a hot issue. And you would not believe the predictions they made back then. And almost every one of them was wrong.
I mean, like,
Did you do a study on all the predictions made by all the relevant?
Well, no, of course not,
climate
because
scientists?
there's predictions I'm not even aware of. But I did a paper on this. I wish I would have kept it. And there's like, and a lot of these predictions, to be fair, are made from stupid people who are not in the science. They're science reporters. They're not the actual scientists, because the actual the actual scientists don't know how to talk. But yeah, like
there is a serious problem of science communication. I'll agree with you there.
What I view some of the climate reporting out there very similar to the Christians who say Jesus is going to come back any day. You need to be prepared. You need to get ready.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah. One is based on what 99.7% of all of the relevant experts in the field say.
There's a difference
versus superstitious.
No. What I'm saying is there's a difference.
Supernaturalism.
The difference is that we can react. We can do things, right? And that's what you're saying. We should do things. But the difference between you and me is not the fact that the earth is getting warmer. We're not disagreeing about that. We disagree on what should be done, how much of it should be done, at what cost should it be done, and most importantly, what are the consequences if we don't? And I lean towards a non-alarmist. I don't have this doomsday outlook like some people do. In fact, I can make an argument that global warming, climate change, could be listen carefully, a net benefit to the world.
Yeah, that seems totally backwards to me.
I know that sounds like a shocking statement, but can you guess how global warming could be a net benefit to the world? Have you even thought about it?
I'm honestly thinking. You've got me stumped.
Well, think about it for 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of all the people who are going to die. I'm thinking of all the aggravated social instability that's going to progress. I'm thinking.
All right, gang. Cameron Bennett, this one is for you. All right, Cameron Bennett, let's get it. All right, everybody. Just for old time's sakes, man, give me a fucking joint, man. I need a fucking joint. Cheers, gang. Love all you. Lina, you are wonderful, beautiful, intelligent, all of the fucking tremendous friends. I already hate you. I want you to know that Mario Kart is going to ruin our relationship. I am so fortunate to have you in my life, but yeah, I'm getting ready for pretty much not enjoying the punishment of the Mario Kart. It's so fun to play against the computer and win. Winning is fun. I love winning. I want to win. And if I play against Lina, I'm not going to win. I will beat you in Mario Kart, Lina, one day. Before I die. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I would say one day
if I drop my phone like I just did.
If you drop your phone, yeah, I would say that I'll beat you in COD Mobile one day, but no. Mario Kart, I don't know. That's gonna be a tough one too. Trying to think. I need a game that's pretty much all chance. All right, guys. Cheers. Appreciate all y'all. Thanks so much for joining us. Let me spark up a new joint. Oh, I gotta get all the way right. Y'all, I'm going in on it. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, y'all. We're going in. Let's eat a gummy. We are about to do something that we are not going to get to do very much going forward. So this one is a Cameron Bennett special. Hang on. All right, here we go, y'all. Let's get this one mode. Everybody silence. I'm not even going to play any music. Here we go. Matter of fact, let me do this correctly. Go to my clock over here. All right, set my timer.
It's good timing because I gotta get ready for work pretty soon here.
Oh, do you?
We can do the other segment another time.
Oh no, I'm about to do the other segment.
Oh, we're doing it now. I got like.
Fuck yeah. We're about to.
I guess I can scramble to get ready for work. I probably have like a 45 minutes.
Oh, we don't. Yeah, that's plenty of time. All right, gang. So here we go. I have 10 seconds on the clock. Here's what we're gonna do. Cameron Bennett, this one's dedicated to you, Broham. I love you as well. Just for old time's sakes, let's set our hatred aside. We're gonna set our hatred of fuckface Doug aside. And in good faith, y'all, we are going to spend 10 seconds thinking about how climate change might be a net positive for humanity. All right, everybody, let's think about that again. Let's be very clear. We're going to think about how climate change might be a net benefit for humanity for 10 seconds, y'all. Enjoy this Pinecreek special thought experiment. All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, good. Is that done? Okay, here we go. Pinecreek Doug can go fuck himself. What the? So we're gonna pause the tape and we're gonna end this portion of the tape because this is exactly what we're talking about. At the end of the day, this man just wants to set the shit up so he can spew some weaponized right-wing fucking beyond the pale, beyond Tucker Carlson horse shit. Doug, we did what you didn't do, which is we thought about your thought experiment. Now, what should have happened is before you brought it up, before you went live, is your monkey ass should have thought through it yourself and realized you're a piece of shit if you think you're going to propose that shit on air. Well, global warming isn't going to affect me, so I'm going to be comfortable all of my days. So,
You're going to, as you get older, you're going to say to yourself, I really don't even care what this person thinks about me, as long as they don't physically hurt me. And I tell you, this is just my advice.
That feels like conservative, stoic kind of accept reality for what it is.
Well, you can take it or leave it, but this is my advice for you. And I actually think that if you take small baby steps to living your life this way, you will be.
Wait. No. All right, let's go into the segment. Here we go.
And so once you have that expectation that it's going to happen every day of your life,
sorry, I had to refresh.
Somebody who doesn't like you, they're going to hate you for even just you being there and not even saying a word sometimes. Once you have that expectation, you're going to, as you get older, you're going to say to yourself, I really don't even care what this person thinks about me, as long as they don't physically hurt me.
Okay. I'm so glad Doug just said this in his own words. Again, Doug can go fuck himself, and of course, Doug is wrong. First off, words hurt people. And this whole thing, again, is really just a way of saying, hey, I know, isn't it unfortunate that I am more privileged than you are? And in my privileged worldview, it's the worst thing that ever happens to me is uncomfortable conversations. And since the worst thing that ever happens to me is uncomfortable conversations, and I don't give a fuck about anybody other than me, I think, what does everybody get so worried about what everybody says in words? I mean, who cares? As long as somebody doesn't physically harm me, I mean, that's how I feel. As long as somebody doesn't physically harm me, then I'm free to do whatever the fuck I want to do. And isn't that all that matters? So why do you care? You should just accept the hatred. You should just accept that people are going to hate you. I hate your fans, Doug. I do. I just rapidly lose respect for people who think this is I don't know. This is weird to me. This gets in that area of kinks that I think are too weird. That like, no. Like he just has like he's a person with a very destructive fetish. And it's very gross to me. And the fact that people want to feed into it is indicative of everything. Oof.
And I tell you, this is just my advice.
That feels like conservative, stoic kind of accept reality for what it is.
Well, you can take it or leave it, but this is my advice for you. And I actually think that if you take small baby steps to living your life this way, you will experience less pain in the world.
Okay, number one, this isn't true. I, again, grew up the only black kid in all white school, so let me speak from very real experience in multiple schools, okay? The fact that you learn to accept, let's listen to these two words clearly, accept and expect hate and intolerance and all of that bullshit, number one, does in no way, shape, or form lessen the amount of pain you experience. It does not. It is merely a response and acknowledgement of the fact that the source of the pain is in fact out of your control and is something that will continue. You know, it's the beatings will continue until morale improves. So and morale isn't going to improve anytime soon because morale only improves. You can't improve your morale when you're being dehumanized. So it's just kind of like it's just no. It's just no. No. You got to get on holiday on it and shit. And on top of that, it's totally blaming the victim. So again, somebody please tell me how brilliant this man is, because I think that's just, man, when people just blame the victims and they're like, oh, you know what I figured out? I was laying down in my bed, not with my wife, not having coitus, and stroking my chin and thinking about all the fun I have triggering the left. And I thought about it and I said, what if I
wait, you forgot the rope. You forgot the rope tied around his neck, a picture of Kenny in the corner, just fucking like going at it, right? Like, I mean, shit's just getting raw. There's no lotion because he likes it a little fucking rough. little bit more. I mean, you know he's dead inside, right?
Right.
And he's probably got multiple pictures of Kenny, all taken at like opportune times of like Kenny frowning at him, or you know whatever he pictures, like just getting Kenny from behind, just chugging on that fucking rope and his dick at the same time.
And then and he's going, all right, now I think here's what, you know, everybody's talking about the LGBTQIAWSO and MMOP. All right, and it's about time I set the record straight. The real truth is, the thing that everyone's afraid to say, is that the problem is that these people are just too sensitive. And if they would learn to just accept and expect our hatred, you know what it would turn out, dude? It would turn out to be that they, since they're making the choice to be hurt at this point, right? Because that's where this is going. You know, you know, it is you choose how to respond to these things. And so if you caught up in your feels, that's your fault. All right. So if you just would not flip that switch, if you just didn't turn on the hurt, then you would not be in pain. And wouldn't you know it, if you're not in pain, then their behavior really isn't that problematic. And I know people are going to think I'm insensitive. I know people are going to think I'm being an asshole and I'm throwing LGBTQIA people under the bus just so I could be a fuckface on YouTube. But what I'm really suggesting is because I love them and because I want to help them, I just am starting to realize that if they would just stop being butthurt over being discriminated against and just learn to just, that's the reality. You know, science says this is the reality. Then the problem would just go away because it wouldn't even be a problem anymore. Now go ahead, y'all. Send your super chats and your YouTube subscriptions to Pinecreek, because that's just fucking brilliant. I mean, that just blame the people for choosing to be hurt. I've never heard that before. That's right. It's one of them Pinecreek brilliant moments. I'm gonna have to really think about that one.
That might be true. I'm worried I would experience less joy as well.
That is a very wise comment you just made, because that is indeed the downside. But what I do is I allow myself to be as emotional, as feeling, as in touch with my humanity as I want to.
Yeah, you detach.
Yeah, when I'm at experiencing like the theater or movies or music. But when it comes to day-to-day life and how I interact with people, I interact with a lot of strangers because of my YouTube channel. If I start actually caring too much about what people think about me, I'd go nuts.
Well, I'm talking specifically like politics.
Exactly. This is not about, nor has it ever been, about people choosing to be hurt or upset about what they hear on the internet. This is about having an issue with what the fuck is going on in the world right now and how much this contributes to the problems.
Well, right, but Jay, I don't think maybe there's some honesty in what Doug just said, right? And that's kind of like why he is the way he is, because most of us have some sort of emotion regardless. Now, I mean, there are people, and some of us have sociopathic tendencies or behaviors, or we just lack as much empathy as others. But what Doug's talking about is like when he has a conversation with someone like Lina, he doesn't even want it, and that's what's sad, right? Is I don't think you really ever have a real conversation with Doug because he's always doing something else, right? Like whether it be the word games that you guys have been talking about on streams, or he's trying to like gratify his own emotion, like his own happiness level of like, ooh, I'm having fun.
He's just on defense. He's not interested in self-flexion like the left demands. He's interested in continuing how he's been, which is how the right gets its support.
There's
Because the right doesn't expect anything from you.
But there's a lot of machismo in there, I guess, that fucking, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And then when you accuse Doug of like, well, look, you said that. And then he plays the game. When did I say that? Have I said that? Did I say that today? And instead of just saying, yeah, that's the party that I align with. And this goes to a great point that Jay made through this whole fucking thing, is there are people like us out there that think what Doug's doing is just, if you're not with us, then you're against us, right? Doug's like, no, I'm in no man's land. I'm just out here, like fucking stirring the pot. And that doesn't hurt anybody. Me stirring the pot for my own enjoyment doesn't hurt anybody. And there are a few people out there going, yeah, it does, dude. The same way that like, oh, well, it doesn't hurt anybody that I believe what this book says about gays, and I don't like gays because God doesn't like gays. That doesn't hurt anybody. That's just my own feelings. Well, no, that absolutely, that puts you on a team, in my opinion, right? Like that does, it changes the way you vote, the way you think, the way you raise your children. It has that butterfly effect, so to speak, across the board. And I think that's the biggest point, because Lina, I love watching your stuff, right? Like, and I have been ever since like the Rebecca stuff.
Oh, thank you. What was your name, by the way? Didn't recognize your voice. I'm sorry.
It's Sean.
Hi, Sean.
I'm Sean, Lina. So nice to meet you. I don't think Doug's interested in a genuine conversation with you as much as he is like playing that conservative game. Like, if you were to say, Doug, look, aren't you ever worried about like your kids? Like, say, let's say, who knows when climate change is going to actually affect the planet to where we start hurting, right? Because sure, a benefit of climate change is it wipes out a third of the fucking population, and now we don't have as many mouths to feed. But what happens when those mouths are people that are important to you, right? Like, what if your wife that sleeps in the separate room is suddenly gone because of climate change, or some climate change affected thing in 20 years, right? Like, once that starts to affect you, that's what we're talking about. Who gives a shit when the actual date is? But the issue about climate change for some of us is like, hey, look, at some point this planet's going to be ruined, and this is just some weird religious like stepping stone mentality, or you're just truly an asshole, right? Like, if you're saying fuck everybody that comes after me, that makes you an asshole. But Christians, and I think this bleeds over from the way he was raised as a conservative Mennonite Christian, and who knows what that's like, right? I mean, these people are strange regardless. So who knows what he grew up thinking, and then when he finally comes out of this, he still has that like, that paired with like this conservative idea that, climate change isn't that bad, but it could be, even if it's 500 years from now, it could be a serious issue where human beings are suffering for hundreds of years just in the dying stages of fucking humanity, right? I mean, that's my long-winded.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and it's just, I would say none of his rhetoric around it helps the situation at all.
He's just playing a game with you, Lina. Like, he's playing the conservative game that Doug plays with everybody, right? And to me, at some point, there are people out there like myself that, and maybe not the climate change thing, but when he talks about these issues, because he talks about trans issues the same way he talks about climate change issues, right? He talks about the race issues the same way he talks about climate issues.
All playbook,
right?
Playbook.
And when you talk about trans, when you talk about gay rights and somebody like my brother not being able to get married, right? Like, Doug has no dog in that fight. And so he's kind of like, well, what's the big problem with that? Like, who's this hurting? Well, it hurts people, right? The same way that climate change, given enough time, is going to hurt a significant amount of people. And that's what you guys literally are spending 10 minutes, and he's obfuscating, is that the right word?
Right.
Whatever he's doing, it's not addressing like what you're interested in talking about, Lina.
Deliberate obfuscation. He's grifting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he grifts, and he's fucking good.
That was the original charge that got him to invite me on. And I mean, I don't know if we like decisively settled it on the air whether Doug grifter or not, but I'll let you guys decide.
I mean, I've been decided that's the situation, and I genuinely think Doug's an asshole, and I mean that in the sense, like I said, Uncle Bobby says, everybody knows a rape a rape victim, but nobody knows a rapist. And I think that's what you deal with Doug. Everybody knows that there are assholes, that there are, just people that are not trying to be a part of the solution in life. And I think Doug gets as close as you can get to somebody basically being masked off enough. He reminds me, I was watching a documentary about John Jones, shout out to YouTube Punk, and Napoleon Bonaparte. And it was very clear from watching this, you could see this hard transition to where John Jones wasn't, when he was up and coming, he really worked hard to present himself as this like good guy. And he was great. And then as soon as he got his success and everything, and I was a big John Jones fan. He's a legendary MMA fighter. He just fucked up. Like, he just started fucking up all the time. And you came to realize that he was always in trouble, but everybody kind of just looked the other way, made excuses for him. And then he finally had this mask off moment where they call it a hot mic moment. Basically, he's doing a press conference remotely with Daniel Cormier going into a fight. And at some point, he thinks the cameras are off, and he's recorded saying, hey, pussy, you still there? And he said some real disrespectful shit to him. And, it ended up being like, oh, this is who this person really is. And from that point on, he was sort of out there, being a flamboyant bad boy, like he really, he healed it up, bad boy John Jones. Well, why don't you just bad boy John Jones from the beginning? Because this is always who you were going to end up being. And maybe, like a lot of people say, it was a turn because of his upbringing. He grew up very religious. So when you look at the early part of his life, right, he was real disciplined. He was trying to be the good guy. Went to school for criminal justice, and he saved the lady from being robbed. Right? He was on like a lot of us, right? He was on that good Christian shit. But once he grew into his own, got some money and some success, this is who he is. And ultimately, he's now known as just an asshole and a fuck up, because from there, people were able to connect all of his bad behavior and his continued track record of fucking up, and he's now known as the greatest fuck up in the history of the game. But nevertheless, we know who he is now. And Doug gives us that mask off moment almost every day, because you have to work at it to be wrong on everything. And Doug is always, and here's another Doug tactic that we're going to identify, and then maybe he'll stop using it, but it's just like the lean. There's another just straight up bullshit lie that Doug tells. It's literally a white lie, a lot of people would call it, but it's a weaponized tactic in the Doug playbook. By saying I lean right, I lean non-alarmist, I lean, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, I lean, no regulations, whatever. First off, it's straight up not true. You are not genuinely identifying how far to the right you are on everything, which is pretty fucking far to the right, quite frankly. But it presents him as a moderate voice for a radical position. It's sort of a Mott and Bailey identity game, right? Like, rather than just being like me and being like, hey, y'all, I'm all about everybody really feeling like, hey, we've got to talk to the other side. But the more and more I hear these conversations, I'm just feeling like there's nothing else to talk about. Let's do what we got to do for us. And I'm just being straight up. That's just where I'm at. So I'm not saying it's fucking wonderful to want to shut down the conversation. I'm just saying, personally, I'm tired of having the fucking conversation. So
it's no different than a conservative saying I'm a libertarian, right? Because
yes,
and maybe there are true libertarians out there, but I've never fucking met one, right? Like I've never met somebody. The libertarian says like, oh, well, I'm a libertarian and I just like Trump's policies, and I'm like,
yes,
what the fuck are you talking about?
it's a perfect example. And so it bothers me because it's a tactic. It doesn't bother me because there are people who may genuinely be of moderate stance who lean right. But to be honest, most of the people who lean right now vote Democrat, to the point that Democrats are frustrated with how many people in the party lean right.
Well, it's like Punk said, though, right? Like Punk said, I think it was Punk or somebody in the chat said, like, everybody leans right in the U.S. because we do.
Right.
Right? There's nobody left on that side. Now, Dems are far less crazy about it, but we're all right. I mean, back when I was, like, when I was being raised by a Republican who's no longer with us, but he would just be like, in today's world, I can only imagine he'd be like, these fucking people are crazy. And I voted Republican my whole life. That's what he would say, right? Like, these people have just gone nuts. This is no longer Republicans. These are just, the mainstream politics is just not what it used to be. And you can't even say conservative or, hey, I lean, because I like the lean thing. Like, I could say I lean conservative because I hold this value that a conservative does, maybe, you know, less taxes, less government, leave me the fuck alone, whatever. I like those things. But that's no longer part of their party, right? Their party is just fuck the Democrats. That's it. And when you ask them, great, what are you going to do when you get in office? They're like, how does this help inflation? Because the Dems are gone. Okay, well, that's great. I get the Dems are gone, but how are you going to control the inflation? Well, the Dems are gone. And that's literally the response, right? They think that, like, magically everything. My mother said, oh, well, Obama could turn the gas prices down if he wanted to. And I was like, are you fucking dumb?
So Uncle Bobby has a simple... No, I'm totally with you, Sean. I was going to say Uncle Bobby has a simple rubric for trying to figure out if what you're doing is coonery, right? So you take what's coming out of your mouth, right? First you have to have a black person, right? So you take a black person, and then you ask yourself, is what's coming out of this black person's mouth the same as what would come out of the mouth of a white supremacist? And if it is, you have yourself a coon, right? And this is where Kanye, I was going to say Kanye, that's what I really want to compare him to. This is where atheist Kanye here, atheist white Kanye here, fuckface Doug, fails the lean right test. It's like, if everything that comes out of your mouth is fresh out the alt-right playbooks, latest edition, you don't lean right. You are a fuckface right-winger. And the other thing that's funny about it is it's really obvious that this is what he does. And I don't, never mind. But yeah, go ahead. Y'all want to say something? I want to roll this tape real quick.
Oh, yeah, one more thing, because I know you guys are going to move on to something else. The reason that I came in is, and I don't know anything about content creating or content creators, but what I do know is simply this, is that I have these conversations, whether it be over family dinners or with friends, and I've lost a lot of friends because of the way that I handle conversations, because I'm not going to not be me, and I'm not going to placate or sugarcoat anybody. So I'll have this conversation at the Walmart if that's, if someone's interested in having that conversation, face to face. And it's a different conversation, granted, because, when you start screaming obscenities at people in Walmart, at least our Walmart, it gets kind of nasty. But I wonder if, like, there are people like Doug that sit behind a computer screen. I'd be interested in how many of these conversations outside of his bubble of white guys he golfs with, right? Like the fucking Utah Mormons he's out there playing golf with, or the Arizona, I guess. But how many of these actual conversations he's having off of the internet, right? Because when you're sitting across a table at somebody and like Doug, when I got in the room with Doug and he's like, hey, I heard, what'd you say about my wife, Sean? What'd you say about my wife? And I said, look, what the fuck are you talking about? If you're upset about something I said about your wife, let's talk about it, right? And sitting across a table from someone is no one's going to play that game of like, no, well, why don't you tell me what
Was
you
that
said?
the
You know what I
same
mean?
shit
Like,
with her African American identity or whatever?
It's you and I were having that conversation about that.
So he was pissed about that?
Well, I couldn't really tell what he was about it. And he went to some weird thing about like, my kid plays basketball team and the coach let him stay on the basketball team because he was such a good boy.
Cringe.
And my daughter is such a good, and I'm like, what the? And
Cringe.
Look, and I should be more me sometimes, and especially with like that, because it's just like, wow. But I was so interested in having an actual conversation at that point, because there is a demographic of Black people that, and this is Hispanics, Blacks, all race, creeds, colors within those communities. They're prejudiced against other people in their fucking communities. And Doug's wife seems to be one of those because of all the shit that he talks, right? And he brought her to the table. Fuck you. But
Exactly. That's all I wanted to say.
My point being is like sitting behind a screen, and I'm not talking about that particular interaction with me, right? Like I'm not accusing Doug of being uneasy to say something. He's just, in my opinion, right? Like get some backbone. You want to talk about something, let's fucking talk about it.
Right.
But in the normal world, some of the tactics that Doug does, people would just stop the conversation and be like, what does any of that matter, dude? Like the climate change thing with Lina, right? Like in the real world, you're going to be like, if you're interested in having a conversation, fine. Otherwise, just fuck the fuck off, right? Like this is just ridiculous. And I'm wondering like how many content creators are out there that are feeling more secure in what they're doing, and they can play these games because they're sitting in a warm environment and a comfortable environment in their home that they've created, having this conversation via the internet instead of like a coffee shop, right? Like where you're going to feel like an asshole, or at least I would feel like such an asshole if I was like, well, when, Lina, do you think this climate change is going to happen? Or did I say that today? Right? Like,
no, I definitely think it's a good point. But at the same time, I think it's enabling. So like, I think you're going to see more and more of it, right? That was the sort of the thing with a lot of radical thought where, you know, it's a cycle where there's some of it that's going on in the culture. It finds its way to the internet, and then what's on the internet finds its way back into what people are doing. But I do think you're making a good point. I want to play a little bit more so we can get Lina's response, because I know they have to go to work. But Lina, did you want to say anything about this before I roll the tape?
No, I'm loving what Sean's contributing. I just saw James pop up. Hi, James. I'm so
Hey,
glad
James.
you're here.
I wanted to say what's up, James, and
Hey, guys.
Punk's in here. Appreciate all you guys.
Yes, and some of our lead pastors gonna have liking my appearance. It's more like them not wanting trans people to not exist. It's not like I need to be attractive to everybody.
Well, I know, but the thing is, we both agreed that I think that most people, that when you say don't exist, most people don't want you dead. They just don't want their kids being like you. That's what they're scared of. You know why they're scared of it? Can you guess?
Because they're bigots?
No. It's a real fear, but why does that fear exist? What are they scared of?
Hellfire?
No. Something on Earth today.
What's that?
What are they scared of?
Social.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Lina.
Yeah, that's part of it.
All of the cost.
Oh, they're worried they're not gonna be normal, y'all.
Oh yeah, but Lina, your answers are so fucking brilliant because there's so many of us. It's like, no, that is exactly what's going on, right?
Exactly.
This like, no, it's because like my I'm worried about my son wearing a dress, or like how they're gonna interact in society and all this shit. And you're like, yeah, that's because you're a bigot. Sorry.
Look at the tree.
Good job. And I don't even know, this is where I failed to, like, you guys remember what started some of this is when I had my conversations with Doug. I lasted on the order of minutes, and so Lina has had these 2 endurance conversations with Doug in one session. It feels like superhuman effort and
That's
shit.
part because this is truth.
You had to put
They're
your cape
scared
on
because
for
they
this
don't want
one.
their kids dying.
It felt quite challenging, I'm not gonna lie.
And they see transgenderism.
Right. Yeah, this is the same argument. Yeah, this is the same argument you make to the slave. Don't run away.
What?
Don't run away.
Oh, Jay, will you pause right there for 1 second?
Yeah, they'll kill you if you run away. It's better, you know. And
we were on stream with Doug, and he was saying, and I couldn't, and I'm like, literally, like, am I the dumbest motherfucker in the world because these guys are just off on some direction that doesn't matter anything? Because nobody comes to Christianity through the fucking teleological argument or like the fucking argument from contingency. And that's what Doug's doing with trans people, right? Like, oh, the suicide rate is why I'm anti-trans. Bullshit.
yeah, that's just the most unbelievable horseshit ever. That's a really good point, Sean. It's a really great point.
Anti-trans. And if you are, then fuck off and stop talking about it because forgive me, Lina, but the dying over this is what these are the things Doug looks at. Over the world's population, the amount of trans suicide is insignificant, right? Like it's significant to us as people that have trans people in our lives or part of the queer community or whatever that is. But in Doug's little bullshit world of like, oh, well, look at numbers, right? Of the worldwide population, what's the actual... And for him to say, oh, well, I'm concerned enough that I'm anti-trans because of the suicide rate of trans, bullshit. I just
absolutely no. That's a really good point because I got to be honest with you. Everybody has to account for the disproportionate amount of content we make relative to the number of LGBT people in our community, our lives, and where we stand with these issues. Right. So for me, like for instance, I bring it up quite a bit on my channel, right? So I would have to be held accountable to that because if I call myself some kind of progressive, if I'm talking about LGBT all the time, then what the fuck? Because on our side, it's like, why are you having this conversation? Oh, because the right wing won't shut the fuck up about them trying to super kick them mothers verbally because I can't do it physically right now. Oh yeah, okay, Jay, you're good to go. Right now, if on the other hand you're talking about it all the time, you're like, wait, but isn't your point like wait, aren't you all about the numbers? So if you know what I mean, you think it'll just go away if they just choose not to be hurt by them, then why are you making a whole politics channel where you can go, 20% of your content mentions, your frustration with the trans issue, to your point, Sean, and you're like, why? And then you're like, oh, well, because I'm concerned that even if we give them everything they want, we won't be able to improve their suicide rate, and their rate of self-harm is always going to be disproportionately higher than the rest of us. You're like, nope, that's not at all what's going on here, right? Like this just, like I never quite called it out like that, because I get so triggered, I don't even think through these things. But that's just a really fantastic point that, I think YouTube Punk actually said when he sent me the link, it's Doug's the master of the red herring, and there it is.
So I'm not sure if that's what a red herring is. But yeah, that's
me either. Or it sounds like, I don't know. Isn't it when you're supposed to talk about something else? Whatever it is, it's talking about something we ain't supposed to be talking about.
He's no different than a Christian in my thing going, well, Sean, this is what brought me to Christianity is the teleological argument or the argument from contingency. And I'm going to say bullshit. No, absolutely not. And the next thing somebody needs to do when they go on Doug's politics channel, in my opinion, is always remember that Doug's not a motherfucking American and he can't vote in this country. So a lot of this shit, like when he gets on his little fucking soapbox, just always remember that if you're going to go into a room with Doug, is this is someone that has no voting effect in our country, but he likes to stir the pot. And that's problematic to me in some way.
Yes.
I'm unsure of I'm unsure of why that bothers me, but it does.
No, it's absolutely because you are, again, you're stirring up a conversation that you have no stake in. And then you're literally arguing that the people who have a stake in it should care less, should feel less. And also, I got to be honest with y'all. everybody on this tip can go fuck themselves. Anybody that tells me they're a stoic, they can also go fuck themselves, because nobody's a fucking stoic. Nobody fucking knows what that means. White boys think that shit sounds clever. No, listen. People feel shit because that's what it means to be human. And we are a hyper-social species. Every single thing we do is mitigated by social interactions. And you are literally there's literally nothing okay with you if you're dead inside. Let's be very clear about this. People,
right,
James, give it.
Doug has a lot of It seems Doug has a lot of emotions about the left.
Oh, he does, of course.
The left should be. Hey, like, be more dead inside like me. Like, he's opinionated, just not in the same direction, or at least he's able to play this game of like, well, I'm not emotional. I take emotions out of it. But emotions brought you to the dance, right? Like, you're coming to the dance saying, hey, whatever point he's on. I'm with you, Jay. Like, to have emotions means that you're human. So it's just that, anyways.
Yeah, I agree. That's really problematic for me. But yeah, let's try to get a little bit more in this in here.
So you're saying a trans person is like a slave, and if you tell them,
don't be yourself, they won't like you if you be yourself.
Okay. Well, I see the analogy you're making, and I think it's a good one. But what I'm talking about is the innate fear.
Also, let me just speak to something quickly that's a serious mental health note. I need all y'all to be feeling everything. And I mean that seriously. Because again, fuckface Doug wants to ignore the timing, context of his behavior. And part of that is what, y'all? Conversations around what other issues that fuckface Doug is willing quite readily to throw under the bus if it suits him. Suicide rates and mental health. How dare you tell people to be dead inside, not feel things? Oh, they're choosing to feel things is the problem. Oh, it wouldn't really bother you being oppressed if you would just stop feeling oppressed. Boy, I gotta be honest with you. If you that dumb, let me school you right now. That is what we call some weaponized ignorance. And again, y'all, this is the type of cape you have to put on to be superhuman to even endure these conversations, because they're conversations we shouldn't be having in the first place. Go ahead, James.
So, Doug is. Let's not miss the irony of the fact that Doug is trans, because he's not really human, but he identifies as one.
Right. Right. He's fucking, beyond feeling. Go ahead, Lina.
I just lost my train. Oh yeah, he said on one of his streams, like, you should gaslight people. And I think this is a conservative theme. Like, you should tell them not to feel the way they're feeling, or
tell them that they're not trans.
They're being crazy.
Maybe we should tell them that. And again, just a thought experiment, guys. Just a thought experiment.
How does that work in any other
Yes, I don't know how to address that as like a wing issue.
I've never heard anybody say.
I know, James, you call it narcissism, and
go ahead, James.
I don't know if he's narcissist or a sociopath. He's somewhere in the spectrum.
Sorry, go ahead.
Damn sure, but that whole line of reasoning that he's using is backwards, anyways. Because, like, as frustrated as I am about the fact that so many people identify as Christians, I have never even considered the argument of telling them you're not really a Christian; you just think you are. It's just like, that's not an argument. That's not persuasive. Nobody's going to say, "Oh, well, in that case, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just not a Christian." But it doesn't work that way, right? If someone identifies within a certain narrative framework for where their sense of identity sits, then that just is where they're coming from, period. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not. Telling them they don't have that narrative of identity is absolutely freaking worthless. It's just him trying to invalidate other people. And he's not even being honest with himself about why he's doing it. He's going to the rationalizations, and he's ignoring the fact that he's got these feelings that are driving his politics. That's what I wanted to say about it.
Boom. Yeah. I think that puts it really well. And again, like, not much of a poker face, because imagine creating a second channel about something to tell other people to care less about it. Just what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, really? Right? That's like literally making a Darwin's Law channel just so I could dedicate it to evolution, and going up on that bitch and be like, why are y'all so passionate about science? I don't understand what's going on around here. Why won't it? Why? Whoa. What's all this getting all excited about science over here on the Science Channel? I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. Bro, you, like to James's point, you get up every day. James. Forsaking that channel, which makes you more money. Because you got political itches to scratch. And then you're going to tell us to feel more dead inside. Wow. We call that a bluff in poker? I don't even play poker. I'm a pinochle player. That's a bluff, right, James? Is that what they call that? And not a very good one.
No,
that parents have. Because they see the suicide.
You went all in with sweaty palms. You over there, pulled out your handkerchief and shit, started wiping down your face. It was a pretty easy call for the rest of us.
And they see, or the desire to commit suicide.
Fear.
And that's a legitimate fear. Right?
Yeah, I don't think that's where most anti-LGBT people are coming from.
Out of fear?
I think most parents who have that fear are still pro-LGBT.
Well, the difference between, I'm talking about trans specifically right now, because the suicide rates among just gay men or whatever is not that high. But amongst trans...
Well, it's more socially accepted.
Right.
It used to be worse. We didn't have as good a data on it, but it definitely used to be worse.
But with trans, it's really high, and...
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, my hands are shaking.
But here's the problem. It's still high even when they are.
But they're not. Like, that's the problem. Like, it's...
Are you sure about that?
And this goes into the sorts of, how many...
Oh, wow. Wow, see, I used to sometimes tell people that there's still a goddess in my life, and her name is Nuance. See, this is the obvious point here. When you care about fuckface people, right? You want people to have a lower individual likelihood of committing suicide. Duh. Right?
Right.
So let's just say there's a fucking floor. Like an absolute floor of any group's, self-harm rate, and no remedy can get you below that floor. The purpose of working to hit the floor is so that all of the individuals in that group are individually less likely. And that's what Lina's point is. It's about, is a person less likely to be, to do something like that if they're accepted and, welcomed and not treated like a second-class citizen? Number one, how the fuck will we know? Because that's never been a reality. I know anybody's got any good data on it. But I think every fucking indicator that we do have suggests that that's absolutely fucking the case, right? Like, we've never had the experimental conditions of, like, not having this situation, but it seems like every step we've made in that direction has, in fact, meaningfully improved people's lives, right? Like, better medical treatment has helped, family acceptance has helped, community acceptance has helped, economic assistance when it comes to certain needs has helped. So what argument is there to be made that this isn't something we should be doing? Again, why are we having this conversation with grown people?
Because Doug's not grown people.
I'm literally sitting here like, I kind of understand why we teach children these things, but I don't understand why we're still having this conversation amongst grown individuals.
Policy, how many anti-LGBT laws have the Republicans been trying to pass?
No.
For the past,
Are you sure
9
that
years?
I just made the comment, I made a claim that transgender suicide, what do they call it? Attempts or thinking thoughts and actual being successful committing suicide is higher even among transgender people, even in areas that they're accepted.
Who are accepted by their parents.
That are
doesn't
accepted.
mean they're accepted by society.
No, they feel
accepted by who? Accepted how? Right? Like
no one's going to accept. There's no one on the planet.
Does that mean they
accepted
have?
by
Does that mean they
everybody in the
have
world.
health care? Do they have gender affirming health care?
Just what a.
Oh no,
what
it's a
an idiot.
completely different topic.
Well, it's kind of relevant.
Do you think you deserve health care?
For those that just missed a typical Dougism, I'm just going to quickly highlight that there is, in fact, a difference between people that meet a certain identity marker being accepted by society and an individual being accepted by everyone. For those of you that skipped or missed 5th grade somehow.
Well, that is irrelevant, right? But whether or not I get health
this is where
care is
people
relevant
differ.
to my mental state. Agreed.
Some people believe that just by being a human, you deserve health care. You deserve to be taken care of.
Yes, I agree with that, and we can argue about that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
And
to
some people
say
say, no,
that.
you don't deserve it. You have to earn that right.
They're wrong.
Correct.
Moving on.
Do you want to get sidetracked, or did you want to stick onto this one? Well, the reason I brought it up is because it's relevant. The relevant part was not it being free or universal. The relevant part was that trans people who get affirming healthcare see positive results when it comes to mental health.
Okay, and who should pay for that?
That's the irrelevant part that changes the conversation. Are we going to change it, or are we going to?
Okay, you made. Okay, hang on. We can tie that up with a ribbon. You basically said that trans people will do better if they get health care, right?
Well, are you? I mean, to tie it up with a ribbon would be to have you retract.
All right, sorry guys. This is a softer version of the what's wrong with fucking a chicken out in the woods. They're dead and nobody's around to see you do it or whatever. On a Tuesday. Right? And you're like, how could it be like that? Because, dude, if your argument requires that we sit here and have a conversation about do you think a group of people is better off with healthcare, I mean, like, yes, I think people are better off with healthcare, education, oxygen, water, sanitation. Really? High-speed internet? I mean, are we really having this conversation? Like, come on, like.
Your statement.
Bro. Do y'all think Doug is secretly an atheist Mennonite? like he misses the Mennonite culture. You know, he just wishes we'd all just be like live the Mennonite way.
He's a cultural Mennonite.
Yeah. Oh, James, that's perfect.
But it doesn't it speak to? But doesn't it speak to and we're all like in this boat somewhat, right? Like for all the same YouTube boat is what I'm going to preface this with. It speaks to the amount of time and energy that Doug puts into this, and he says it's none. We all know that's a little bit of bullshit, right? Like he at least, on the very least, thinks about it and watches it all fucking day while he works, right? So he does this because he's not just coming on here saying, hey, this is my point of view. Like, what are you going to say? Like, you know, like prove me wrong or whatever that stupid conservative dickhead that sets up in colleges, you know? So he's not just doing that. Like he's watching these videos and he's thinking enough about it and he's setting up his show to be on here 2 times a week, at least, maybe streaming another time. So it does say something about like where he gets his community. For me, taking a break, a big part of that break was like, holy shit, like if like my soul community is turning into the internet, right? Like I need to get out and get some fucking vitamin B at some point, right? Because this is great to have this community, but at the same time, I need to learn how to manage it because it's, and I'm sorry, this is a long-winded way of me saying it speaks volumes about Doug and his personality and like where he gets his social interaction from and what that's like, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not necessarily sure what it points to, but it points to something. And for me, I'm like, maybe, when you got a Christian wife that sleeps in the fucking opposite room of you, you got 2 atheist kids, you live in Arizona, not in Canada anymore, you're a former Mennonite. Like, what is his community outside of YouTube like?
Yeah, I mean, privilege. Look,
No idea.
privilege will put you in a bubble of your own design, and that's a beautiful thing if you surround yourself with brilliant, wonderful people who are helping you grow. But
no, Jay,
you are totally enabled not to.
Problematic and no, sure, but that's a different thing. That wasn't the point that I was trying to make. Sorry, I'm simply saying that. I think his community has to be lacking outside of this, right?
Yeah, like he's got to get out of the house more. Yeah. And I just think he's totally in a place where he didn't have to, right? If he wants, because he's maybe like me. I think he works from home. If he wants to just work from home, do his YouTube videos, sleep in a different room from his wife, have his poker nights and keep it moving. What can the rest of us do about it? But I do get your point that it's definitely. It makes it easier to carry the flag if the only feedback you're ever getting is that bubble of your own design rather than the cost that might come with it. If you were that guy at the office, that guy at the coffee shop, that guy in church or whatever, right? But
that's a great point. And
go ahead.
For me, I need to be outside because I suffer with like some anxiety and depression, and for me to be on here, this can kind of like amplify those things some days. Like if I just sit and do the YouTube thing, or if you go on Doug, talk to him, and they can amplify significantly. Like if I don't get outside and run or sit in the sun or play with the dogs, or if I'm doing this or inside more, then so I automatically assume everybody would be more beneficial outside. But Doug, I don't think he suffers from any of that shit. I think, he fucking probably is asleep the minute his head hits the pillow, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I certainly he doesn't present anything lacking in that regard to me, so I wouldn't assume any different. But there was something that this all brought up that I wanted to bring up, especially with Sean and James here, because it kind of stacks on previous conversations, but I haven't mentioned it and always remember off air. There's 2 great hypocrisies here. Number one is James often, when James doesn't want to talk to Doug, it really bothers him, right? Like it's the one thing it almost bothers more than anything. Yeah, I know.
But hearing about it later, I gotta admit, I laughed.
Yeah, but he does it all the time, so it's really weird. But the other hypocrisy that was great that time was that he has this thing where he kind of called you and maybe other people out for assuming that he watches Fox News or whatever, right? And so he felt all smug, getting on his little stream being like, oh, these people talk about me. Let me tell you something. I don't watch Fox News, or I don't watch any of that, typical whatever, blah, 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 right? And it's the same point that he should get with Christians. Christians don't read the fucking Bible. A lot of them motherfuckers don't go to church. But that don't stop them from being on that typical Christian bullshit playbook. And if the rest of us speak to, the Bible's role in that and make the connection between your behavior and, the people who that's where they get their shit from, then it is what it is. And so it's like, it's not on us because we don't know which right-wing news sources you watch or don't watch or how much you read or don't read. It's the fact that you hit us with the Fox News talking points. So if we're like, yo, and Doug hit you with the Fox News talking points or wherever it gets them from, nigga, don't come at me like, oh, I don't know your watch history. Your watch history ain't the fucking point, right? And it's just another bullshit tactic where, again, it misses the whole point with a bullshit defense of some ridiculous fact. Again, the point is, Doug, we all know when you go at somebody and say, yo, you need to get off that Fox News Tucker Carlson shit. We're criticizing you for being on the weaponized right-wing horse shit. So for you to come back like, I don't watch Tucker Carlson, it's just
right. You get your talking. We all get our talking points from somewhere. It's very easy not to read the Bible and understand it completely without having to read this thing, which is kind of nice at this point, right? Like you can get some of these arguments and understand the arguments and whatnot. Same thing without watching Fox News. You know the rhetoric because you don't have to watch Fox News because you go home for the weekend and your mom's talking about fucking some right-wing talking point and you know exactly where it came from. Like, oh, well, I can't even afford groceries. And I'm like, really? Like, you live here, you got 5 fucking cars in the driveway, you go to the grocery store.
You invited 3 generations of the family over for a holiday dinner, which is why we're here, but...
Right. And we love you. But she no longer, like, and it's funny, Jay, the more it's been about a year since we had anything political, but because now she's keyed in on, she knows the talking points and she knows not, and I think it's a win, right? I think hopefully it makes her think a little bit more because before she'll say one of these talking points to me, because she can say them to other family members and it just kind of slides by or she'll like slip it in, right? And feel good about it. But I pick up on it immediately because I'm so passionate about that bullshit. And even if I'm completely wrong in my defense of like any of her and myself, like our political discussions, but I'll still pick up on what she's saying, right? Where somebody just maybe doesn't even give a shit, but you can tell like, oh, that's a talking point. And like, she's cause she kind of throws you a line, right? Like she wants to debate, but my stepfather's like, both of you shut the fuck up. Right. But I think Doug, he gets his information from somewhere because he comes out with versions of political talking points when he talks about like trans stuff. And some of the other, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but he says some shit that's just crazy, right? Oh, and completely altered other point. When we were talking politics the other day, the other guy that won in Georgia recently with a 74% vote, his campaign poster has a fucking M16 on it.
Wow.
75% he won his district by.
That shit's crazy. Lina, you're dropping bombs. I mean, this was really good. I mean, to be honest, I can't tolerate a lot of Doug, but your conversation I think was an opportunity to really revisit these things. And I think it's interesting. I think we both took totally different approaches. Like mine was like quick and dirty, like which is mostly just because Doug triggered me and it just wasn't gonna go anywhere. Where I think what you did was really draw out like the problems with Doug's points, and I would imagine if I had to guess, it was also something people reacted strongly to. I imagine the comments are especially engaging on this video.
We should be telling trans people that they're not really trans, because not only is
and for what it's worth, it is Doug getting it from our side on his platform, in sort of a long form conversation. So I value that, even though I do feel like I'm watching Joe Rogan in his lair or some shit.
Not what we should be doing, but it's silly to think that would work.
Lina, I said that if it were true that by convincing people, conversion therapy, if that worked and it saved people's lives, wouldn't you be for it?
Is that what you said?
Yes.
That's not what you said.
I did. I said if I'd put it as a thought experiment.
No, if I put it as a thought experiment. See, I mean, that's the just asking questions, right? The jacking off guys. That's the. But it's you can substitute a lot of words. You don't have to actually say I'm just asking questions. If I put it as a thought experiment, it doesn't make it any less offensive. Like that, y'all know, it's just a Dougism. if I put it as a thought experiment, I lean this way, soft pedal, soft pedal, soft pedal.
No,
I put it.
I think here's what I thought you said. Here's what I thought.
If conversion therapy works,
all you said was, if the suicide rates are the same, whether we affirm them or not, then we should tell trans kids they're not trans. That's what I thought you said.
Yeah. No.
Which is silly and false.
That's not what I said, though.
But can we check whether you said that or not?
I don't even know where I said that.
It
It was a long time ago.
No, he did. What he said was, he basically said, even if they're accepted, LGBT, blah, 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 higher rates in trans, okay, self-harm and ultimate self-harm, okay, then it was like, if they do, even if they're blah, 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 if they're accepted, maybe we should tell them they're not trans. He clarified it. He repeated it. It was very clear. He did what Doug did. He made sure you got the point. He drove it home. It was his entire... It was the culmination of that stream. It was what all of his bullshit that they had been working towards. So for him to sit here and be like, again, this is another Dougism. Well, it was so long ago, I don't really remember the date and the timestamp of that. And, without that, I don't know if I could really be held to, and then he gets to say something else, essentially, and make himself seem like he has a much more moderate position than he does.
I told myself I'd pull up all of my.
But Lina,
And again, let's be honest about our. Here's what I think you guys should think about. I'm gonna have a little fun with this one actually. Y'all know before I went hardcore evolutionary biology, I was a biological anthropologist, right? So let's think about this. I actually talked about this. I gave presentations about this. I called it digital anthropology, right? It's the idea that the internet actually leaves a fascinating record, right, of human cultural evolution and transformation. And so if you were, let's say, a virtual anthropologist, 20 years, let's say 200 years from now, and you're combing back through the preserved internet archives, and you go, man, there was this atheist online community having all these streams and conversations around this fucking Doug guy. And they're all saying he says problematic stuff about trans people and LGBT people, and they're even confronting him because he said that we should tell we should tell trans people they're not trans, because it wouldn't even, they're still going to have a higher suicide rate even if they're accepted, right? And now somebody writes a dissertation. Pretty obvious question, right? Where the fuck did that idea come from? Right? So what is their dissertation going to fucking show, folks? Yeah, you guessed it. Pretty obvious. Doug's streams are the source of this information. Ha ha! Look what I found. It turns out Doug did a stream where he said blah, 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 exactly what we just said, right? You could roll a tape. It's fucking YouTube. It's all preserved. It's a perfect fossil record. It's like the pottery shards of this fucking new... Where the fuck did this conversation... Let's collect the shards and see who did it first, right? It's going to be pretty obvious that Doug did a stream about this shit, and then everybody started reacting to Doug's stream. I did a stream, responded to it. Other people did, then they came on that stream. Other people responded to that stream, then they did streams. We see this web happen all the time, right? We always talk about it. Somebody says a thing on a stream, then there's a reaction video, then there's a reaction to the reaction, then a reaction to the reaction of the reactions, then they say something else, and then it starts all over again, right? You can literally construct the web of this shit. I'm sure it'd be actually a pretty cool exercise, right? You can make little nodes and shit, make a little map of the content. So what the fuck is he talking about? This isn't a fucking miraculous conception. People didn't pluck this idea out of fucking thin air. It's an insult to our fucking intelligence.
Spreadsheet, and I don't have. on the spreadsheet. I'm sorry.
Lina, you know me. You know that I do tons of thought experiments all the time. And so I phrased it as a thought experiment that if it were true that you can save more lives by more trans lives by convincing them they're not trans, would you support it? And I would think even from a trans person, you would have to say yes.
Yeah, I would say yes. It's a ridiculous hypothetical, but yeah.
Why is it ridiculous?
Because we know for a fact the gay conversion.
All right, here we go. He said that.
No. Why is the? Oh, I'm sorry. If you're gonna say that, well, post this for later, Lina. Like, if you have time before the stream's over, like, what do you think his intention or like what's behind? Because I don't know why he says, oh, it is valuable. Like, what the fuck is it valuable to say? Like, is it? Because the only value I see for him in saying and getting you to say, yeah, this is a good thing for trans people is for his own, whether it be enjoyment or for him to feel more comfortable about the world we live in so he can be right in some way. But like, as a trans person, what do you think his fucking intentions are behind a question like that or a thought experiment like that?
Wow. And here it is. Even at a conversation with YouTube Punk where he said, basically, he said, if the goal is to lower the number of people who, do that, then wouldn't one want to lower the number of trans people? If one could take a magic pill and not be trans, why not take it and save lives? So I don't how much clearer could you get? See, here's the thing. We don't see trans as a problem. It's not a disease. It's not a thing that needs to be cured. There shouldn't be cure for it. I have bipolar. It'd be fantastic if people discovered a cure for bipolar, especially one that didn't radically alter your personality, but I doubt it's possible. But anyway, setting my own pet, issue aside, that's what's recognized as a disorder. Trans is not a disorder. The problem isn't trans people. It's the way people treat trans people. So I would certainly hope, and I hope this is very apparent to all of the grown individuals above the age of 18 in the audience, especially if you dare to vote in this fucking country, that there should be no magic pill for trans, and no, they should not take one if one was offered. And anybody who thinks that we should talk about this even as a thought experiment, cool. It's like saying the N-word. You can absolutely do it, but you should absolutely risk the consequences that come along with doing it. And in this case, you're a fuckface if you don't have better thought experiments.
Therapy doesn't work.
Do we know for a fact that kids are stupid sometimes?
It's actually pretty funny because if I had a magic pill that would let me transition.
Do we know then for a fact that when some kids say they're trans?
All right, Lina, thanks.
I think we worked that into our help.
Lina, thanks so much for calling in.
Yeah, I gotta get going. Thanks,
I really
guys, so
appreciate
much.
it.
I'm gonna keep listening in.
You did a great job. I don't think I could do this anymore. I think it would take. I don't know. I'm thinking money or vaginal rejuvenation to get me to sit through this much, Doug, voluntarily.
I would like to have my vagina rejuvenated if that's available.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. This was. You did a really great job and
right. But what do you guys
made good points? Yeah, fantastic. Go ahead, Sean.
What do you guys think? Like the motivation for him to get a trans person, or just like so? If the answer is yes, like what does that do for Doug? Right? Like where is this coming from? Because obviously we all.
It's a fair question.
I think align with Lina in the sense. Well, it's a useless hypothetical, right? Like I'm sure I can make a great argument for if there was a magic pill to end conservatism, like it'd be wonderful. Would you take it? But I mean, for me, that's only because I want all the fucking conservatives gone. So I can only think that for this, it's just anti-trans. It feels so like fucking anti.
So for me,
it just feels yeah.
I don't know. For me, I just think
it feels to use the Doug word icky.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going with this. It's actually, I think it's a great question. And for me, it's a very difficult answer for people to deal with. And it's one I had to deal with, honestly, as a former Doug fan. And it is something I reacted to very mostly when I had to come to this realization. If someone is doing something that is harmful, or I'm just going to go ahead and say, under my opinion, which I am the only thing I get to judge things by, bad, and I come out and I make you well aware of you're doing something harmful, and it turns out that not only are you unaware that it's harmful, but you do it to cause the effect that we determined to be harmful. And then the kicker is you literally do it just to entertain yourself. This is where I tried to be a very clear distinction, where to my understanding, if you sit down Robert Price, and let's just say Robert Price gives us the old school, unadulterated, fuckface Robert Price we know and love, and he says all of these problematic shits about January 6th and all the thing, the right-wing shit that he says, right? I'm under the impression that we're having this conversation because Robert Fuckface Price is sharing his fuckface opinion, right?
Right.
Now, I think that's a fuckface opinion, like I said, but I think he's sharing it because it's his opinion. I think he would tell us, I'm not saying this to hurt anybody. And if people are hurt by me saying this, I'm not entertained by people being hurt by this. I'm just saying this is what I feel about it. And the other thing is, to my knowledge, even though he'll say his opinions about this type of stuff, he doesn't say he makes content about that stuff to hurt people, and he just thinks that's fun. Doug does. And while I put pretty much anybody who sits on that type of bullshit in a category that's going to be very difficult for me to be friends with, unless we have some sort of extraordinary circumstances in our personal history. For instance, we're in the same motorcycle club. We ain't on the same team either way, right? And I'm doing everything I can to stop people like you. But where I'm going with this is, if it's all about the effect that people have, then he's in the enemy camp to me. It just is what it is. But if on top of that, the real what he gets out of this is that he enjoys doing and saying the hurtful shit because it triggers him, it entertains him. He just doesn't think he has anything better to do because his friends won't get together and play poker enough nights. Then in my world, you're a bad dude. Like you're.
We've seen how it's changed, right? Like when we all first started watching him, he had all these like wonderful conversations, and then like it slowly, recently has grown into like the contrarian, and then which we all like when it comes to Christianity because he's great at it, right? And this is like, but then the Robert Price came out, and we were all like, oh shit, it's kind of like Donald Trump. Like we all knew he was a fucking asshole long before president, but that line is for everybody else is much different. And for me, Robert Price, it was like, oh shit, so this is Doug. Got it.
Right.
But I think he.
But Robert Price didn't get out here on the daily just to rub it in your face and start a second channel just to rub it in your face.
Correct.
Right.
Well, correct. I'm saying like, right. That's been a buildup. That's what I was talking. We've seen the change coming, but we saw like where Doug lies on the political spectrum, and in that. But so and I'm gonna say, I do believe that he believes, going back to the hypothetical thing, he does believe that is it gender dysmorphia? What do they call? What's that called that they like to say? And I don't know anything about like the biology.
Yeah,
behind
like
it or
gender
the science behind
dysphoria.
it.
Right.
What they
Which is not
claim
trans.
is the mental issue, or like this is right. So this he
Right.
believes it's a mental disorder. The same. I have Christian friends that believe gay is a mental
Right.
disorder. They're right. And I'm just going, you're fucking insane. But anyway, aside from my own personal issues, I think Doug truly believes that it's gender dysmorphia. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he
Right,
believes it's a
right.
mental issue.
Right.
He does.
Which, I always say, it's nuanced because I think that's part of the picture, but that is not the same issue, right? It's overlap, but not that issue, right? Right. It's like saying there's an issue with melanin and race. Sure. People who experience racism, right, have a melanin thing. You know what I'm saying? But melanin is not race, and right? Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you're 100% right, but that has to do with like the skin and cells and whatnot. For me, I think where a lot of the Christians and a lot of the conservatives like can comfortably sit in like this in their hate, or what I would call hate, and like justify it, is because when they gender dysmorphia. So I would think that's just a part of being trans. If you're going to say, well, what's the difference between my brain and maybe trans? There's gender dysmorphia, but they've labeled this mental disorder. So now they go, oh, well, they have a mental disorder. And I'm going, no, that's kind of the way their brain works, or I would not want to put it like that, because gender dysmorphia is a terrible.
Yes, and again, it's totally the abuse of a scientific term, right? Because that term is not really saying that the person has a disorder. You're saying the person identifies differently, right? Like, so that's what it is. Like, it's. But
colloquially, it has been turned into a fucking
absolutely no. And I think that you're bringing up a really great
like
point.
The right
yeah.
and Christianity use.
Yes.
And Doug seems to like not use it. Like, he's very good about being able to, like, not only if you're able to ever nail him down, right, and have a real conversation about like, when did I say this? If you have the date and all this stuff, this is all just like, oh, well, here are all the defenses I have to not to keep you from the actual like core of my bullshit, right? And first question is, when did I say that? Did I say that today? And most people just quit. But if you can ever nail him down to the gender dysphoria, or like, why do you think it's a mental disorder? I mean, that's what I think he truly does. And he believes like, I don't want my kids to be trans because they're mentally unstable, or
all right,
it's a mental problem.
So the thing here is like, all right, so there's two things. So dysmorphia is like the idea that something is misshaped, like you have a body part that's so right. So there's a dysmorphia in the sense of someone feels something on their body physically isn't correct. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, Apologia has that with his arm.
Really?
Yeah, he had so many surgeries in his arm where they used other parts from his body and artificial parts that he psychologically can't accept the arm. He's glad he has it, but it's a constant thing for him where he feels like his arm doesn't belong there, and he like almost wishes he could tear it off.
Wow.
And it's
okay.
For him. So that's very similar.
So
to
that's right. So that's an example. Obviously, it has nothing to do with that sexual part of his life, but yeah, that's a perfect example. And then dysphoria is like the psychological unease, right? That's like the state of being in psychological distress as a result of something going on, right? And so neither of those suggest that there's something wrong with the individual. Right? Like, and that's I think what Sean is bringing up is, and again, that's why I call it an abuse of the biology, because you're using a term to identify people, which, why would you do that? Well, of course you do that as scientists. If you talk about it in a basic sense, we do it because we want to understand and identification of, patterns helps us understand, right? But what's the applied use? So we can help people.
Right.
So we need to identify these things so we can help people. And then they take that identification, to your point, Sean, and then misuse it actually to abuse the people. It's super fucked up. Go ahead.
It's super fucked up. And I don't know what you and James think about this, but I would have never even latched on to that particular train of thought unless it weren't for most of my Christian friends at some point or another that believe gay is bad. When you go down that road with them of wait a minute, so apart from the book saying that, why is this an issue? And most of them, or at least in our area of conservative Christianity and the evangelical community, churches tell them that it's a mental disorder. These people we need to help them. They have a mental disorder. They're different. And I think that, so when the gender dysmorphia came out, I think it was easy for the churches to say, well, here, literally now we've got the mental disorder that the gays have. Right. I mean, it's just, and I've had friends that are so transphobic and homophobic. It's so fucking dirty to have that conversation with somebody that literally says that another human is mentally unstable. And when you get into it, man, they truly believe this. And I think it's just out of fear.
Yeah, it's really,
regardless of why, but it's
an interesting one too. And then I'll kick it over to James, because there's this thing where, number one, we have to stop treating people like certain things are disorders, right? And so that's where I think there's benefit. And again, I try not to be too strict about it, but there's really benefit in identifying that it's really a meaningful thing to stop calling certain things a disorder. And if you take it one step further, even than that, and this takes some nuance. So I have BPD, bipolar disorder. And if you even deconstruct a term like that is not meant to say that there's something broken or wrong with the person, right? It's literally meant to it's really meant to be kind of a euphemistic term to explain that this person's mood regulation is different than others. So there's no other way to say it. So they come up with a convenient way to say it, to be it's kind of out of order with the norm within the normal range of the majority of the bell curve, right? They're a little outside of that, right? So we say it's a disorder, right? Just because it kind of reprimands maybe you're beyond a certain range, maybe so many standard deviations, right, of most folks or whatever. But it's not at all a way to say a person's broken or that something about them needs to be fixed. It just puts them on the spectrum somewhere where we can qualitatively give it a label, because again, hopefully giving it that label enables us to treat the sort of the ways in which it is affecting that person's life and the people in their lives.
Well, and Jay, to your
but go
point, none of them. The last thing I'll say is, I'm sorry, James, but the last thing I'll say is this: is one of the serious problems is a lot of people have not been exposed to different friendships that involve maybe somebody that's manic or depressed or that has bipolar or that's gay or in whatever part of the queer community, or that's mixed race or a different race than they are. Or there's a lot of people out there that have been living in this bubble. And it goes back to what we were saying about communities or what Doug's community is. And you break a great point, because their parents have sheltered them so much that they've never experienced all of this. So they think when you tell somebody oh, that's a mental disorder, the same way they go, oh, bipolar, these people are fucking crazy, right? Well, no. Have you ever had a bipolar friend? You ever had a manic friend? You ever had a kid? You ever known somebody with Tourette's or depression? Or
they're not crazy. Yeah. Absolutely.
Right. Do you have any gay friends? And the typical answer is no. So until they're able to, and they never will, because they've already been told that, the gay's going to rub off on their kids, or my kid, Doug's well, I'm worried about my children.
Or I had a moment, James, as a young adult that I remember where my mom told me just kind of one of those stories where it almost seemed like she was, proud of her ability to have gay friends. And I don't want to throw her under the bus because I think it in some way it did show growth, right? Because I think it was reflecting how she's very different compared to her parents, right? Like a lot more progressive minded. But in a way, I remember even then, because I still identify as Christian, as like being like. No, I think I was actually early when I started as an atheist, because I remember feeling like it was more they tolerated her, identity that thought that there's something to be tolerated with gay people, right? Like it's like no, it's the gay people who I'm like impressed that they are around. They have so many fucking Christian friends and they're all sweet about it and shit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, God damn, these fucking gay people, man. They they really got some fucking they really got their shit together, right? That they don't lose their shit all the goddamn time around people who are constantly patting themselves on the back for tolerating their existence in their lives. Like, this just got to get fucking irritating as fuck. But that's again Doug's shit, right? Just because they come to expect it and accept it, then make it okay. And honestly, doesn't make it any less hurtful. And I'm sure they don't experience any less pain, because there is always some pain in that. When someone thinks they're tolerating you. Everybody needs people. So imagine, what you have to think about it is the difference it makes in people's life as individuals, again, to have that acceptance or to not have that prejudice. Everybody needs people in their life. So you have to go to a school. Imagine the difference between going to a school where people treat people like you all types of fucked up all the time versus going to a school where every single day, every single year, people who look, think, act, and feel like you are good to go. Like, that's a night and day difference. So, I don't know. To me, this is, it's so weird to me, but I put this right up there with any issue. Let's say climate change. Okay, climate change to me has to be there, but like I'm honestly with y'all. We're still. I'm not hearing anything till y'all talk about COVID. Y'all know secretly, I'm secretly having a fetish where I don't think we're talking about shit unless we're talking about COVID. COVID is the microcosm of everything going on in this motherfucking country and the wider world right now. Okay, so
you mean as far as the virus or the effects of the virus?
All of it,
even
yes.
Outside of what
absolutely
affects, because I think
the
biggest repercussions are from. I mean, I've got friends that are teachers that are like, dude, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to like get these kids, like get the 2 years they were homeschooled or like they were at home out of them. He's like, it's such a different environment now that like the butterfly effect is going to be serious.
Oh well, no, I'm not even worried about that at all. Like, nah, I'm not worried about that. I think like, is there's too much hype in that. So it's a good question then. No, for me, it's one, the effects of the virus physically. I think it's already probably knocked years off the average life expectancy for most of us, and I think the sort of manufactured consent, to give a nod to my main man James Apperson, about just sort of the culture of it's all just good for people to be sick as fuck and dying around you, and hey, just shrug it off and keep on chugging. Like, I just think that's there's a lot. So yeah, to your point, I think it's the effect of the virus, which is a story that's yet to be told. As far as what that's going to end up, what that really looks like. But also, I just think the greater fracture of so many of the social fibers. The reason I'm not so worried about the thing is because it's personal to me, and it is probably, in a way, it probably isn't to most people, but I'm an educator, and I'm particularly an online educator. And I just think online education wasn't the problem. It was part of the solution. It was really an important part of the solution. And kids are young people are ubiquitous with technology. The issue was, one, people didn't want to do it, so they didn't do it well. And two, like, again, it just takes time to learn how to do something different. But the future is remote, right? The future is remote. The future is hybrid. People just need to get with it. And as long as the setbacks are cohort setbacks, the response will be cohort level responses. So everybody's dealing with it.
Get with you on the hybrid level, but what about, so that the common theme with the 2 or 3 teachers that I know and run with a little bit are simply not any of that. It's the social issues that they're experiencing problems with, like the attachment to the phones, the not being interested in school, just this like lackadaisical attitude. He says literally the kids are so different now than when they were in before COVID, right? Like, it was a struggle to get like the chickens wrangled up before COVID.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. Like, that's kind of how I feel. Like, right? Like, before COVID, I would always say that the number one thing was the phones. And I get that there are some losses, but I don't know. To me, that's it, man. I don't even, the reason, to me, it just is what it is, right? Like, that's the lesson of life, and that's the lesson we should be learning. There are consequences. So I don't want to live in a magic world where there weren't learning losses. To me, it's just like, that's what happens in a pandemic. Everything about life is, quote, is ... when there's not a pandemic. This is what you're expected to learn by 5th grade, ... when there's not a pandemic. You know what I mean? Like, so I bet you we can't go to a pandemic and discover when there weren't learning losses. Matter of fact, that's how pandemics work. Matter of fact, we're so privileged to be having a conversation about learning losses, because for most of human history, pandemics just meant death and disease and death, and learning losses were the least of anybody's concerns. And so ours are probably minor, considering how much we were able to pad them with online learning. And I think going forward, here's what I don't like. The world's moving towards online. And I know you're probably not talking about this, Sean, and the people you're not talking about, because it's a different thing. And there's also like different levels, right? If you're talking to people who are K through 12 versus my perspective on teaching graduate seminars to Michigan State University STEM students is totally different, right? But it's like in my circles, there's a lot of this blaming online education, where the universities, it's hypocritical, because basically the universities were all pushing towards online education anyway, because that's profitable in the end, right? In the long run, they all know, I want to sell you Michigan State's degrees all over the planet. And hey, if you want to stay over there in China, cool. Come to Michigan State's World Campus, right? That's where they were all going. COVID happens. All of a sudden, online learning's unpopular, and people are telling them it's unprofitable. And now they're pushing for online education, like students can't learn. They're pushing to go back in person, like students can't learn online. And it's just hypocritical and irresponsible. And they're only going to pull a 180 and do the whole thing all over again, right? As soon as everybody's back to it. So it's just, they're going to be right back to selling online education in a minute. But it's fine, because that's just where the world is going. So to me, and this is where at least I feel like once you get to the undergraduate level, you can't teach if you can't teach online. Now, I'm really sorry that for some people, because I also think it's generational, right? Like, I think if you're older, maybe, like, I know that even with me and Rob just taught a class together. The reason it was hybrid, which is like Rob's portion was in person and my portion was online, because Rob really felt like, oh, they're lacking something in their presentations when they're not all together, and when we have the discussions, he just had this serious, I hate to say it, emotional need to be in the same room in his class, same room as his students, and he just I hate to say it, is willing to take just a little bit more of that COVID risk just to have that happen. And, seems to have gone.
That connection, I think a lot of like professors want that connection. A lot of teachers want that connection with their kids.
Sure. And here's my thing. I get that. And guess what? I do too. Again, I'm a very social person. So when we before COVID, like, I always, like, I tried to be very social with my students. I put them in social situations. I talk to them outside of class. I try to, physically make contact with all of them when they're, like, I don't let them in the room. And as they're coming in the room, I, like, talk to all of them, I try to, shine in terms of making use of the fact that we're all together in the classroom to make it a, to make it a social climate that reinforces the learning environment. But at the end of the day, baby, you got to teach, baby. You know what I mean? You just got to, and then you got to just teach. And to me, it's like, if we rocking and rolling with the course and my students do their reflections on the course and they're talking about the mode of education, it's just like, I didn't do something right. And I just didn't feel that emotional need. Like, I felt like, yeah, of course I'd love to be with my students. But look, at the same time, there's always the benefit to the other side. I love our students. And a lot of times when they got the choice to do something online or in person, they voted to do it online because they knew they got to be wherever they want. They got to be comfortable. So we were just cool with it, like, and we were happy with it. We loved Gather, right? We just had fun with it.
I think a lot of people will go to online learning, and I think a lot of that was benefit. And, this particular high school teacher that's talked to me said, the kids would much rather learn. And that's one of the difficulties, is to get them back into a classroom where they're present, is to, like, with that kind of, like, what do you call it? Not the schedule, but with that structure, right? They're all like, what the fuck is this? Right? Like, I can do this from home. I don't need to be here. And I think with like kids versus, so somebody like me that's almost 50, you could put a 12-year-old next to me, and what they can do with a computer just blows me away at this point, because that's a language they've been speaking since they were, a kid. I mean, since they were old enough to, like, type at this point, right? So we're going to see, I think, the virtual learning environment's going to be a pretty good one. I think it'll struggle in the U.S. because of a lot of our issues.
Right. So you bring up a super great point here. And again, everybody, let's just hang the asterisks. You got to account for different levels of education. I don't deal with children. And you got to remember, part of teaching children at a younger age is you have to think beyond your curricular responsibilities. There's literally a physical responsibility that plays into the wider world at a different level, right? Because there's a sense in which our schools are the babysitting system, right? Like, children have to literally be occupied these hours, and that's to be balanced against parents, and y'all will see that actually plays in a role into what I'm about to say. But because this just isn't always possible in the curriculum K through 12. But part of what I think we're talking about here, Sean, like they said, like, it's going to go that way, but kids are coming back and they're like, oh, I could do this at home, right? Part of that, what happened is the pedagogy of the previous or even current generations of professors and teachers is not hip to the new online climate, right? And part of what's becoming really popular in more current pedagogy, which again, it's a huge difference because it's just a simple issue of older teachers weren't trained this way, is the flipped classroom. And the flipped classroom is exactly what the kids are saying. You could read your textbook at home. So again, assuming you're something like undergraduate where I'm not, or upper high school or whatever, where I don't have to babysit, is not the is not the issue. You do want your students to do stuff like that at home. And then the challenge is, when they're in the classroom, they should be doing stuff that they can uniquely do in the classroom, which is, group activities, labs, stuff where they're going to apply discussions, games, gamify, there's all. And so it's kind of interesting, because this is why I like it, because this is what's fun for me is, I'm not even saying they're wrong about what they're saying about the difference. They're probably absolutely right. It's just that I've, sometimes I'm fortunate enough to, get to take that challenge on and say, okay, it's my responsibility as a teacher to make sure my students understand, nah. You got to take care of that shit at home on your own. And then when you come here, you got to be ready to rock and roll with your classmates. And my responsibility is to do something that makes you want to be here because you can't do it at home. But again, it's a total different approach to it. And that could go out the window if you just physically have to occupy your students in a certain way, or you can't expect them to do as much at home or whatever. It's just people are dealing with different pressures.
Yeah, and the American school system, in my opinion, is a little bit behind in the sense that we're still babysitting, in the sense of like, we're babysitting a lot of parents that are saying, hey, nobody's going to tell me whether or not my kid is going to go to college or not, where you've got European systems where they're saying, look, little Johnny at 15, it's obvious Johnny's interests are over here, so we're going to put him in, maybe a trade school, and that trade school is going to teach him, marketing and business and how to do this and all of these things, plus the trade that he shows this interest in. But then you literally have people like my wife that wanted to go to that trade school. She wanted to be a vet tech and for cows. And I mean, that's a great field to be in. And she would have been very happy, but they said, no. You're going to be the first one to go to college. So she shows up and gets a fucking degree in like Spanish literature or some shit. Like it wasn't Spanish. Like I think it was, but it was just literally like, for her, she'll even say like, it was just this degree that I never am going to do anything with. Right. So we're having that issue, right? Like instead of splitting the kids off when they're of an age that would be more beneficial for them to learn how to be, a business owner or a craftsman or some sort of trade, we're saying like, no, everybody's got to have this fair shot at going to college, even though Johnny's
totally.
never going to be able to afford it. Johnny's never going to get fucking past 1,000 on his SAT. Guess what Johnny does really well?
Die with student loan debt.
Ford
Yes.
motor in 10 minutes. And we have these people. And if we emphasized on that, right? Like if we gave little Johnny a better set of wrenches and some guidance, right? Like little Johnny's now making a great living helping people in his community versus like, struggling like, well, what the fuck am I going to do? Because I don't have any training in this. And now I'm going into a job market,
Yes.
But anyway, that all aside, Jay, I think you're in a pretty tough industry across the board, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But let me say this. I was we're gonna get a little bit back on track, but that was a fantastic conversation, and man, I gotta have perspective on this thing. It's interesting. I'm in a rare position in terms of what I teach, the way I teach, and my work in general, and I try to just remember other perspectives. But here's the thing I was trying to say. All right, so to me, I was going with is this the global warming conversation that Lina had. Cool. Yep. What's the word? Existential threat to humanity. Absolutely. As is, our ability to respond to pandemics. They tend to kill people quicker. To me, right up there, I've realized that, though, is the war. Why? Because my personal perspective is it's just terrifying, and I think there's certain things, the quote, there's that quote, you should live in interesting times. There's certain things that living through will make you wish you lived through less interesting times. There's certain things nobody really wants to live through. And a pandemic is one of them. And a war is, the only sort of daily nightmare that, is right up or tops that. So just right there. But right on that list has to be the dehumanization of certain people. It just is, because that's a daily threat to their lives and safety. And so, to me, this LGBT issue especially in the current political climate of America, which is an existential threat to our people, because we're talking about our LGBT fam who let's be quite honest, mean more to us than the right wing fucktards who are harming them, and unfortunately everything we do politically is on the world stage, because our greatest export currently is our culture, right? And if you're honest, anybody that will talk to you from Australia to Canada to Mexico to Africa will tell you about what? Trumpism growing in their country. Whatever the MAGA movement is where they're at. Because people just consume our shit through social media and celebrity culture and whatever the fuck else. And so we got to kill this. This is like a fucking serious cancer in our culture. And
at least we can say that it looks like we're winning that, or at least I feel fairly confident with over the past course of the past 6 months of how things are going. And that's not to say that it's not going to stick around or we're going to lose these issues, in the next few years, right? Like, these people aren't just going to die off tomorrow if Trump gets ousted, right? However that's to happen, but he is becoming a loser in the sense of, he's already a fucking loser in my opinion, but in the sense of politics, and he's a loser, right? Like, he's now joined the ranks of every politician that can't get fucking elected anymore. Like Stacey Abrams, she's a political loser in Georgia. They need to stop running her. Trump is going to be looked at the same way because his track record, especially over the past 2 months with the midterms, every candidate I may be wrong about that, but it seems to me like, is there a candidate he backed that won? Or did they all
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I did hear it was pretty big L's. Sean, let me say this though. What's the deal there? I found that pretty troubling. There's a lot of stories coming out of Georgia. Why is Herschel Walker even a thing? How did Marjorie Taylor Greene get 78%? All of that. but it's disappointing too that there's the misses where you feel like the opportunity for Stacey Abrams maybe even has come and gone. I think at this point she's better as an operative, at the federal level or Senate or something. She got to do something different because this is just not going to happen. But do you want to say anything about that? Because I think she's really good. I think she's a really good candidate, and I think that's a tragedy there too.
Yeah, I think the reason Stacey Abrams loses is simply because Georgia's a red state, and it's going to be hard to turn Georgia blue, right? Like, we saw some good gains with, oh man, who were the two guys that it was? Who were the two guys? Oh man, my brain, I can't. My memory's terrible. But so the state went blue a couple years ago with, I forget what that tall white dude's name was. But anyway, long story short, the state's red, right? So when it comes to a governor race like Abrams and Kemp's going to win because Kemp has done everything for Georgia, right? Like, Kemp's done all the COVID stuff he did, all of this, push back against Trump a little bit, but he's still Republican. He's not doing anything crazy. It's really hard to get him out. The problem on the other levels for these guys, and look, it's not that much of a problem if you look at it as a whole, because Marjorie Taylor Greene won by like 60%. The dude that's a literal conservative to the point he won with a machine gun on his poster. Not that I have anything against weapons, right? Like, we defend ourselves at, like, there's right, we're just as much for like a lot of things as a lot of other people, but the point is this: if there's a political person that needs to put a fucking machine gun on a poster, I think, like, the same way I look at, like, if we have to have a runoff with Herschel fucking Walker, we've got problems, right? This is what we need to look at. Like, why do you need a machine gun on the poster to win a fucking election? Right? I mean, what is that? What is that supposed to imply to people? I don't know. Like, what does that signal? To me, it signals something terrible. And honestly, it makes me happy that we own guns.
Signals we know where your priorities are.
Wait a minute. But right. So Georgia still has its problem. But that being said, right, like you've got a significant amount of Republicans that I think are falling off because Marjorie Taylor Greene's district and the other guy, I can't remember his name with the machine gun, his district, they're kind of down in South Georgia. They're going to win theirs because there's nobody really running against them. Right. There's nobody else there. So like this dude's just, that being said, Jay, I think the problematic for the rest of them is you have Atlanta, and Atlanta's a big city, and like any city, it leans, or like most of the larger cities, it leans Democratic, or it leans blue in that sense. And all of Trump's like this craziness, there's a level of nonsense that I think a lot of Americans are there's no more romance in it, if that makes, I forget what that word is, but they're really becoming so again, that marker in the sand for me, for Trump, was long before he ever got elected. For a lot of people, it was January 6th. For a lot of people, it's now something else. But that marker, we're seeing people fall off the Trump train. I don't think it's ever going to be completely gone because you're going to have about 30 million Americans that, believe he's fucking, look, same way Christianity. We could prove emphatically without a fact that Jesus never existed, never blah, 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 blah. And there are going to be a substantial amount of people that believe Jesus rose from the dead, right? Like that's just the way that people are going to believe that Trump never lost the election. He's fucking Jesus reincarnate, whatever that is. So there will always be those people out there, but they're fewer and fewer at this point, right? And I think that's why Georgia, the elections went so well. But if we look at it, it wasn't that great because the motherfucker Warnock only won by how many points? A couple, right? Like it was a very close race.
And this is a guy who literally on the campaign trail hit him with the, if we descended from primates, why are they still primates or whatever? Like it just like the.
Oh my God. So, but that's Georgia, right? Like, look, dude. Every single one of my neighbors, I guarantee, most of them think the earth is 10,000 years old. But that aside, look at the way Herschel Walker reacted. So I think that like if Herschel Walker had gotten elected the same way that Raphael Warnock is elected, like they're going to do a little bit of good, but are they ever really going to do anything? Herschel Walker would at least not be like Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? Like Herschel Walker is going to go somewhere and he's going to say, hey, buddy, like let's throw the football with the kids, not try and convince them the Holocaust never ended, the earth is 10,000 years old, and Donald Trump never lost an election, right? And here's your fucking AR-15. Welcome to Georgia. I think they do that in Texas, don't they? Like, here's your gun. Welcome to Texas. And the problem with it, sorry. But I think a lot of people are disenchanted, maybe is the word, with a lot of stuff going on in the Republican Party. There are a lot of people that are hopefully seeing through the nonsense, and that's going to lead towards some interesting stuff like we talked about earlier. I think DeSantis is going to be like, no way, I can't win now, but Trump's going to run as an independent, and then they're all fucked.
Absolutely.
That's what I think.
Absolutely.
So anyway, I gotta go have dinner. Hey, thank
you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for coming on. All right, gang. So look, what we're gonna do, we're gonna play some more of this to honor the homie Lina. Thanks so much, Lina, for coming on. We got through way more of this than I expected to, but I thought it was kind of worthwhile. But yeah, to me, this issue is as important as any other issue can be. And to be quite honest with you, I often feel bad when I talk about this issue because I feel like I don't really reflect how fucked up this issue truly is. Right? But it's so just icky to not accept people. Like to not, that, oof, it's bad, y'all. And it's oof. It's hate. Like it's straight up hate to even suggest these things to me. So let's look at our list. We've got global warming, fucked up on that. We've got COVID. Let's not forget Doug's, hey, everybody go around and tell the audience the vaccine can kill you. Against the mandate, all this type of shit. Fucked up on that. Let's go with, in my opinion, like I said, all of the bigotry towards marginalized groups. Fucked up on that. All right. What else we got? What about democracy? A lot of people think democracy is important. Well, what do we got there? January 6th really wasn't that bad. Mike Pence's life wasn't really in danger. Blase and the flavonoids. So we got fucked up on that. I can't recall a Pinecreek stream on the war in Russia, thank the Lord, that I don't believe in. It takes effort to be that on point with the right-wing playbook. So I don't know how Lina did it.
Healthcare, but go on.
So do you think it's reasonable to say that some kids who say they're trans are not?
No. Yes.
Thank you.
That's a fact. There's like a what? I think like a 1% rate of detrans.
Well, whatever the number is, you think it's only 1%. I think my intuition says it's way higher.
I just have I was put myself in a different position. I guess it's a factually true. Here's the Mott and Bailey. I guess it's a factually true thing to say that some people who say they're trans are not trans. Here's what, though. I do not think that's a reasonable thing to say in general, and it's definitely not a reasonable thing to say to a trans person. If somebody tells you they're trans, a reasonable response is, hey, do you know 1% of people who think they're trans are actually not trans? No, that's not responsible. And the problem with Doug is it feels like what he really wants to say is it's a reasonable response to trans people in our lives.
On the curve we're seeing. But anyhow, let's assume you're right, it's only 1%. Wouldn't you want parents to convince a non-trans person that they're not really trans even when they think they are because they're confused?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because parents aren't doctors.
Okay, I'll change to the doctor. Wouldn't you want a doctor to
Lina, we're still somehow rocking and rolling with this.
A teenager that they're not trans?
If the doctor was convinced that they're not trans.
And how would a doctor be?
That's kind of the issue.
Yes,
right. That's
how would a doctor know if a kid's trans or not?
Do you know?
See, here's actually where Doug tripped up. Here's where he tripped up. If you're so concerned about the medical opinions, then here you go, fuckface. This is how we identify both the problem and the solution. If the problem is that there's going to be certain of trans people who think that they're trans, but it turns out they're not, guess what? We don't ever need fuckfaces like you to tell them that. See, what happens is they go to the doctor and they're having this issue where they're like, hey, guess what, doc? I look down at my below the belt bits and the way I feel about other individuals, and I've decided that I'm trans. And so then the doctor has sufficient reason to identify that the person in front of them is currently, at this moment, in fact, trans. Therefore, the doctor doesn't really need to be concerned about whether this person is one of the ungodly, unlikely, rare percentage of people that turns out will not be trans. And here's the best part. As a motherfucking medical professional, they're not about to get to the chopping and the hacking or the treating with the pills and the hormones or any of that. There's like a whole long, drawn-out process of evaluations and interviews and conversations and consulting of other types of medical experts and other people in the person's life, and we get what we call a comprehensive picture of what's going on in this individual's life, which really helps even strengthen even more what we all already know, which is that you have sufficient reason to treat this person going forward as though they're trans. And so then guess what happens? Once in the blue moon, a person does what, fuckface Doug? What, fuckface Doug? They roll up on their medical professionals, roll up, and they go, you know what happened? Ever. I remixed my below the belt bits because at that time, I thought that's who I was. But it turns out that I'm one of the few people who thinks that at one point in their life, goes through with it, and then realizes that is no longer how I see myself. So I need to retransition, detransition, go from Jane to Jim, back to Jane, however they want to do it. And again, notice how it's still between them and their fucking medical professionals. At no point does even a medical professional, if you're so concerned about their medical realities and you don't want them to self-harm themselves and you just want to deny their identity so that you can love on them and make sure they get the most supportive care. Notice how at no point would even a medical professional in this rare situation have any fucking need of telling people they are not who they tell you they are. It's a pretty simple process. Yeah, see, when they tell you they have this, you treat them as though they have that. And then when they tell you they no longer have that, you treat them as though they no longer have that. It's sort of like if you roll up on your doctor and you fucking say, I have a fucking headache. And your doctor gives you the fucking headache medicine and you fucking go away and you come back later to the fucking doctor and you go, oh my God, my fucking stomach hurts. The doctor does not treat you, look at you and go, oh my God, you fucking asshole. You are a fucking person who has taxed the medical system, the social network, and other people in your life to change from a person who had a headache to a person who no longer has a headache to a person who now has a stomach problem, which is a totally fucking different problem. And now you would like me to also treat the fact that you now have a fucking stomach problem? What? So maybe when people tell you they have a headache, you should tell them they don't, because later they might be constipated. Yeah, it sounded pretty stupid. Watch how stupid you sound to me, Doug. I don't know how Lina tolerates this type of shit. I don't know how I have a civilized conversation with this motherfucker. Dumb as shit. It's pretty fucking simple. They come to you. They tell you they're trans. Everybody gets on the trans boat and paddles in unison as best they can. That's doctors, psychologists, friends, family, schools, governments, neighborhoods, all of that. All right? Person rolls up to you later. They say, I no longer feel like the identity I transitioned to. Everybody hops the fuck off the boat, leaves that shit on the nearest shore, gets into the new boat, stops paddling in unison as best we can. We are now into the new identity. Guess what? If they're the rare person of the rare person who then says, I done fucked around and picked wrong again, and I fucking need help because I need to go back this way. We're like, cool, I hope you told us as soon as you realize that, because we're going to all get back in that other boat and start swimming in unison as best we can. Anybody need to fucking PhD or some shit to figure that out? Is that so hard? Yeah, you just support people and whoever they tell you they are at that moment. Seems pretty simple to me.
Curious, because I know, or at least
personal reporting,
loosely what the procedure.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Personal reporting. Personal reporting. Good old personal reporting. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's usually like a several month process.
No blood work.
Of meeting with.
You can't tell you're trans by going into an
multiple
MRI.
doctors, like doctors, psychiatrists.
Right. It's by talking.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you questioning the current medical? Are you
seriously? Who the fuck needs to be convinced of a trans person's identity, y'all? Is it the person? Is it the medical professional? Or is it fuckface Doug? Because it seems like everybody in the situation is always on board with what the person identifies as, but for some reason, fuckface Doug just can't seem to bring himself around to the fact that people identify how they identify, and everybody does what they need to do to help a person feel as whole as possible with however the fuck they identify today. Right, fuckface Doug? You know that brown-ass wife you got that you love to have the fucking coitus with, that you can't decide whether or not she truly identifies as African-American or not because you don't know what type of mood you're in? All right? Now, let's just hypothetically, just as a thought experiment, imagine she's like, yo, dog, I'm out the door. See, there's this other big dick chocolate man that I actually want to spend the rest of my life sleeping in the same bed as, so deuces, right? Now, what your monkey ass is going to do is cry little tears, go through court, or probably not even all of that because you're dead inside, all right? So you're going to move on, and what your monkey ass is going to do is you're going to get up on YouTube the next day, and you're going to make a little fucking video about atheism or fucking religion, I don't know, whatever the fuck, depends on poker, I don't know what the fuck you're going to be in the mood in for that day, right? And then eventually your fuckface ass is gonna find you another fucking woman and you're gonna fucking start to love on her and shit, and she might marry your ass and realize that also sleeping with you sucks ass, and so she now sleeps in another bedroom, and you decide that you're happy because she's beautiful and she will have coitus with you whenever you want, and she doesn't pay attention to your YouTube videos and realize what an idiot you are. Now, where am I going with all this? What you're going to realize is you are, in fact, dealing in a situation where the people on your channel and in your life, see, what happened was you identified as a person who was in love with wife number one in this thought experiment. Wife number one. That's how you identified. That means fucking when you went to holiday seasons, you know, with your family and wife number one was with you, people were like, oh yeah, bring wife number one, she's good to go. You know, when you like people like sent gifts to your house, they included thinking of wife number one and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like when you did his and her shit, you did his and her shit with wife number one, and you accommodated, you decorated the house in wife number one's favorite colors and all that type of shit. So yeah, you were what you were doing was you were going through with an identity as somebody who was in love with wife number one. But then life changed, shit alterated, circumstances happened, and there were changes in the motherfucking environment. You added 1 part blase to 1 part flavonoids, stirred it up, and got yourself a motherfucking new situation. And now you, fuckface Doug, identify as somebody who is in love with wife number 2. And what does everybody do? They just hop all the way out the boat of wife number 1 support and all the way into the boat of wife number 2 support, because that's how fucking life works. Just
Do I question psychology?
To critique
you do.
I know you do. So
you do sound like a fuckface who doesn't know anything about psychology. That's what that's what people who study these things and understand them. That's what this is called.
I mean, I'd love to hear your take on it.
Well, I do think it's a politically charged subject right now because it's basically
it is.
Yeah, and so when you have doctors,
I think mostly because of the right, but it is.
And so if you have doctors who are feeling political pressure, not to convince a child that they're trans, but to
doctors who are feeling political pressure,
then yes, I question
you, weaponized piece of shit.
So what do we do?
What seriously?
My opinion
what's the solution?
Is when it comes to what really
is there an opinion from an expert that disagrees with the current model?
Well, you're asking me a very general question. Restate your question. What do you want me to expound upon?
I guess what I'm curious is
you danced all the way at that proposed solution
with regards to gender affirming care.
Oh, because it's very subjective. I'm a hard science guy.
No. My question was, what is the controversy?
Nah, you don't get to like throw science all the way under the bus and then talk about how you're a hard science guy. Nope. Sorry, Doug. You can convince all those in your little fan club of your little love and passion and background in science, and you took science classes, you're science majors, and you're science blah 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 blah. I judge your scientific credentials on how you use science. Science is a tool. It's a process. It's a method. It's not a thing you get to just get like a stamp, like, oh yeah, I went to some science classes, stamp, oh, you're a science guy. From now on and forever, I dub thee scientific. That's not how this works. You could be scientific one day, not scientific the next. You could be scientific in one area of your life and incredibly unscientific in most other areas. And you, fuckface Doug, are a person who clearly picks and chooses when you want to get on board with the scientific consensus and the scientific method. So you just don't get to roll up in with the identity shield. Because, see, I know what Doug is. Doug don't give a fuck. He's dead inside, right? So he thinks the same way. He just throws LGBT folks and brown people and all of that shit under the bus. He just going to throw science all the way under the bus by when he wants to be weaponized. You know what I'm saying? He just goes, oh, well, I'm a hard scientist. No, hard scientists ain't with you. Hard science ain't trying to be your shield, nigga. Nah. I speak for all biology departments, but I speak for all of them when I say, bro, we ain't on that bullshit with you. Yeah, I mean, bro, nah, you could go down in flames by yourself, bro. Don't be trying to get us canceled out here with your dumb ass, bro. Don't be trying to take hard science down with you and shit. We are not trying to sink ourselves on the Doug Titanic.
See, within academia, over
the physics additives
procedure of gender affirming care for kids, is there a controversy?
Yeah, well, right now it's
academia.
Right now it's things like hormone blockers and surgery for minors, and also education for under 8.
And you're opposed to that?
Yes. Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah, you too, Park. For someone dead inside that really cares about shitting on healthcare for trans people,
that you can cite that have a differing model.
I did. I can't. I don't know if I can look it up right now. But do you doubt that I don't?
No, right. You don't have to do it now. I'd like to see that. Yeah, I mean,
whenever you have...
Again, I try and stick to the science because I feel like I more or less understand...
Stick to the science.
Philosophy that underpins science. Yeah.
This is the science of self-reporting. What do we know about it?
Not great.
Not great.
Okay, guys, I got to be honest with you. This is I don't even know how to say this. This is not really true, right? Like here's what I mean by this. What I mean is we're confusing two different things here. We're confusing sort of like, hey guys, if you're about to sentence somebody to death row, how reliable is witness testimony? And basically the answer is like, it can actually be faulty at times, fairly consistently. So you probably shouldn't act on it in the absence of corroborating evidence. Okay, good to go. And now you want to muddy that all the way up with this. Somehow we're transitioning from what is the science on, basically self-reporting, which is basically like, he thinks he's in his old familiar stomping grounds on like the reliability of the Gospels and shit, right? How reliable is eyewitness testimony, huh? We're not talking about eyewitness testimony, dumb shit. We're talking about self-identity. Okay? These are actually, again, it's all about my goddess who reigns fucking supreme, and Jesus can go fuck himself, okay? The goddess, the one true goddess that Myron came to point us to is fucking nuance, okay? And so here we go. I call this nuance for fourth graders. There is a difference between the reliability of how people remember events versus the reliability of how people self-identify. End scene. All right, here we go.
So when a 14-year-old says, I'm trans, the science of self-reporting says that's not a reliable indicator. Right?
Nope. You done fucked all the way up. See, remember that thing where you remembered how there was a small percentage of people that sometimes unidentify as trans? Yeah, see, by admitting that that's a very small percentage of people, which we all know that it is, that's a confession that it isn't what happens most of the time. So therefore, we're good to go. See, just because something isn't perfectly reliable doesn't mean you don't do it, right? There is a chance that you are going to get into a fucking car accident the next time you leave your door, but are you going to not drive your monkey ass to work in the morning? Of course you are. So as long as most people who are like, yo, what up, I'm trans, are like good to go, then they are. And here's what's so stupid about this conversation, y'all. I want to tell y'all about something called reality for grown people. See, in this thing we call reality for grown people, you do this fucking amazing thing we call mind your goddamn business. And see, as a grown person who does this amazing thing we call mind your goddamn business, this is this fucking revolution that's going to take over the fucking world. I'm telling you all about it. You see, you don't really give a shit about how other people identify and what they do with the jiggly parts, right? So let's say in this fucking nightmarish scheme that the fucking conservatives are so hard off, people wake up one morning and they're male, and they put on their male parts and they're like, yo, what up? Yo, this week, my name Jim Bob and I'm a fucking he, and I'm all about pounding the puss and watching football games, and I love to do guy shit. We're going to be like, yo, what up, Jim? Cool. We're having a Monday night football party. We're going to watch some wings. After that, we're going to play some random movies. I mean, some of them are kind of girly, you know, to be honest, are kind of like a romantic kind of thing. Or you know, we just let everybody kind of do whatever they want to do. But you're welcome to come through. You know, we're going to play some Mario Kart or play some Pinochle, man. You know, come hang out, man. All right, cool, good to go. All right, cool. Then say the next week you come up, you're like, yo, my name is Jane, and I'm a woman, and I'm all about shopping, and I only do stereotypically female-associated things, like whatever you think is associated with females, because nobody gives a shit. And that's all I want to do. I'm going to be like, yeah, cool. So, yeah, we're having this thing called, like, a Monday night football party, and, like, you can come, like, watch the game. And then after that, we're going to, like, play Pinochle, and sometimes we're going to watch movies, and some of those movies are going to be like guy shit. Sometimes you're going to not, and, like, sometimes just whatever, and, like, nobody cares. And you can come through, like, oh, okay, you're good to go. Cool, right? Because, yeah, see, here's the true magic, conservative fucktards. Yeah. See, in this thing called minding your own business, which is this thing that grown people do, you just don't give a fuck. And so here's the thing. Gender fluidity is not some kind of mystery to be fucking solved so that we can figure out what the proper category somebody belongs in, because there is, in fact, has to be an ultimate. What is your objective basis for gender identity? That's what the shit is about, right? What is your objective basis for gender, for self identity? You have to be in this group permanently or this group permanently, and if we cannot figure out which one you go, it's so terrifying. The sky is gonna fall. Everything is going to be broken. Gravity is not going to work. The bonds of chemistry that hold together the water molecules will cease to exist, and humanity itself is doomed. It's not how it works. It really works like, you're like, cool. And then you're like, hey, I noticed that one day you told us to call you this, the other one you told us to call you that, then you changed. Do you just like change what you like to be called a lot? And you're like, and they're like, oh yeah, I do. And you're like, okay, cool, good to go. Or they might be like, no, I'm gender fluid. Oh, I'm like, okay, cool, you're good to go. Yeah, you can notice shit about people. You still notice things. You might notice that somebody changes their presentation a lot. My colleagues do this, you know. They're like, yeah, I noticed some days you look like Jay Bundy on your driver's license, and other days you have different outfits and costumes that you... Yeah, we noticed that. Is there a reasoning? Oh, I have a YouTube show. Oh, you have a YouTube show? Okay, cool, you're good to go. See how easy that was? It's the same shit. Because see, when you mind your fucking business, you just don't give a shit. So that's what's amazing about this issue. Like all of the, I got to be honest with you, a lot of the issues we have are like really difficult to solve. Like, how do you solve a pandemic? Poop, hard. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna just confess to you right now, I don't know. How do you solve climate change? Yeah, cool. If I figured that out, I'd have a Nobel Prize. I'd be fucking some hot ass bitches right now. I don't even know what I'd be doing, but it ain't this. All right, cool. So how do I solve world hunger, the conflict in the Middle East, inequalities in the education system, equitable access to health? I don't know how to solve none of the problems, right? But all this LGBT shit, This is all this fucking ism, racism, anti-Semitism shit. This is one issue we could literally just say, this issue shouldn't be an issue. The solution is shut the fuck up. Stop making this an issue. Treat everybody like you treat everybody. That's it. This is one part of the palette of fucked up. Right, of all the how would you like your existential dread today? Would you like a little would you like a little war? You get your little Bob Ross of doom on. Happy, we got a little broad strokes of pandemic over here. Happy little war. Just a little bit of, just have a little war over here. What about some hunger? Would you like some? Oh yes, there's plenty of hunger and destitution going on. Right, everything on the palette of fucked up is pretty much unsolvable. But there's this big fucking blob of ignorance and bigotry and hatred in the middle. And the way to solve that shit is you just go, you just take that shit off your palette and just throw that shit in the trash, and you no longer paint with that shit. Done. Stop trying to paint cleverly with your hatred and biases and prejudices, because all you are doing is painting prejudice bullshit sandwiches that nobody enjoys any longer. This is some horse shit. Literally, we're not having the same conversation as Uncle Bobby would say, because some of us think there should be a conversation. The rest of us are trying to move on with our lives to the days where we no longer have these conversations.
No, I think it is.
Ah, now you're going against the science.
Yeah. Here's the interesting distinction. Well, here's the problem, right? The idea of gender has changed and is changing scientifically. I don't know. Scientifically with regards to the biology. I suppose.
Absolutely. Yep, 100%.
I suppose.
Yes. Factual.
More.
Yeah, it's just a fact. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. Why are you getting so emotional about a fact, Doug?
We're talking about gender.
Yeah, it's just a fact. Change happens, white guy. Get the fuck over it.
The related biological. I'm sorry. That's where I would say.
I'm sorry. Change hurts a little.
Our biological understanding of sex.
I'm sorry you don't like the change
considerably, and we now know it's no longer a binary. It's bimodal.
What? Right? What's no longer binary? Sex?
Right.
Well,
I think someone told you got to go watch that Forest.
No, but hang on.
Episode.
We've known about intersex people for a long time, but you're not talking
for not that long.
Are you talking about that, or are you talking about something else?
I'm talking about all of the studies related to that field. We now have come to understand sex as bimodal. As existing on a spectrum with different characteristics.
Wait, is sex bimodal or spectrum for you?
What bimodal's a distribution on a spectrum, you fuckface. What do you?
Maybe I don't understand those terms.
Yeah. What?
Okay, let's put it in terms of 99%.
Does your distribution have a shape, or is it a distribution?
What? Yeah, so it has two modes, but it's still a spectrum.
Yeah,
it can be both.
There you go. Bimodal is how you describe a spectrum.
But then you're talking about intersex. You're not talking about gender now, right?
Yeah. Again, somebody call my show and tell me that this man is brilliant and that he's fucking Doug, the fucking science dude who's just a serious STEM guy, and he just asked somebody, is something bimodal or is it a spectrum? No, Doug. No, Doug. I'm pulling your hood card, your hood pass. You ain't cool in the hood no more. You ain't good to come through in the hood no more. And I'm pulling your STEM card. No. Any fucking science department you roll into, you make it very clear you are a motherfucking visitor and a goddamn amateur. What the fuck?
No, I am talking about gender. Well, I'm talking about gender as it relates to sex. I'm talking about sexual characteristics.
Do you see a difference between gender and sex at all? Or
when we talk about gender?
Do you see a difference between gender and sex?
Of course.
Okay, good. How many sexes are there?
That question is nonsensical.
There you go.
It's
so
sex
perfect.
Is
oh
a
my
bimodal
goodness.
distribution.
I see me. I would have just hit him with the clothesline, then the leg drop, then you go up to the top rope, and then you you know what? Fuck it. You only live once. Moonsault on this nigga. You know, because when people say shit that's that stupid, I just want to hurt him. But, Lina, is just real yeah, well, see, the problem is that question is nonsensical. But you know what? You got to give it to him. You got to give it to him because, if you take that tactic, it's like. I took a lot of pleasure in telling Ken Hovind to his face that his views are unscientific and unconstitutional. And you gotta keep it together long enough to, do that and get it in there. And there's this sense at which, he tries to play a stupid fuckface Doug game, and then it's boom, they told you straight to your face. That is nonsensical. Good job.
How many sexes are there in dogs?
Keep it together and not just blow up. What did he say?
Total distribution.
How many sexes are there in dogs?
Oh boy. All right, y'all. So I don't understand why this man keeps asking stupid questions, but this is also a nonsensical question. It's just as nonsensical as it is to asking people. Done. Oh my Lord.
Did you not hear what I just said?
How many sexes are there in dogs, Lina?
It's nonsensical.
There's two.
So your answer's two?
No, two poles.
You hearing the two? Yeah.
How many sexes are there in
Bimodal,
cats?
two poles. Bimodal, yes.
How many sexes are there in humans?
There's two.
There's two
There's two
modes.
sexes.
There's two
Thank
modes.
you. Oh, it took a while to get there.
But
But
do you
they're
not get what
modes on a
bimodal means or a
distribution.
spectrum? Like, do you not get what a spectrum means?
Bimodals
You
like
mean that there's,
this.
like infinite points.
Normal distributions like this. Bimodals like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could just as easily say that there's infinite sexes. It's just
There
not
you go.
useful because it doesn't describe.
there you
Well,
go.
wait a minute.
topography.
Here I thought we had a conclusion, but now I'm hearing something different. Are there infinite sexes in dogs?
Yes, there would be the same. It's the same. You could say that.
Under some definitions,
You want to
yes.
slice it up?
I feel like they're not getting the distribution.
Yeah, guys, so here's the thing. What you do when something's bimodal is you accept that there are two basically humps in the distribution, which means there are, there's like a good proportion of the density. Let's make it all technical. Like a good proportion of the density of observations, falls within two ranges as opposed to one range, right? And so you could just make more bins, right? Instead of splitting and saying, oh, if you're on this side, we say you're this, and then you're on that side, you say you're that. We could just say, oh, we've divided it up into 3 slices, or 4 slices, or 89 slices. It doesn't matter.
So maybe I can...
There's not a distribution of sexes in dogs, Lina.
Yeah, God, Doug, it just sounds
No,
really
there is.
stupid here. There really is. You just don't know.
That's what I'm saying. They're sex is expressed. There's as many different sexes as there are dogs, technically.
I'm not talking about gender. I'm talking about...
Right, I'm talking about sex. Yeah, there's as many different sexes as there are dogs.
We have a male dog and a female dog.
Because each
And what
dog
else
is
do we have?
slightly different.
Right.
We have
There's
male
no
dogs
such
and
thing
female
as a
Each
dogs.
prototypical male dog.
Each
Yeah.
dog has its own point on the spectrum.
Boom. There it is.
And it's not even a spectrum on one plane. There's different sexual characteristics that we attribute to gender. The relevant part is the term gender.
Well, wait a
and what we
minute. So
mean
are
by-
there...
because what we mean by gender is not exactly
You like the
sex.
science, right? You want to stay with the science. So let's stay with the science. When you say there's a spectrum of sexes with dogs, are you saying that a vet, when a dog comes in, will not just say...
No, I'm saying that they reduce the dog's spectrum wherever they are in the spectrum,
Wow.
and they reduce it to they're either male or female.
Y'all, Lina literally is breaking this down like they're talking to Otangelo. Now, here's the difference. How many of you are subscribed and send super chats to Otangelo?
Yeah.
Come tell me how
Right, so
brilliant
that's why it's fine.
It's not a
Otangelo
spectrum.
is.
Well, you do have intersex. I will concede to you that there could be intersex dogs, but 90.
No, the dog is on the spectrum somewhere. Like it could
But an
be
average dog is either
all the way
male or
on like the
female.
male side. Correct, but like the testosterone varies. There's so many different features
but that doesn't change
we
their sex.
attribute to sexual characteristics.
You can have a dog with high
It
testosterone. low-
does change their sex. It does change their placement on the spectrum. Like where you are on the bimodal distribution changes for each individual animal, regardless of whether you're male or female. If you're female, you're somewhere over on the female side of the spectrum.
So you're
if
saying
you're male, you're somewhere over on
so
the male.
you're saying that you can have a
You
really
could be weird. You
masculine-
could be a intersex. You could be a defect, to put it inappropriately, I guess. And right, like you could be somewhere weirdly. in the middle.
I've heard this for genders, but now I'm hearing you say basically a spectrum for sexes.
Yeah, because that's
intersex
where
put aside
Yes.
because usually
intersex people come in.
What's that?
Yes.
No, that's where intersex people come in. That's what we mean when we talk about intersex people.
And the difference, to be very clear, is that so many dimensions of this are self-reported. And when it comes to other species of animals, it's totally poisoning the well to make this comparison. Because with people, they can report so many of these other dimensions where animals can't. So with animals, we're reduced often because they can't, tell us how they feel about Blase and the Glavinoids. But if you do observe their behavior, we observe these same spectrums. You observe them physically, you observe them behaviorally. It's just people don't really, want to talk or think about that kind of nuance. So fuckface Doug here knows that he can poison the well here and get people to go, well, no, everybody knows dogs are just boys or girls. Like, this is not good faith argument. I hope y'all see that, because I hope there's so much less Doug in my future. Woo! Lina did phenomenal. This is like sitting in a word wrestling locker room and watching like a double Iron Man match. Like somebody was like, no, we're not gonna do the best of an hour. We're gonna do the best of 2 hours, double feature main event, pay-per-view extravaganza, and everybody in the locker room is like sitting back there like, God damn, this shit was literally exhausting just to watch. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they work with that fucking moron, that fucking stiff piece of shit that can't save his life. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I thought before you just said that this is true. Not
where's Lina? Is Lina still in the chat?
If you're somewhere in between on the spectrum, right? And again, there's a number of different sexual characteristics that all don't equate to the same
having
spectrum.
more or less testosterone, or being more manly or less.
There's a lot of things. There's
that's
different
than
defects you
intersex.
can have when it comes to genitalia or breast development. Like, there's so many different things that we consider to be sexual characteristics that have a spectrum involved with when it comes to characteristic distributions.
Like when it comes to the trans issue, what percentage of trans people are intersex?
At least not
I
intentionally.
have no idea. That's a great question.
My guess is it's by far the minority.
That's the vibe, Cam.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by intersex.
Okay.
Right.
Well, having both male and female gametes.
I feel like people should be paid to deal with Doug.
That's very rare in the world. I think it's under 1%. I think it's under 1%. And so, if we
so here's the trickiness, right? Because you're trying to draw lines in between what isn't intersex, and what I'm saying is it's all on a spectrum, and where you will end up on that spectrum doesn't just affect your biological chemistry and physiology. It affects your psychology.
So what sort of things would be...
These are interconnected...
Okay, let's apply that spectrum to me.
Systems.
So what would make me... I'm a male, right? I have a penis. I have testicles.
Oh, look, I'm cis-het.
Right.
What sort of things would make me
Straight
be more
dude.
female? Be specific on that spectrum.
Cis-het dude. Isn't that
There
easy?
could be a whole host of factors.
Name some.
I think the main thing when it comes to trans people would be psychological. And I think this is something that has studies done where they show that trans women's brains...
Wait a minute. But we were talking about dogs. Does that apply to dogs too?
Brains.
Yes.
Well, so no.
We
this
just
is,
don't.
This is
We
where
just don't
humans
get
are unique, but
surgeries.
This is where a concept of gender is unique, because dogs don't have gender.
Because we can't. Because
Dogs
they
have
can't
sex.
report their
Okay, but when I asked you
self-expression
what would
in the
make me
same
more
way.
on the spectrum of female as a male, you said psychological.
Oh, you're just talking sex. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is where it gets muddled, because the distinction between gender and sex doesn't like disconnect them from each other.
Also, I don't know, but the inner radicalized progressive femme bitch in me wants to say, if you think it's a good idea to discuss trans identity in relation to the sexual identity of dogs, you can sit on a very sharp pencil and rotate. Oh man, my inner femme bitch needs to come out more often. I hope people don't, discriminate against me for being a black guy, but I have an inner femme bitch that needs to come out once in a while. Hey, I got an idea. Let's compare people to dogs and then be surprised why they're fucking pissed off and they think that I'm a piece of shit person.
And the relevance.
I know, I'm not talking about gender right now. I'm talking about sex. And you said sex is on a spectrum.
Well, you could be talking about gender when you're talking about sex. That's the problem.
Oh, you're giving me a headache, Lina.
I'm sorry.
I mean, seriously, I don't know what... There's two sexes.
The science is actually quite complex. I'm not a gender studies expert. I'm not an expert in biology. I just know that the biological complexity when it comes to sex eventually and inevitably affects the complexity in gender.
Let me tell you,
because it affects.
I understand. Let's move on to something else, but that's still related to transgender. Because I have a theory, and you tell me if this theory is reasonable. And my theory is that I'll pick on women for right now. I have a theory that there's many girls in high school who might be a little overweight or a little ugly or whatever. They don't feel good about themselves. And then they start hearing about transgender people and how much attention they're getting. And then they start thinking that maybe they're really a boy. And that would explain.
Now, I just find it an unbelievable coincidence that it just so happens that Doug, who never watches right-wing media, seems to similarly be on the right-wing media tip, that now that trans is the new thing to do, I can't even say the truth with a straight face. Now that trans is the new thing to do, all the girls are going to be transing simply because they have a little bit of body image issues, more or less. And they're just going to be like, when I look in the mirror and I'm not happy with my BMI, and all the boys are just not giving me the attention that I feel I would like, maybe I'll just become a boy. No, Tucker Carlson, no. That's not a thing. And we're not going to talk about it like it's a thing. We're not going to make it a thing. I'm happy you had your little conversation here with Lina and that you got to get it off your chest and talk about it on your little YouTube channel. But please do not inspire you or any of your little minions to come anywhere near my presence on that type of weaponized horse shit. Nope, that's not how this works. Nobody becomes black for the attention. Nobody becomes Hebrew for the attention. Nobody becomes fucking... This is not how this works. And let's be very clear about all these fucking dumbasses who want to go find us a case of somebody where they're going to say this happened or that they did this or that they know somebody who did this. First off, most of those stories are absolute horse shit. There's somebody who has not had that experience who realized that it is way less expensive to just go along with this experience, right? It's there's a whole different story than to it's one thing to like be a gay person who prayed the gay away, right? Because that shit don't work. rather than a person who is straight to begin with, who has a story about how they prayed the gay away. Yeah, a lot of people got stories about praying the gay away. But let me be perfectly clear about the fuck faces who will go find you those stories. And I hope I'm only doing this to maybe help some of you who like may have to deal with some of these cherry pickers in the future. Let's make something very clear to all of these people. Just because you can find somebody who does a fucked up thing, that again throws a marginalized group under the bus, or because that let's call that what it is. That's exploitation. You're exploiting a marginalized group. So what you're identifying is not a problem that trans is going to be a trend. No, all you're identifying is that there's a particular type of psychopathy where people glam onto an identity, perhaps that is not genuinely theirs, seeking attention. That's its own sort of problem. And you can talk about this in any culture. It's like saying, well, let's not worry about black people healthcare because if we do affirmative action and we give black people healthcare, white kids just going to keep rapping. They're going to be like, nah, I'm just light skinned. I'm just light skinned. I'm just light skinned. Nah, I'm really, I mean, come on. That's not a thing. People could glam on to whatever. You could have a rich kid who pretends to be poor to get attention. A poor kid who pretends to be rich to get attention. The motherfuckers who say, so-and-so is my girlfriend. She just don't go to this school. Sometimes they talking about a real girl. That happened to me one time. I had a friend who, when I didn't go to the same school as him, said this girl was his girlfriend. And then later on in life, we went to the same school. And me and that girl became friends. And I was like, did you really went out with so-and-so? When I found out, that shit was crazy. And of course she didn't go out with him for real, for real. But the problem here is people lie to get attention. That has nothing to do with this issue. And this is what pisses me off. Like, this is what's so hard for me about this, because to me, this is just so disrespectful. Because it's so disingenuous. Why I know a person like this isn't in good faith, because and y'all see it here. We literally sit through these fucking 2-hour conversations with these motherfuckers, and they're just doing what? They're just literally in their bag of tricks, and they're not just like reaching into their bag of tricks, like, cause hey, they are literally like, they reached all deep down in the bag of tricks, didn't find what they need, put both hands down, and then they just climbed up in the bag of tricks. Like, I know I got some fucking tricks down in this bitch somewhere. I know it's some fucking tricks down here. Fuck, that's not it. God damn it, there's some fucking tricks down here somewhere. Like, why are you this desperate to not be an ally of people who just need fucking allies right now? Why are you working this hard to not help people? I gotta pee real quick. Listen to this fuckface for a few more minutes.
Why they, not getting dates with girls. I mean, with boys. And they start talking like this and mention it to people, and they get tons of affirmation. Oh, you're so brave. Do you think that happens?
Yeah. I think that's what can make people trans in some regards.
How often do you think that happens? Knowing what we know about teenagers and how insecure they are, and what you said, and humans in general, that are self-reporting as horrible. What percentage do you think of the time does this happen with teenagers?
Probably not that much. I'm guessing nowhere near the majority. I'm guessing the majority of cases of teenagers claiming to be trans.
I think it happens way more than I won't put a number on it, but I think it happens way more than you think it does because of the two reasonable premises I have: that teenagers are often confused, frustrated, feel left out, and that our self-reporting cannot be trusted at that age. So you asked me earlier, Doug, what's your opinion on when it comes to trans issue? It's a very general question. But I say with a lot of trans issues, I have way more respect for trans people that are old, who have lived their lives this way, and have had their prefrontal cortex developed after the age of 28, and they still have this dysphoria. But once you start talking about kids 13, 14, 15, and you affirm them in a mental illness that could kill them, no, this is not okay.
Wait, why is it a mental illness?
Is it not?
Case,
Don't you go with...
I swear you cannot even take a piss. This man's blase and glavinoids amounts to a whole new mountain of horse shit that needs to be addressed immediately. How people have the ears to listen to this man continually, I don't understand. You know, I used to think I was a better person, y'all. I thought I had shaken off Jesus. And I'm not gonna lie, I thought that made me one of the most genius people to have ever geniused, as I like to say. You know, as far as all the academic stuff concerns, to be honest, I'm just good at school. You know? But the thing that makes me really feel like I might be one of the greatest geniuses to have ever geniused, number one, I figured out how to use a controller on Mario Kart Tour, and nobody can tell me that shit does not deserve a Nobel Prize. But number two, I shook off the fucking religion of my family. Seriously. Fuck a dual PhD. If you grew up from generations of a religious family on some fucking horse shit with all that magical bullshit, curse on the world, and, you know, terror sky daddy who wants to murk everybody, and you no longer believe that shit, you are fucking all types of high IQ. Or at least I thought so, but some of us are still stupid, like Doug. But mostly, that was some shit I was real proud of. And that shit made me think I had become a much better critical thinker, and that I only was going to become a fan of somebody if they were really smart. But now I realize I have not come as far as I thought, because I really was a fan of this Doug person. And now that I'm realizing it, you know, my fanhood of Doug is almost as shameful of my worship of Jesus. Not because it was commensurate in terms of the adoration, but because I really thought I was better than that. But this man is stupid as fuck. First off, are you serious? A disease and all of this types and nonsense? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? What is wrong with
science? Kids 13, 14, 15.
And then this, y'all, I'm just outraged for the kids. All right, fine. If you're an adult and you want to hacksaw your genitals and you want to take your fucking girly or boy bits and you want to fucking take them over to a fucking campfire and roast marshmallows over them and terrorize your psychology with hormones, then go for it. But God damn it, leave the children alone. Fuckface Doug, you have zero concern for children. If you were concerned about the children, here's how we know this. If you had concern about trans children, your fucking stupid ass would stop making content against trans people. And then we wouldn't be making content responding to your content of trans people. Therefore, by virtue of, again, this new fucking revolutionary science I call digital anthropology, it seems that the evidence would suggest that the very fact that we are sitting here having this conversation suggests that your care of trans children is severely fucking lacking. The number one thing you could do for trans children right the fuck now is shut the fuck up. Because people who are concerned about trans kids actually realize when a young person comes to you and tells you they're trans, they are dealing with a lot of shit. Yes, they're dealing with the fact that they, like everybody else who's trans, needs our fucking undying support in their fucking transness. At the same time, they're young and they're going through a lot of changes in terms of their biology, their psychology, their physics, and all of that shit. And that all has to be taken in consideration as well. Therefore, oftentimes different decisions have to be made because we are talking about a minor. Period, end of story. That's really it. So, again, what they need is support. What they don't need is some dumbass Canadian sitting up here telling them we should tell them they're not trans. That way, nobody's hacking at the girly bits.
You affirm?
And also, he totally fucking weaponized the point here. Oh, do you think kids are going to come out as trans because they're getting the positive attention? And so then we have to say, yeah, hopefully they do come out as trans because they're getting the positive attention. Oh, but isn't that mean that since humans are unreliable, that there's going to be so many people who aren't trans coming out as trans for the attention? Nope, that's not what we said. We said hopefully when somebody who their truth is that people are calling them Steve and really they want people to call them Sarah, and they're like, oh, you know what? Jane went to Johnny, and Rebecca went to Robert, and Moses went to Maria, and then to Marquelo, and then back to Moses for a hot minute, and then skipped on over to Christopher, and then right on back to Jane, junior year. And everybody was like, good to go, good to go, good to go, good to go, good to go. Every time they changed their identity, everybody got a coming out party. Great, let's celebrate the new you. Celebrate new you. New you, do you. That's what we call them. As kids started, it became a thing. All the kids were calling them new you, do you parties. New you, do you party. Oh, this person over here got fucking 7 fucking new you, do you parties. And their real ass friends was at every single one of them bitches. It was almost like a fucking double birthday. It was like they had a new you, do you, and a birthday like every fucking year. And friends was like, hey, shit, more pizza, more cake, let's get it. Right? And that's just how it was. So then all of a sudden, motherfuckers sitting there, and it's like, it's fucking like halfway through junior year, and then they finally come out and they're like, yo, this is my new truth. This is my new name. I'm sorry it took me so long, but this is who I am. And then actually, everybody's like, fine, finally, bruh. I hate to tell you this. We already knew. Yeah, we already knew. Yeah, see, we already knew because, see, it's so normalized now that, like, we pretty much know when somebody's, like, having issues, but see, we're your friends, so, like, we know you better than you think, and, like, we just didn't want to push it on you, you know, but we're so happy that you finally told us. So guess what time it is? That's right. New you, do you. Party plan. Who's going to be on the party committee? Yes, that's right. New you, do you. Every single time. That's what we mean. And this fuckface wants to talk about what? 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 The Tucker Carlson talking points. The Tucker Carlson talking points. Kids are going to be coming out as trans because it is the latest sneaker fashion. Just like all the kids want to wear Air Jordans, all the kids want to wear new genitals.
Them in a mental illness that could kill them? No, this is not okay.
Mental illness.
Wait, why is it a mental illness?
Is it not? Don't you go with the science? Is gender dysphoria?
Do you know what is a mental illness that could kill them? Bigotry. But all right, here we go.
A mental illness, true or false?
It's not.
It's not?
It's no longer categorized that way.
It used to be?
No, it's not. It did used to be.
But it's no longer. Gender dysphoria is now no longer a mental illness.
Yes.
When did that change?
Great question.
I mean, it's a good question if you're into that kind of nerdy trivia. For most of us, here's the sufficient answer. It changed when we realized not identifying the way you were born, it doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. And it just means we need to get on board and support you. That's when it changed, y'all. Y'all can check the date. I'm sure I got the correct date, time, and year on that. Matter of fact, I could tell you who changed it. It was all the people who contributed to the scientific data that helped us realize we were fucking it up and we could do better. Thanks. Go ahead. Fact check me on that. Fact check me on that.
By the way,
I'm sure I got that one correct.
I've loved the talk. By the way, I hope we get plenty more because we got a lot of different areas to dive into.
I love the talk because I feel like so many new converts are going to be made to the church of no longer listening to Doug. I feel like I caused a schism, and I do say I think my encounters with Doug, got some people to stop watching him. But I think, Lina really gave us a long, drawn out sort of extended treatment of really. It's almost like what Nitty did with Rebecca back in the day, where Nitty could have such a pleasant conversation with Rebecca that Rebecca would just spill the beans and say all types of shit. And for a lot of people, those conversations opened eyes. Like, yes, James Apperson and I opened eyes. Boom, hit that bitch with it. James let her know, how he really feels about Christian indoctrination. I let her know, how off she really was with evolution and how disrespectful it is to the people who do that type of shit. That type of thing may have had an impact, but Nitty's approach that really just was the incredible patience, really having a detailed, nuanced conversation, man, got her to spill all types of shit. And I feel like a similar thing has happened here. Really different approach, but also very effective. But no, I don't need more Doug. We did it for Lina.
Hopefully more socialism.
Why did they change?
Hopefully more socialism. We did it for socialism.
Then they can't get
hashtag Lina. Hashtag for socialism.
Then if they don't call it an illness, right? There's insurance consequences to that. Oh, they call it.
Well, I'm assuming the reasons were medical, but
well, they call it. They don't use the word illness.
Publication of the
disorder.
DSM-5
Yep, there you go. Disorder.
Yeah, in
very important
2013, it was eliminated and replaced with gender dysphoria from gender identity disorder.
And it's very interesting because you have to remember, disorder reflects something about the social context, right? Because that's where the order comes from. Right? When you say somebody has a disorder, it really means that we've defined a social construct. We've said there's again, like Doug said, he can understand the difference between a bimodal distribution and a unimodal distribution. All we say with disorder is that we've taken that distribution and we've given names to people to the portions of that distribution that are sufficiently, deviating from the critical mass, however you measure that, be it the mean or the median or beyond so many standard deviations and all of that. Literally. All I'm trying to highlight for y'all is these are just statistical things. And when you start to manipulate them into some sort of political argument, it is so disgusting to me because it is it's not just a misrepresentation of the scientific reality, it's a weaponization of it. You're not just wrong, you're intentionally wrong so you can use the sort of paraphernalia, the appearance, the language, you want to be put over, you want the credence, the credibility that comes from STEM, but you want to use it against the goals of STEM.
So they just call it dysphoria instead
so
of
gender yeah. What did you ask? What was the original term?
I used illness.
If what was an illness?
If gender dysphoria was an illness, mental illness. That's what I originally asked. And you said no, not anymore.
I guess it is if it's in the
yes.
Illness. It's a disorder. I don't know if it's a
disorder.
It's a disorder.
Wait, this is all semantics, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's something you don't want.
DSM is the diagnostic book. No.
If it's an illness?
No.
You don't want gender dysphoria, correct?
Right.
But the way they recommend treating it is affirmation.
Yep, there you go.
What do you know about affirmation?
And they don't have gender dysphoria anymore.
Boom,
I asked the guy named Justin about this, and he didn't really. He sent me some stuff, but what is your understanding of what that affirmation actually is?
Treat people like they tell you.
It means you no longer experience gender dysphoria.
No.
What's
the medical procedure to help get rid of gender dysphoria?
That depends on the individual.
Or maybe you don't get rid of dysphoria. I don't know.
In some cases you don't.
It depends on the individual. Not everyone gets bottom surgery, for instance.
Like, are you for bottom surgery for 14-year-olds?
Depends on the 14-year-old.
I think so. Yeah.
Knowing that you told me earlier that self-reporting is not reliable.
No, eyewitness accounts are not reliable.
And felt ostracized for other reasons other than dysphoria.
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably the younger the cases, the more of like a precedent should be established, right? Like if they've been saying.
And here's the thing: in most cases, we fine by 14. We fine. We know. Are you fucking stupid, Doug? You just dumb, huh? You think most teenagers that are gonna self-report as trans when they're 14 years old don't know that they're trans? And they've been keeping it for years. And here's what's fucked up about this. God damn it, this shit pisses me off. I think my body language just literally demonstrated how much I actually want to slap Doug in the face. But God damn it, this is what I mean about this horse shit to these fuck faces is just a conversation. First off, Maya, thanks for coming through. Tremendous point. I'd like Doug to give me the name of one teen who had it. Boom. Always. Because I gotta tell you, it isn't common. But here's the thing. It's always just a conversation to them. Instead of thinking through their dumbass thought experiments themselves and the consequences for people. There's a real argument to be made that it's better to transition for people early. Puberty is crazy, right? So to force someone to go through puberty as something they don't identify as, because you guys think you can score points towards virtue signaling your care of children, again, just shows, like every other marginalized population on the planet, you are perfectly willing to throw children's lives under the fucking bus when you think it suits you to look cute in a fucking argument. Facts. That's all it says about you. That's all it says about you. All it says, Doug, is you don't give a fuck about trans kids. That's all you just showed us, is that you don't give a fuck about trans kids. And rather than use your platform to say anything that will be helpful to trans kids, or simply say nothing at all, you have chosen to literally debate a trans ally and throw trans kids under the bus to score points in your debate against supportive care for trans people. And I'm sorry, if that doesn't make you just straight up a fucking asshole, I literally don't know what could. I don't understand. I don't understand what people's bar for straight up piece of shit is, but that is far beyond the pale for me. Because anybody who knows anything about trans and life puts those two things together and says, holy shit, are you a young person and you're telling me at 14 you're trans and you're about to go through puberty as something you don't identify as? Yeah, look, let me tell you right now, let me confess two things to you. Number one, I am not qualified to tell you what the solution to all of this situation is. But number two, I'm going to do everything in my power to support you, and whatever needs to happen for you as of this moment, right the fuck now, including anything you need to tell me, because here's all I know. And that's what you would do. You would, at that point, you would tell them everything you know about any fucking resources you have available, any help, anything you can do to be available of them, and you would want to hear anything they need from you. Be like, what do you need from me? Yes, here's your time. Go ahead. Got it. Good to go. All right, that's how you handle it. Because the hope is this person knows what they're talking about. They're 14. They've known this basically their whole life to this point. They're good to go. Okay. Hopefully they do transition. They avoid going through puberty as what they're not. And then this makes their transitioning that much easier throughout the rest of their life, because it's like they're dealing with it earlier. But he don't give a shit about that. He'd rather fearmonger on some Tucker Carlson bullshit.
I think that they're the wrong.
Because kids are going to trans for the attention, right?
Since they like started talking, and that whole time they've been, presenting as the other gender.
I wonder how many times that happens.
Right, it's a case by case basis.
Like, I wonder how many times that actually happens.
How many 14-year-olds get bottom surgery?
No. How many 4-year-olds
Exactly.
say I want to be a girl or a boy or whatever, and they stay that way till they're 14, let's say.
Doug, what are you? Yeah, find us a
And
kid
his
who does
parents
that.
don't have blue hair.
What does that have to do with this? Nothing.
In other words,
nothing.
That idea hasn't been implanted into their head at any
Right,
age.
because that's what people with blue hair do.
Did you see that one crazy lady that was like, my baby's
not transgender, and she was upset,
trans or
right?
something.
Yeah, I saw that. But that speaks volumes, right, to what I was talking about. That
a crazy person said a thing. A person you don't find. Sorry, let me just say, a person you don't find credible said a thing. A person you find credible said a thing. So what? Let's poll all the blue hairs in the world. Blue hair, purple hair, green hair, orange hair, all the people who don't have a natural hair color. Let's poll them. And do you want to see the numbers on the percentage that are indoctrinating their children to be trans? Should we do that, huh, Mr. Thought Experiment? If there was a thought experiment, would you want that data? Of course you wouldn't want that data, because you know it'd make you look stupid as shit.
children, teenagers can often be confused. And if you have someone...
No, the kid wasn't confused. The parents were delusional.
Using a quote-unquote extreme that all it does is show just how deeply he is in the right-wing playbook. Because what does he think he can do in that playbook? He can throw another marginalized population under the bus, right? Because we live in the fucking dominance of the conservative white social paradigm that still treats literally dyeing your hair and getting tattoos as some sort of radical identity. And yes, people are still marginalized and treated differently just because their self is tattooed or blue, purple haired or pierced or poly or whatever the fuck people want to do in the very limited, precious time that they have to be themselves in an already very difficult life. But fuckface Doug is like, well, wasn't one of their blue hairs? I'll give you those. We all know those blue hairs are transing all their kids. Am I right? Am I right, guys? The blue hairs. If you got blue hair, we know you're teaching a kid to be trans. Am I right? Right, guys? Right? That's all my poker buddies know that one. No, you can't get that. No, see, unlike you, yeah, most of us see a person with blue hair. And we see ... You guessed it, a person with blue hair. So when we think like, is it cool to just throw blue hair people under the bus to make a stupid point that isn't even a good point to try to make to begin with? We're like, nah, that's probably in poor taste. It'll make me look unnecessarily spiteful and vindictive and like I have a thing against people with blue hair for no reason, which I don't. And why would I even try to make a connection between blue hair and trans? Because only fucking creepy, cringy weirdos do shit like that. Oh, that's because Doug's a cringy, creepy weirdo.
Right, but the parents wanted their kid to be trans, right?
Oh, yeah, the parents wanted. Yeah. No.
Yeah, but it was like I think it was like a 2-year-old or something.
Right, but can you imagine a crazy parent?
Or like wasn't it like a baby?
Can you imagine a parent who's, let's say, trans and
again, how stupid are you, Doug? Number one, all we're doing is a person you don't find credible said a thing or did a thing. Not a great way to make an argument. Number two, does this fool know anything about the topics he decides to make this weaponized content about? I got news for you, bruh. This thing here is about as enduring. It's like this. Look, y'all, I'm left-handed. You know what? When when I was growing up, believe it or not, my conservative ass grandparents thought me being left-handed in a right-handed world was just too much to bear. So what they would do is they would consistently take things out of my left hand and put them in my right hand. Now, you got to understand that this is some type of terrible shit. Can you imagine, I'm just as a toddler, little person, I'm trying to struggle to learn how to eat and feed myself and clothe myself and all this shit, and I go to put my shirt on and I grab it with my left hand and they fucking jump in and take it out of my left hand and put it in my right hand, and I go to brush my teeth with my left hand and they take that shit out of my left hand like, no, and put it in this hand, and I go to feed myself with my little Ninja Turtle spoon with my little applesauce, you know, in my bowl with my left hand, and they fucking rip that shit out of my hand and put it in my right hand. Right? Now, while I agree, this is a terrible way to abuse a child because it's simply quite petty. Y'all know what it didn't? Yeah, exactly. But Jay, there's no blood test for left-handedness. Exactly. All I do is self-report as somebody. The YouTube punk. The truth is, what nobody really understood is I realized that what happened is once in a while you'd go into a classroom and there was that one left-handed desk and it was sat way up there. It was like in the front. It was in the front all the way to the left, right? And it was special looking. And then every time people would talk and they would see somebody doing something with their left hand, they would be like, are you left-handed? Person like, oh yeah, you didn't know I was left-handed? And they'd be like, you're left-handed? That's so cool. And so when I was young, I realized I just wasn't getting the same attention in kindergarten that the left-handed kids were getting. And so I decided that day I was just gonna be left-handed. And I've been faking it ever since, and I'm glad Doug made this content so I could finally confess that I just became left-handed for the earlier version of the views. You know, we didn't have social media back then. The social media back then was, did the girls look at you when you walked into the classroom or not? You know? Were you invited to play house or not? Huh? That was a big deal back in the day, huh? Do you guys remember that when that was the social hierarchy? All the left-handed kids played house. Fuck out of here. So yeah, you got some dumbass lady who would be so happy to have a trans kid. She's just, putting her boy in dresses or girl in firefighter outfits like it fucking matters. Who cares? Because these things are so stereotyped anyway. There are guys who like wearing dresses and women who grow up to take on careers that were male dominated. Who gives a fuck? There are literally female MMA fighters who, if I step to right now, could literally kill me with their bare hands in 0.5 seconds. And quite honestly, if they're attractive, nothing could be sexier. Let's do it. My dumb ass will be like, don't actually literally kill me, but bitch, let's wrestle for fun. Be careful. Seriously, don't hurt me. But, you know what I mean? That shit's kind of hot. Who gives a fuck? If you sexy and you know it, clap your hand. I dated a chick that was all in the bodybuild. I went all out my way to get in trouble for that bitch. Who gives a fuck? So, I mean, this, like I said, this whole issue, this whole conversation is ridiculous. If that child is truly cis-het male that is gonna grow up and be the quarterback of the football team and go to the University of Texas and throw for 3,000 yards in a single season, okay? No part of putting them in dresses as a 4-year-old is going to stop that from happening. I promise you. Why is that? Because good old testosterone is going to do what good old testosterone does. produce said football-loving male person who is going to be all of 6 foot, whatever the fuck they are, and have a fucking cannon, and they will be on their way to the NFL in no time. So, again, all we have is scaring up a story that all it is an example of scaring up a story. Because, great, we have an example of this worst case scenario where a parent is grooming their child to be trans, where they're literally programming their kid to be trans. And the only way that kid is going to be trans is if the fucking kid is going to be trans.
Really wants their child to be trans.
That's not affirming someone's gender. That's telling someone what gender they are.
Okay, so what is affirming gender?
When they say that they're
there you go.
Gender, and then you
if you tell
them and help them in the way that they are best helped.
Okay, how do you help them?
Through gender affirming care, which is specific to the individual.
But give me examples, specific examples of how you affirm someone. You mentioned bottom surgery, but what are some like non?
Yeah, well, you would start with clothing and other, right, and like pronouns and these sorts of.
Okay, see, this is where I have a problem with the science, Lina. This is where I have a problem with people saying, "I just follow the science," and we know that gender affirming care works. Here's my problem with it: when someone says, "I want to wear a dress," and you go, "Here's a dress," they'll feel better. That's science?
Yes, absolutely.
If it makes them feel,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, God, why? He's like disappointed that not everything in life is hard. I'm sorry, Doug. Did it not require enough dissertations? Are you disappointed that there isn't a journal of affirmative care with a fucking 50-page long study? Do you need 12,000 words, Doug? Or if someone says they want to wear a dress and you hand them a dress and they feel better, that's a good thing. But you haven't figured that one out. Yeah, Doug, see, we have these studies, right? Here's what we do. We can take all types of toys, right? We put them in the room. You bring the young person in the room. This is real science, y'all. You bring the young person in the room. It turns out children will play with the toy associated with how they identify, whatever the fuck you want to say, all by their lonesome, right? So all you do in this experiment is you swap out the toys for clothing. You bring little Timmy, little Susan, little Diane, you bring them all into the room. You have all sorts of suits and dresses and pants and rollerblades and fucking tuxedos and saddles and cowboy outfits and princess dresses and all of that shit, all types of different jewelry and all to let them dress up as whatever the fuck they want. You bring them in, you say, what would you like to wear today? And that motherfucking child will walk over and they will pick out the item of clothing that they find most suitable to their desires, indicating that they will feel best if this is what they are permitted to wear. Now, some of these kids, if this was a real life scenario, you'd have to say, I'm sorry, little Timmy, but you can't wear a Spider-Man costume to dinner tonight. Or, yeah, but you can't be Batman for church. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna have to wear this instead. But in this practical ass, just a thought experiment, science experiment we're doing, where the kids can wear whatever the fuck they want, you can in fact allow them to wear whatever they feel like. And you could have all sorts of probes and sticks and all sorts of stickers and shit attached to their brain, and you could read their fucking EKGs and their blood pressure and their heart rates and their fucking sweat glands and all their shit, and you would be like, man, all of these children show physiological indicators of a much healthier state when they are permitted to dress according to their preferences. Oh, man. They also consistently show signals of distress when they are told they cannot wear what they want to wear. Man. Somebody give us a fucking faculty job immediately.
It's science.
That can
you
legitimately
call that
be
science
like
just giving people what they want?
Yes. Absolutely. 100%.
We can do all sorts of science about how people enjoy ice cream.
I'll go a step further than that. I call it science, good parenting, being a decent human being. Oh, for all yours who are cool, I know there's some cool people out there who don't really give a shit about all that. We are the world. We are the children. We also call it being a grown-ass motherfucker and minding your goddamn business. And if it ain't your fucking kid, why do you give a fuck what they're wearing?
Yeah, like giving people what they want so that they have like health.
I'm not disagreeing with it.
Emotions.
Like the part I'm disagreeing with is calling it science. Like science is like,
if it is your kid, why do you give a fuck what they're wearing? Unless it's inappropriate for the situation, based on the dress code.
But here we
well,
go.
that's what we've been having to do with regards to sociology and.
But if the science is, I have a
all of these related fields of
Lina,
social studies.
Gender affirming care is like to call it a science is like saying, I have this hypothesis.
I feel like you don't.
Matter of fact, I'm going to be a little bit like Uncle Bobby on this. Now, some of y'all might not go this far. And it's easy for me to say this. I'm talking shit at this point because I don't have children. But let's say I had a child who first identified as male and just on their way to whatever's, because I don't really care where my child is going. But if they tell me, hey, Pops, you know what? I've decided I want to wear dresses. You know what? Not only am I good to go with it, every once in a while, my ass is going to wear a dress myself, like Uncle Bobby would. Why? Hey, my kid likes to wear dresses. Every once in a while, I'm just going to match the kid wear a dress. And I'm going to take it one step further than that. Every once in a while, I'm going to outdress that fucking kid. My dress going to be all types of fabulous. I'm going to have all the matching jewelries and accessories. I'm going to look more fabulous in a dress than that child could ever dream of. Why? And when that child looks at me and says, Daddy, why is your dress and outfit so much nicer than mine? I'm going to be like, bitch nigga, this is how you slay. Okay? And when you get your own shit one day and you grow and you want to slay, let Papa show you how you sashay. Okay? Let me do it real big for you one time. Every once in a while. Because I want that motherfucker to grow up and kill it. And I'm inspired. I'm going to be like, oh yeah, my dad told me how to fucking get it in. That's right.
I want to call social science as a science.
It's called being a goddamn role model.
Well, you're kind of right, but let me finish this thought. I have it's like saying I have a hypothesis that if my child screams for ice cream and I give them ice cream, that they'll stop screaming.
Yep.
This is how I view gender.
Well, that's bad parenting.
Science. Okay. If that's
right.
bad parenting, why isn't it?
But we delineate between bad.
Yeah, and here's another thing. If you're at a fucking ice cream shop, you are an asshole if your child stops screaming for ice cream and you don't give them ice cream. If you let everybody else in the house eat the ice cream they want, and you don't let this one child have the ice cream they want, you're also a fucking asshole. And here's another thing. Again, y'all, that leftist, frigid, fucking loose garment wearing, broad hat donning, tree friendly, liberal bitch all up in me wants to just provide you a brief public service announcement.
Ice cream, that they'll stop screaming. This is how I view gender.
Well, that's bad parenting.
Science.
If you view affirmative care, if you view providing affirmative care according to the self-identified gender of your child, and you compare that to providing an irritated toddler with ice cream so that they stop screaming, you can go fuck yourself.
Okay.
Back to our regularly scheduled
If that's bad parenting, why isn't it?
But we delineate between bad parenting and good parenting. I mean, you're going to have to invest in looking into the actual.
Maybe it's bad
research and
parenting
what
to give a boy a dress just because he asked for it.
But we know that it's not. We know that the opposite's true.
Okay, why?
They're
how
letting
do we know
people
that?
wear what they want.
Because they feel better afterwards? What's the marker we use?
Gender dysphoria.
No, the marker we use to know.
Among
whether
other markers.
What's the marker we use to know whether the gender affirming care worked?
Through self-reporting, the same way that
I
that it
feel
started.
good now. Thank you for giving me a dress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we call that science.
Yes, yes. See,
Doug,
yeah.
all
absolutely.
science is inevitable.
Yeah, let's see. It's beyond that. We call this a particular type of science. See, this particular type of science we call medicine. See, medicine is this thing where the person, let's just call them a patient in this case, presents with what we call symptoms. In this case, the symptoms are psychiatric distress. And then we apply something we'll call a treatment, in this case, let's say affirmative care. And then we evaluate whether or not the person is still experiencing the symptoms. And when they are not, we say, gosh darn it, we might have found an effective treatment. So we do this over and over and over and over. And then we compare it to what happens when people don't have the affirmative care. And gosh darn it, wouldn't you know it, their outcomes are consistently worse. So yeah, I'd say it's science, I'd say it's medicine, and it's actually a fantastically simple and brilliant example of both. And yep, self-reporting is definitely the way to go.
Ends in sensory experience. Like, that's what all empiricism is.
Yeah.
It's just we can't put numbers to it yet. Eventually, and hopefully we will be, all right? Like, the idea of doing social sciences is to eventually make it into hard science.
How do we know your headache went away? Self-reporting.
It's complicated.
Exactly.
It's not as simplistic as physics and equations.
I gotta be careful. Matt Walsh is going to hire me to be on his show if I keep this up. Sorry.
Well, I mean, Matt Walsh is like...
All right, gang, look, we're going together. We're done with this. I need to eat food, relax, link up with the gang, and I got to get some studio work done. My dad's gonna call me soon and want to play some pinochle tonight, so I need to try to get some food before we do that. Appreciate everybody. Oh man, Lina did great, fantastic. We did what we could do. We endured. We made it through a lot of Doug today. I don't know how we did it. Oh, I need to go into recovery. I need to go into Doug recovery. I need a good meal and a fat booty and some weed and some alcohol. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. I don't know how we made it. Somehow we made it. Mama, I made it!
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No right burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Dick game lay it down like Law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for love, so I waste my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going up. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls.